Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day here at the TI-10 group stages. In fact, the final day of the TI-10 group stages. I'm ODPixel here with Fog. Still many games to go through today. We, on this stream, will be starting with PSG.LGD against Elephant. Fog, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Yep. Very excited for this one. This should be a really fun series between these two. Sure, LGD, they are already secured, I believe, number one.
Sure.
So this is kind of just like them chilling. They're going to be able to break Elephant a little bit here because this is a decider. Well, it's very important matchups for Elephant because this is deciding if they're going to be making it to upper, lower, etc. So very important for Elephant.
I mean, and Elephant, at the start of this, was this a team, where did you sort of expect to see them place? Like, would you have expected them to be in the upper, in the lower, you know? How have they done?
I mean, with the names that they have, I expected them to be upper. However, after watching them all year from DPC, like even I talked to Lacoste a lot because he got to cover them mostly during DPC, and he gave me like the whole lowdown because he got to see every single game, got to see all the nitty gritty, and he's just like, they're just underwhelming for some reason. You'd expect him to be so damn good with this lineup, but something is not clicking, something's not working. So
sure. So in their head-to-head here between the Chinese teams, PSG.LGD and Elephant, you would imagine Elephant, it's going to be a tough game for them.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the recent, of course, standings between them. LGD in Dota Pit 3-0. Elephant did beat them before that 2-0, but most of the matchups, yeah, it's been LGD taking the majority of them. There is like one big one. This was 10 months ago, so take what you will with that one. Yeah. That was when Elephant won like a 3-1, but I think since then LGD has really found their stride and just they're monsters. So
now, I mean, the question is, you know, if you're in this position as PSG.LGD, you have secured top spot. Can we get some fun stuff from them?
Do you want to be friendly, or do you want to be friendly to your fellow people? Right.
Well,
that's the other thing too.
Well, are we going to get some pudge? That's what I'm saying. You know,
I mean, honestly, it's Ame. Right, yeah. I don't really think that they're going to really deviate too much because this is TI. They're going to still.
But you want to say you don't want to show anything you don't want to, right?
Sure.
They're going to be picking stuff they've already been picking, right? Yeah, they're not going to. The PSG.LGD aren't going to be showing any new strats today.
Sure, I'm looking forward.
Maybe they'll be testing. They could absolutely test some strats.
Practice heroes. Like if you're something you're not super comfortable with. I mean, they have played their Tinker a lot. They're still looking really good on it. But it's something like nothing to say. That's something that you want to keep your fingers nice and ready with. So could go for these Tinkers. Maybe look for these Chen strategies that I know Shinkyu does like to play. They've played I think already once during this group stage as well. So yeah, just reinforce your strong strategies, make them a little bit stronger. So that's probably the best thing for LGD. And then for Elephant, it's just going to be a big uphill battle.
Yeah, for sure. No, absolutely. And it's an all-important one. You know, big difference if you're able to make it into that upper bracket going into the main event compared to the lower. Yeah. You know, nobody wants to be sort of in the lower, and it is it's still best of ones. Best of ones, of course, in the first round of the lower bracket. So
it's brutal.
You would be one game away from going home and going out of the competition if you end up in that bottom half of the group. So yeah, a lot to play for Elephant in this first game of the day. I mean, whilst we've got time before the game sort of starts, what else is going on this morning? Anything else that people should be looking out for at home? Any other streams you'd have open right now?
It's SG Quincy. I think that's one of the ones that have the biggest implications because they're both 2 and 10. Pretty much, if either one, if one of them 2-0s, they're very likely to just be good. The team that gets 2-0'd is probably knocked out of the tournament because their further matches are difficult. I think, oh gosh, I can't remember who Quincy's playing later, but I know that SG's playing Secret later, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's have a look.
So it's not easy matchups for them.
Okay.
So it's pretty much, that's why I'm saying, like, whoever 2-0s that matchup, they're likely to get 2-0'd by the matchup that they're playing later from what we've seen. So, yeah, all important there. And then the other one that we have, of course, on this stream, which is massive, is the IGOG. That's the one that we'll be covering after this one. Huge implications for upper bracket.
Yeah, that should be, that's the second series of the day here.
Yes.
So,
because we do have, of course, the cluster. For you guys who have not been following, Group A is scary. We have a lot of teams with pretty much the exact same scores. OG 9-5, VP 9-5, 8-6 EG, 8-6 T1, 8-6 Undying. So obviously, as you see, that matchup for OG is going to be huge if they're able to 2-0, likely securing themselves.
It's the top two of the group.
So.
I mean, and I'll be interested to see if IG. Likewise, I feel like obviously in that match, I mean, IG they're going to go pretty tough on OG.
Oh yeah,
this is no messing around from IG in that matchup. Even though they have secured that top spot, they're going to make sure that they give OG their best. So be a very good series. And that's the second series of the day on this stream. And yeah,
there's also a lot
to play for.
Yeah, and there's still of course, there's a couple other good games I think we do have today. I don't know how much of the implications matter for some of the other good games,
sure,
but they're still just like
the teams,
they're just good games.
Going against each other.
Like I'm excited for Spirit Beast Coast as well too, because that one actually does have a lot of implications because they're both, I think,
they're
pretty close, right?
6-6, 7-5. So
very
one
very
game
close.
in it.
Yep.
One game in it between their score runs.
Tons of exciting games, and that's why the last day of group stage is always so fun, because we get to find out all these eliminated teams and who goes forward.
And I think, at least from the amount of scenarios that can develop from today's results, it's probably quite likely we'll have some tiebreakers today, you think?
Ah, man, I think so, yeah.
I think, yeah.
There's been a lot of teams
a chance for a lot of Dota. Are we in sort of, and it is, I guess, set up in a way where I'm not too familiar with the rule book. I'm not too familiar with books. I don't read because I'm an idiot. But when it comes to like a three-way tiebreaker, it could be going on forever, right? Is that the format we've got here?
I believe so.
Yeah. So we could have infinite Dota today. I think, maybe. That normally happens when we have these tiebreaker days, so it could be infinite games.
Because I don't believe for a lot of these, it's head-to-head, especiade not for like elimination, it's never going to be like head-to-head. You get to play, so I do believe that,
So maybe. So, yeah, we could have a lot of games to look forward to today. But anyway, back to the first series at hand, ladies and gentlemen. It has begun, the draft, PSG.LGD against Elephant. So let's see what we have here, ladies and gentlemen. Open up with the band, Snapfire and Tide taken out by Elephant, Monkey King and Tiny taken out by PSG.LGD. I'm up for Elephant. Woo. And Elder Titan Magnus. Some right bruisers and punches here on PSG.LGD. And this quick draft, Elephant sticking with that early Storm Spirit.
Yep. Very common opener that we've seen over and over again here, the IO Storm. Magnus seems to be going up a little bit in priority, I believe. We saw it yesterday a couple of times, so especially in the first two, right? I think it was T1 who was doing that. They're flexing it because it can be a mid hero, it can be an off laner. So now I think it's this really strong, just really strong hero. I think we're probably going to see a bit more of it as the tournament goes on. ET, I don't even need to say anything. I'm literally the biggest fan of ET, and he is second most picked hero at this tournament with a 66% win rate across 41 games.
I mean,
absurd.
And is this just because the hero itself and its nature is just very good, or is it a certain thing about like the way Dota's being played at the moment, the heroes that are being picked? Is this, is ET just really good against some of the hot stuff right now?
I think the hero is just always been really good. I think people just always have. You overlook natural order in a lot of games, but natural order once you have it maxed, it makes technically all spells are pure because you're doing the maximum. It says 300 damage, you're doing 300 damage as a spell rather than it being negated by magic resistance. Same thing with physical if he's standing on top of people, but the hero got a 25% buff in the last patch. It got from 8 to 10 seconds on the Astral Spirit. So where your laning phase in the past might have had some weakness, there's none anymore. You just play around level 1 Spirit a couple times, then you get level 3, you have level 2 Spirit. Nobody in the game can trade with you.
No, I mean, as you say, just in any game, the team that has the natural order aura is...
you're going to win the late game,
you're in a pretty good position. Yeah. I mean, you can't... very limited stuff that you can do to scale against that. Those reductions work.
And they changed, it's all these little changes that do add up. The ultimate, it now is a ultimate that can be set up with any stun. It used to be a 3.14, pi. It used to be that. And now it's like a 2. It's another one of the math formulas. It's a 2.87 or something like that. It's much faster than it does.
Well, what math formula is that?
I can't remember which one it is.
But it is another.
It's another one, yeah. They changed it specifically to make it another fun thing that's like pi. Very Valve-esque, right? So looking at these bans, since we haven't gotten a chance to touch on them too much, we see the Puck, that big control we've seen so much versus the IO Storm, Void, and Invoker. The Elephant is taken out. And on LGD, they're actually going to take out the Rubik, so protect the Magnus. They're going to take out the Sven, which is that War Cry, which is very useful versus Elder Titan, also buffs up your team. And it's the IO pairing, so bans looking to make a lot of sense right now.
Let's see what else they want to take out here, PSG.LGD. I mean, anything else that sort of, the ET is not going to feel too effective against?
I would say some of these heroes like Lifestealers, but that hero's not done well, so I don't think you care at all.
Some Willow.
Alrighty.
No, we don't see too much of that here in the groups.
No, I like it though. Hero that works well with ET because ET Spirit on top of a Willow. Willow's going to be able to solo kill even some cores in some situations because it's such absurd damage. Great control versus Storm and IO. And it's, crazy amounts of team fight already from PSG.LGD, while Elephants, their first 2 picks are not team fight. At all.
No, not yeah. I mean, you would expect Elephant to to start to have some sort of team fight emphasis here with this next pick. Or, because otherwise PSG.LGD, when they come up them with the 5-man, Elephant, it's not really going to have the best of times. It's going to have to be a lot of avoiding and looking for those pick-offs here for Elephant. See what they get for the team. Well, there they go. They're just going to say no team fight. So we're going to stop it.
Yeah, you start the fight. You need a good initiator, and there it is, plus the silencer, and then the storm zips in with the global. Can definitely look to have some really fun stuff coming out here with this. Okay. Does help them with that team fight. Does give them the edge a little bit whenever they do have global. But when global's down, of course, LGD will still have massive team fight advantage. How's Mars doing now? He fixed his win rate a little bit. He's gone up a little. He's like a 30, right? Yeah. He was approaching the 15-12% win rates yesterday, but has started to have a little bit more success.
On PSG.LGD. What more do they want to add to this? I mean, what kind of carry would you be looking for this game? What do you want to see?
You know already your lanes, so
yeah, you know what's going on here.
You know what you're playing against immediately, because it's that Mars. The only thing they don't know is what carry Eurus is playing against, which I think he's going to play something like Jug, honestly, when I see ET and Willow. But
do you think they need a little bit more lockdown for the Storm?
The roots are nice. RP's nice.
Yeah. You think they're not feeling too fussed about trapping the Storm when they got the Willow?
Might still do something like Sanking. Maybe they don't want to reveal the mid, though. They might not want to reveal which one's which yet. I actually think we've seen Magnus carry, if I'm not mistaken, too. I think we saw it at least once this tournament again, too.
Oh, yeah, definitely viable.
Which I think I wouldn't put it past PSG.LGD if they see it.
Yeah, they could definitely try.
Yep. Tanky Bruiser. Always these tanky heroes versus Storm Spirit's always nice. Just makes them commit that much more mana. I think that's probably what they're discussing right now. It's like, do we want to reveal which one's going to be the core and which one's going to be the mid? And yeah, that's what they do. So they save it. Yep. So you know this is now a Morphling as the carry. However, you don't know where Magnus is. So yeah, that's cool. It's a really good cover pick since they do have the last pick. And now they have the Morph Willow combo. So late game, Aghanims with Morphling, with Willow, with ET Spirit to give vision, because that's also one of the important things is I think teams and people don't really think about is Morph Willow is strong, obviously, with Ags, but you need a vision hero, somebody to provide you so you can, actually get the attacks off. ET does that, and he also makes the attack do even more damage, so.
No, it's really, and it's going to be hard to catch this Morph, right? I mean, when you're running a lineup as Elephant is with 2 supports, no lockdown.
Yep. And he can
other than the silence and the curse, but obviously, no sort of instant stun or hold to catch this Morph. A lot of pressure on the Mars, and of course Storm, if they do want to get their Orc in first, will have something to help.
No stun supports is always a big concern for me when I see.
Sure, Willow's going to be disappearing into the Shadow realm. Magnus is going to be skewering away. Morph's going to be zipping about with the waveform.
He's going to be waveforming over the Mars ulti into the back line in a lot of situations.
Could be hard to catch him here.
Could be difficult, yep.
I'll see what Elephant do think that the Magnus is going to be doing. They're going to down the off lane.
They get to pick and choose now. They're going to have all the information as PSG.LGD where they want to put it. Yeah. This is like the dream setup for them, really.
And this is
they even have them. I mean, they even have Morph ET, dude. They have Morph ET and Morph Willow. He can even Ags into either of them, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is a very really fun Morph game here.
Yeah,
very, very fun.
It looks quite free, to be honest with you. I think
what can they pick as their last pick, Elephant? That's going to make you feel that now that the Morphling's actually going to have a bit of something to deal with.
What carry is it that makes him feel?
Yeah, what carry has a good heads up against a Morph?
There's not many that just straight head-to-head matchup with him. I mean, Storm Spirit could, Spectre, because of the heroes that they have. That's the one that I'm leaning on. But their lineup looks weird. They have a spear and a vortex for their team fight, but I don't think the carry is going to be the one to fix all that. So something that he feels is just going to be strong in the actual game. But I don't know. The only reason I say Spectre is because of the initiation, right? Because then they have Global, they have Haunt, they get in the backlines. But even then, I'm looking at backlines. I don't know if Spectre even wants to play into this. So not sure what Eurus is looking at here. So they banned Weaver. The other one I was saying was Jug earlier, but that one just still also feels very risky.
Yeah, it's just a nasty lineup to put your carry into now.
And you don't know what you're laning against. I'm against Magnus or I'm against whatever, like the last pick.
I mean, what do you think is more likely here from PSG.LGD? You know,
I think it's likely the Magnus. And they're going to pick something last for nothing to say that he likes. Like something versus Ursa. Can't go for his Tinker because that Storm's there. But now that maybe pushes them away from wanting the Magnus up there.
I mean, they've not got a lot of catch. You not feel quite happy playing like an Ember mid this game?
5 seconds
more root, you know.
Could be decent.
How are they going to catch you? So some sort of... Again, I think you want to play on the elusiveness here. Get yourself another slippery hero. As Elephant will struggle to catch you.
Whoa! So they are putting Mag mid and they're putting CK top.
Okay. Yeah, Faith Beyond here on the Chaos Knight.
Well, I like C. Have we gotten to see much CK?
I think it has been picked. I think it has had a game.
Let's see, Chaos. I think we did have.
I don't think it was one of the unpicked.
He had one of the highest GPMs as well when he was picked.
He
yesterday he was picked, and it was Beast Coast. So that was K1 probably playing it, right? Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. CK last pick here for PSG.LGD, and
that's annoying for Ursa. There's the constant stuns.
Sure.
And even he can trade back. There's a lot of damage in that top lane too.
Yeah, it really is. Well, I think it's going to be a tough one for Elephant.
This looks really tough for Elephant, I have to be honest.
I feel like Ame's just going to get out of control in this morph.
I think Ame's going to get out of control. And even the Faith Beyond, if he gets some farm, I don't see good ways for them to even clear Phantasm.
And the team fight is fantastic. I mean, obviously Elephant do have the counter team fight a little bit with the silencer.
If they can initiate globals, and they can slow down, like if they can initiate and they can get that first Roche and then just always play around those globals and looking to get those pickoffs on the side lanes, I could see a possibility of them doing it. But I actually think LGD's got such a damn good draft, and the way that they set it up was perfect. Like getting Ame more, saving this last pick to just know exactly what you wanted to lane versus the Ursa.
I mean, and what do you think sort of Elephant feels that the last pick Ursa is going to do for them here? Like, why did they end the draft with this? What did they see that made them feel that Eurus could have a good game here on the Ursa?
Probably just tempo. Like, we need to win the game by 25-30. We need to have a huge advantage by 25-30 or we're just losing this game. So I think that's probably the only thing that I can see at least.
Wow. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves stuck into game one here, PSG.LGD versus Elephant. Because PSG.LGD already secured that top spot of the group, but this series, very important for Elephant here, as they are still very much in the fight to stay in the top half of the groups, get themselves that slot in the upper bracket.
Yeah. I'm wondering how this bottom lane is going to go, I got to be honest. This is a super aggressive lane coming out from the side of PSG.LGD. Silencers sometimes can just start to chain feed out of control versus this. He gets pulled into a root, and
what's happening here? I have found Somnus. He's looking pretty dead.
He accepts his death.
Gonna be first blood going to Ame.
And immediately now we see Curse is skilled. So the other thing I was gonna say, depending on what super skills is gonna determine how much you can actually trade with the Willow. Once you skill Curse, you can't trade with Willow on the side ever again. If you're able to get Glaives in the lane, then you can actually trade. But Willow, as we know, base attack time is super fast. So Silencer struggles to trade as 1.22 attack speed on Silencer, 1.11 on our Willow. So I think that lane could be quite difficult. And yeah, right off the bat, I mean, getting first blood. And who gets it? None other than Ame.
He's going to be very happy with that start. Ease farm.
Easy fluffy hat right away for a Morphling.
The question is, are we going to see Elephant come back down for the rune here? It's like they're going to respect it this time. PSG.LGD, they've already split up, so we'll be able to get the 2 for 2 here on the bounty runes. We'll be interested to see how much they can keep that pressure off Eurus on bottom. As might not be too fun here for the Ursa in this laning stage.
It really does sound quite difficult. CK is quite a beast. I know we haven't seen him too much in the offlane, but I've been hoping to see him more because he does so much damage. His stun is really frustrating inside of laning phase just to mess with you with CS. The mana cost has just been changed so many times, and now that Soul Ring is so valuable, you just Soul Ring and constantly keep stunning. It's very frustrating.
Of course, on the top half of things, IO and the Smars, Yang and FY, can they cause a lot of issues for Ame, or is Ame going to be pretty safe with having Y punching
I think
to them?
Y, Y is the one who's just going to protect. If anything, Y will die because he's just going to eat a little bit too much damage from the spear and the rebuke at some point, but that's his job. He's just soaking the pressure so Ame can get like level 3. Once Ame has 3, he should have no threat.
I'm already just here with the level 1 trade. You see Eurus.
Yeah.
Taking a lot here from Jin-Q and Faith Bian. And once those level 2s are online, this is going to be a lot of kill potential, I think, for PSG.LGD.
Yeah.
Eurus is going to have to be pretty prepared for the regen.
Just a stun into a bramble is 200 damage every single time if they connected. So you see that one, they hit the secondary one, it's just 170 damage from it.
Simple will get a bit of damage done back. Jin-Q will back off, but he has the salve ready.
Lane positioning, though, look at this. Super has to get this pull off, or this is quite I mean, it's kind of disastrous already for Eurus having this pushing so hard. He's going to lose a whole wave. He actually can't even get the hard camp pull either. He goes to just stop. Yeah, he goes to break the small camp with his Sentry Ward, but it didn't spawn in time. And look at the positioning of the lane. I mean, this is miserable for Eurus.
Yeah, he can't. He knows he can't really step up.
Yeah, at least he has the 8 CS in comparison to Ame, who we are seeing is struggling. He only does have the 5 at the moment. So top lane, do see Yang having a really good start in these first few waves.
They're able to grab that range creep away here as well. Oh no, okay, we'll come back. But yeah, top lane. I mean, Ame, I guess just being very cautious of Yang and FY being able to close in on him, and obviously Yang having that favourable right-click advantage as the melee Mars.
Really nice animation, yeah. But they do get the pull off now. So Y, he does get a stacked pull. And that's going to deny a whole creep wave away from the Mars and reset the positioning for the Morphling. And Morph now has hit level 3, so Amish feels much safer.
Heading over towards Y. Just get hit by that Frost Slow. Try and get aggressive on him, see if they can do enough damage here with the 2 of them, but the Stomp is out. We'll give them the time to separate bottom lane.
Down bottom.
Super nearly ends up going down there. As they were chasing Eurus.
Now Jin-Q.
Yeah, he's going to look for Jin-Q. He might... Oh, the stun! Oh, and Faith Bian, he's going to be able to save Jin-Q. Stun comes in. He's going to be root up in a second, but not able to get quite back in on that. Both teams there nearly losing their supports down on this bottom lane.
They messed up a little bit there on the side of LGD. I think it was some miscommunication. Looks like Faith Bian wanted to go for the kill onto Super, and Jin-Q was kind of like second-guessing himself. As the root catches, though.
Oh, it does.
Super is
dragged back into another root as well.
Eurus does have 4 stick, but out of regen, they're going to have to bring some extra down there.
A super dangerous lane from.
Yeah.
See mid, Somnus. We've got up the CS. Pretty even here between the 2 of them.
Yeah. I like how Nothing to Say doesn't even attempt to go for the skewer build. He just goes for the straight farming. It's pretty cool. He's like, nope, I'm putting 3 points in Empower. If I get a lucky skewer and I kill him, then whatever. That would have been like some big mistake from Somnus, so he's just playing the more consistent farm skill build.
Yeah, maybe just sort of, just straight up respect. He's like,
Probably.
Somnus ain't going to get caught out by it, so...
Oh, bottom.
Waste a skill point. Oh. Doesn't want to keep diving there. Silence wearing off, knows that Faith Bian could have turned.
Picking up Raindrop now on Super, so he can at least absorb a little bit of the damage that's coming out from either the Chaos Bolt or one of those latches from the Bramble. Keeping themselves healthy. They're stabilizing that lane.
They really are, yeah. It's a very difficult lane for Elephant.
Look at Faith Bian. Like, he just wants to go for Super every time.
He's rather low here.
He wanted to, I think he just wanted to die. Like, I literally think he wanted to go back to base.
All right, well, Eurus was able to take him down before Super went out, so Jin-Q got himself some nice solo XP.
Right, like that literally looked like he knew he was dying.
He knew that was not a trade that you come out of alive. I mean, you go into that fight to die.
He's like, Jin-Q, you'll get the lane. You're fine. We're cool with this.
But you're right, I mean, they were both very low. They didn't have any regen on them.
He didn't want to spend any money on regen either. I thought he might spend his 900 gold on like a Helm of Iron Will or something like that, but nope. He was like, I'm buying boots, I'm buying wand, and I'm buying gloves. And I'm just going to die. And I just want to fight rather than go for farm. Very Faith Bian-esque. gonna say. In some trouble here.
Oh, Somnus might have this. He's got a lot of mana still. Oh,
He's got
no!
it, and the RP gets used. Woo.
Oh, well, there you have it. Somnus. He'll be smiling.
And it's a siege wave.
Yeah, that's huge. Solo kill, no RP for PSG.LGD. Very nice done by Somnus in bottom lane. They're able to kill off Faith Beyond again. All right, Elephant.
And it's a +2 this time.
And mid lane. Why? He's got to be a little cautious.
I actually really like that. I've been seeing a lot of these 5-position silencers just go 2-0-2. In this lane, I think this is really appropriate getting 1 point because Chaos Knight is a hero that starves on mana. You kill him once or twice, and you take his mana away, you get him that -2, he will start to suffer on his spellcasts. So I do like that Super put that secondary point there. 3-3.
Stupendous.
Elephant's starting to get some stacks up. I actually missed that stack. Whoopsie.
Have to be a bit more careful down in this bottom lane. I mean, Eurus off the back of those kills, he's he's got the 6. But not quite as easy to punish the bear as it was before.
And all 3 lanes actually have gone in favor of Elephant here.
Yeah, and I think that's something to be said about that because these lanes on paper, I don't think they're easy, but Elephant playing very, very smart.
And Yang barely missing any CS. He literally got every single one out of the tower there, even the catapult too. He's got treads, he's got double gauntlet bracer, all about the early base damage. Ame not behind by any means though. He's exactly the same as the Ursa. He does have that early first blood that is helping him a lot. Bottom. IOTP coming in.
Eurus is going for this. Stomp is out. We'll stop the chase for now. Turn with a stun, but of course no firepower for PSG.LGD to run back in on him with. I do keep Faith Beyond safe though, PSG.LGD. Only just. Gonna have to take that walk back to base. This game's certainly being slowed down now.
Yeah, maybe suiciding was not the best play. As now he does have the Helm of Iron Will queued up anyway afterwards. Does need a little bit more tankiness down there.
Invisibility.
Ooh, Somnus. He's invis, but I believe the invis did not finish popping when he was walking down in the river. So that obs actually caught him. The fade time was still going. So Yang, he's set up in a really good spot though, but Ame is sitting on 1300 HP. He still would probably die if he gets caught by the spear. But he's safe. He knew that rotation was coming. Somnus still hunting though. He's checking out the jungle, seeing if there's any stacks. He did not see the triple hard camp stack just yet.
Bottom lane.
Bottom.
Poking around with Eurus, but a little hesitant about committing, despite having the 3 of them there. Respecting that he had the ult. Maybe could have still been able to walk away with that up.
Somnus is about to steal the triple stack. He's found it.
Ooh, this is very nice. Somnus, I mean, already having a great start with that lane, that kill.
Oof, all of Y's work. It's just taken away. And he does find 2 neutral items, found himself an Arcane Ring, found himself a shovel, sent them back to base. Now also pressuring the mag a little. But now they know those stacks are stolen, so likely to be kind of sad on the side of PSG.LGD. But Ame now making his way toward bottom side. He's just farming Ancient since he knows his jungle's not safe. And Yang will take top tower. Very early. He's gonna have quick timing on his blink. And we did say that Elephant looked to pick this strategy for early game.
Yeah.
So if they're able to get that early blink timing, if Eurus has a good start, they can just look to dictate pace, go Roche.
Faith Beyond. He's got the backup of Y with the Storm. TP coming in from Yang. So if he can get in range here for the arena. Root is out, and he's going to step into the root, so won't be able to close the gap now.
A lot of rotations coming down from Elephant. And now Ame is able to... So something you don't really see too often is the carries going back up to that top lane. Even though it's, you know, that far pushed in, it can be sometimes not safe. He knows that the Mar is ported bottom.
Oh, there we go. If they got the chain locked down, they do.
Nice fear.
RP into the fear. Nothing to be done there by Somnus.
Great positioning, too. There's no way he gets out of there. That port bottom was maybe a bit ambitious on the side of Elephant. It got seen, it got stopped, and now LGD, with that information, they made some big hits. Sending the Morphling top to get free farm, hitting mid, killing the Storm Spirit. They've evened out that game, and they're getting stacks off in the meantime from the ET in the triangle. Elephant looking to at least punish a tower here again, as they know RP is down. Can they stop this? Low man on the Magnus, just got his bottle refilled. The tower's already gone. Bottom lane, hit beyond.
Pretty dead. He's actually going to pop the ult. Get the stun off, and that long stun might have just saved him. I think, yeah, it has indeed. Someone's not able to dive any deeper for that one. While over to the side, they'll lose FY. Rena's out. Yang setting up onto Jinkyu. Somnus making his way over as well. Jinkyu will get taken out. Somnus, he's looking for more. He's up to the high ground, gets the pull back onto Y. Couple of kills here again. Somnus getting active across the map here and getting very involved.
I think that's a blink now too. Yep, Yang's got it done. Super was not in range to get in there or to make the ET lose int, unfortunately. But nice hits from both sides. Nothing to say, is just playing the farm game. I think PSG.LGD knows. Like, they know if they just play the farm game this game, they're going to win if in later stages. So it's really up to Elephant to dictate pace and make all these successful movements, which they have been doing. Mid tower and top tower. Mid is a really important one. That is a huge courier kill. That is the defusal from the Ursa.
Wait, how did he lose his courier? Where was he?
He was farming Ancients on the Magnus, and he just hit it. Just flying over, so they know the positioning of the Ursa too.
Yeah, 2 minutes, no defusal.
His whole team is smoking in the area too.
And no Broom Handlever that was on there as well.
Oh, smoke gets revealed. Arcane Rune on Somnus. Spear off the mark. RP.
Oh, they were doing 2-man RP.
Global.
Underneath the tower. They got any follow though. It didn't look like Yang's actually able to step out of the side. FY will take him out of the fight for now. Somnus slips back as well. And, quite a few ornaments, so not really a whole lot happening there. Fabian has been found here as Eurus is able to step in, takes down the Chaos Knight. Fear catches FY as FY goes down. Eurus.
Beautiful global. That would have been disastrous if that global doesn't go off. Nothing to say now, jumping in.
I mean, he is, and look, he's managed to get the arena down. He's caught the three of them, but the spear's actually going to thread between all of them. Doesn't matter, Eurus still able to stay on top of targets, take down, nothing to say. A look over to Jinkyu, pull back with the Vortex of Somnus. Elephant, they'll come out on top of this fight.
Big play. Honest, super. Massive global there, turning around the entire initiation of PSG.LGD. They would lost both of their cores from that RP if he didn't get the global off there. Yeah, that's big. Now Eurus, whenever his courier respawns, he'll have an Old Clump plus the defusal. And it's right around Roche, as we said. They want to get that first Roche, dictate pace. Perfect stuff from Elephant so far here in this early game.
Very nice combo breakers. They're a little careful though with the respawns by the looks of it. PSG.LGD are all up.
ET is always annoying. They should still be able to commit and finish it because they have the IO keeping the Ursa pretty much full health with that urn. And I also did want to point out, different build we do see from FY. He's gone for 2 points in Spirit in the laning phase, then he's going back for Overcharge. And he's gone Soul Ring, Urn, and then Mac. Every single time I think we've seen it played so far, it's been Holy Locket, Max Overcharge with Max Tether, into Mac. So a little bit of a different style.
Eurus is low, but so is Roche. They'll stick in and I'll grab it. Aegis done, and that's the courier back up, so they'll have Defusal ready to go with.
They got quite a timing now. Wait, where does his courier go? Oh, there we go. It's flying past him.
Oh, bottom lane, Somnus. Straight in on a Faith Beyond. Knows that he's pretty far out alone. He's got the backup coming in as well. FY brings in Eurus. Faith Beyond will go down.
He did not lose in. Okay, I keep checking to make sure if he's losing int or not, because it's very important when he does. Yeah, Jinkyu is going to tip the Storm Spirit. Somnus is having a hell of a game. He's 3-2-2, but he's been incredibly active, just forcing movements, which is setting them up to have this successful early game. And LGD is just, like we said, just playing farm.
Oh, they're just
farming. They're gonna get picked off because
they are. Yang, another setup and catch it. Somnus shows his face once more.
3K lead. 10 kills on the side of Elephant. And with this Aegis too, they're very comfortable for the next few moments. That it's quite difficult for PSG.LGD to get anything. So I think we're going to see just a lot of creep hitting from the side of PSG.LGD for the next 5 minutes or so. Until they start feeling like they actually have counters to this global, I think we will probably see that.
Oh, Eurus.
Oh, okay.
Not able to quite stop it. It's a little close, but Eurus will move himself down to the bottom lane, and it's about 1,600 gold off the BKB. So he'll have that, I mean, definitely before the Aegis times out, and almost certainly, you know, having the opportunity to look for fights during it. Yang in the river. He's out with a blink, and as you say, PSG.LGD just avoiding any sort of conflict right now. No interest in fighting them.
Yep, they do have the blink on the Magnus, so they could look to set up RPs if they see somebody split off completely on the side, but also there's a global, so more than likely most of the time if you blink RPs, it's gonna get covered, and you follow up.
Somnus.
Nice. Whoa. Why?
Nice. Gonna take himself a freebie. Why? He's away from anybody else. Another one for Somnus.
I mean, why did he just like kind of walked in and handed his life? It felt like there.
Yeah, he was just. Yeah, there was
no
living there.
He saw
he was on the high
too,
ground. Yeah.
He just continued to walk in. And they'll leave Yang top, and they'll actually pull the Storm Spirit mid with the IO instead of bringing the Mars back toward there, since there was some farm, and Somnus wants to be in a safer spot. They're getting real rich. This is a Bloodstone, I believe, completed already on our Storm Spirit. 17 minutes in. So if they keep getting these chain kills, these sequences of kills, he's just going to continue to get stronger and stronger in this early game. Finds himself a Grove Bow too. That's going to be really nice for Somnus. Great pace of the game right now for them.
What?
Oh, top.
Yang's already got the setup. I mean, it's a little close to tier 2 though, so we'll see if Somnus sees a chance to zip in on this. The arena's down, global as well. There's the zip forward. They've been able to catch one. Vortex drag back on the morph, but there's the counterplay. In with the RP onto the two of them. They'll take down Yang. Somnus has to get out. He's starting to run low on mana. FI just steward straight back into the splitter. So PSG.LGD this time will be able to punish, despite, you know, Elephant getting a good jump there with the global silence. They just didn't quite have enough damage to kill Arme during that silence.
Patience from, honestly, patience from both sides there, the way they initiated. Elephant, you saw Yang jump, and the Storm Spirit, Somnus was ready to jump in immediately, but he waited. Yeah. He hesitated because he knew there was going to be some type of follow-up, so ends up surviving because of that, as Fit Beyond.
Looking pretty dead here. Eurus will jump over as well. He's going to try and arm this toggle his way out.
-2. He's actually picking up an Aether Lens, by the way, on the CK, so that he's going to have mana and cast range always. Cast range is nice, but I think in this game, too, when he's starting to lose int versus the Silencer, it might even be necessary for him to have that. And Elephant still feeling their power surge here. They've got a smoke. They're all gathered around mid.
Right, is he going to go for the Octarine build?
On the CK?
On the CK.
Yeah, possibly.
I have seen it before.
He could just be
it's good. I'm set. It's good.
I thought he might actually do
Octarine Rush.
I thought he might do Aghanims, to be honest, because he has Morphling on his team. But
that's true.
And it's a Dispel.
But the Octarine CK is low-key legit, I'm telling you.
Well, the thing... Oh, wait for a second here. Shinkyu does go down. The thing about the Aghanims on CK, if you do have a way to Dispel the global off yourself, and then you Ags Phantasm...
Look at Eurus. Eurus just going in with this Age. He's got 20 seconds left on it, bear in mind.
He has BKB, though, so he feels very safe.
Let's see. I mean, ideally, he wouldn't mind if the Age got... But yeah, he's under the tier 2.
He got skewered.
I mean, he was like, all right, we'll start the fight here. He's just laid down an arena underneath the tier 2. He'll back off.
He's not going to survive.
He's definitely creating a bit of a distraction, but yeah, cost him his life. They do manage to get 2 kills elsewhere, and the Age is now timing out.
18 Bloodstones already paying off there for Somnus. Going straight back for the Orchid, and they get the tower as well out of that movement. And did they even have to use BKB? They did not. So still a 9-seconder on Eurus. But I'm telling you, do the Ag CK. If he's able to get, if they have like a Lotus,
I like the Ag CK.
And then you ult, and you remove all global. You move global off your entire team.
You get the Aether Lens, you get the Shard, and then you get the Octarine. And then
that's way too much gold.
Days.
Way too much gold.
Hey, he'll get it. I mean, he said, you know, PSG.LGD, they're farming.
They are playing, and they found a Philly.
Like, all right, we're going to farm.
Look at that. They found a Philosopher's Stone as well.
Faith's like, you know, let me give a Shard on the Octarine.
No, but the timing for them, I would say, is it's the Aghanims on the Morphling, right? He is 2 components on his way now there. He's got Manta. He also finds, of course, another Shawl, which I feel like every Morphling finds. Sure, it's been nerfed. Still extremely strong on Morphling, especially when you're going with this build, turning into a Willow. As your hits all become magical. So, lots of damage.
Somnus, of course, going to hit some great timings here. Bloodstone into the Hex.
Oh, he's going to go back. Okay, cool. He switched it up. He had Orchid queued, but he sees the Manta. Like, Manta's already done on the Morphling. He wants something. He wants the Ame killer, and that's what that is. I like that he switched it. 3K lead.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
So I've got the BKB now. Nothing to say.
Ooh, they're smoking. 4 in the mid lane. Global is up.
Radiant structures.
If they can find super, that would be yeah, certainly the way to start.
He's been sneaky though. 0, 2, and 12 just chilling in the back lines. Only died during laning phase. They see the Isle spirits.
Yeah, they're struggling to be able to get in onto their own high ground here.
They're gonna just commit onto the Isle.
Okay, they'll take him.
Oh, and Global actually gets wasted. Oh, Elephant's gotta hide. Run and hide for 120.
Get the hell out, everybody.
Run and hide for 2 minutes.
You've not got the global. It has been used.
He has to just wait. Like he has the global after RP almost every time. That one was just a skewer. He just has to be a little bit more patient. And with that, PSG.LGD now will set up for the mid tower, and they do have RP at the ready with a BKB on Nothing to Say. Yeah, they're just gonna keep it up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Can't be making those type of mistakes.
And they're looking for another kill as expected. As you say,
yeah.
with global use, they're just going for action.
He's 200 from BKB. They're gonna scan, so they know PSG.LGD is in the area. But without global, without the BKB on the Mars, could be a pretty tough fight. No vision right now that PSG.LGD has behind the tower. We do see Y sneaking in. He's gonna look to place a ward down. He's thinking about it. Okay, he's gonna place that one. Super looked like he was trying to place a ward too. And again, we have a switch. So Somnus switches it for a 3rd time from the Orchid to the Hex to now getting a BKB instead, and then gonna go back for the Hex. So wants to cover himself versus the annoying Willow. I think the Brambles and everything are very frustrating, so you can definitely see why he'd want to do that. And it just lets him commit. He can just full out commit for a hero with that BKB. Yeah, name of the game is farm. PSG.LGD starting to be able to hit creeps a lot more than they were before. Stacking some Ancients. They've got Philosopher's Stone, so they get the natural gold on the Willow. And Nothing to Say is going to go for an Orchid of his own after the disassemble play, which I think we've gotten used to seeing now.
Global back
Global's
up.
back.
Yeah.
All right, now
time to try and make
Elephant can now
play
show themselves on lanes again. 2 minutes where they had to just literally sit back.
It's very important when Super drops that ult.
Yep. And the Ags is done. So
Okay.
Ame, he's at Come Here Willow. He's not quite level 18.
How many points?
As we say, that's always the big timing is you get 18, so you have the permanent uptime pretty much, only 4-second downtime during it. So Ame looking to finish that one. And then, yeah, time to turn into either Willow. So this is actually a good thing, right? Either Willow or ET. It's most of the time going to be Willow, but some of the situations Willow might die. So then he can just, you know.
He's got a fallback. Yeah,
he's got a fallback, exactly. It's nice. Because that is what happens a lot of the times when I've seen this strategy run, is teams start being like, all right, we're no longer focusing more. If we focus the Willow, we could take the Willow out of the fight before he's able to turn into that Willow. So, but yeah, waiting for that 18. Might be a fight before that,
Somnus is trying to find something, but Yang not able to get the latch there with the spear, and now
BKB forced.
He's had to pop it. Oh, mate. This child's starting to try and go to work here as the Willow, and it's working. Yang getting pretty low here as he now has to back off. Global
again.
Oh, not. I mean, they got to run.
They
sure
do.
Weren't the global.
Oh,
nice relocate though. FY.
Beautiful. And BKB is wasted on Nothing to Say. Does have a regen rune, so he was out of mana, but he's going to be able to keep himself healthy inside the fight. And the Bramble's down. And the stomp.
Eurus still has a BKB though. Still got a BKB ready to use. Trying to get Somnus. He's actually going to go straight in over towards Y. Gets himself on top of the Elder Titan. Y will go down. I'm not going to get it. Fear over to the side, pushing back Eurus, but the silence kicks in onto the Willow. Fabian comes in onto Yang. Trying to go in onto this Mars, but Yang's pretty tanky. Finally falls into the illusions. Eurus jumps over to Fabian. Arme's off to the side now. Nothing to say on Y. Maybe seeing if they can get back in on this. Y did buy back for this fight.
This is the most important. This is the most important time in the game for Elephant, because they have to secure the second rush. Otherwise, the game is going to start to get more and more difficult as it progresses. Important thing too was Ame was still level 17 when he used the morph there, so it was not that permanent uptime for the Willow. He ran out midway, so he didn't really full commit. Now he's got it, though. So now he's going to be that Willow every single
they're going again.
Of the fight. And they're going to look again.
No global.
No global. No Mars either.
This is, yeah, this could be a difficult rush without these tools at their availability. And the Elephant, no. They can't really straight up go for the Roche whilst PSG.LGD is as close as they are.
They lost both of their wards, too, in the area, so now they're playing blind about that high ground. And it's a constant scouting. ET Spirit is constantly looking at them there, and it gives you the vision to be able to hit them with that Morphling Willow. So they're not safe even inside the pit. Beyond pushing them away with his Phantasm.
Oh, nothing to say, he's in. He's able to get the skewer back on Eurus. Eurus will turn towards, nothing to say. In fact, just commits onto the Magnus. Nothing to say, ends up dying now with a zip over towards Faith Beyond. Somnus, he's got the control onto the CK. Arme inside the pit, he's got to back off with the waveform. He's up to the high ground, he's out of there. Yang drops the arena to contain the Willow. And this is going to be another kill for them as Jingchu gets speared over towards the wall. Arme's still trying to fight. He's looking towards FY.
Yang's absorbing
get the last hit in those. FY is able to get away. Somnus zips over. Global. It's back up. They've got the lockdown. The spears in onto Arme. Elephant, they'll be able to take down 4.
Huge fight. Beautiful Global. Great way of just sitting back, resetting. Yeah, Nothing to say is the one who forced the fight.
He started it.
He got bashed. I think he was trying to get BKB up. He gets bashed. And that just ruins the entire sequence of everything for them there.
That falls apart completely.
Great fight for Elephant.
Well, with that, yeah, easy Roche. Second one this game here for Elephant. Had a good timing, and things are definitely back on track for Elephant, and with the pace in mind that they want to play at.
Yep. And Eurus now, after that, 8-0-6. After that Bash was picked up, he pretty much has a full Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, he's massive, yeah, 17k net worth.
So they have that BKB piercing lockdown that they have been missing.
And with that blink, easily able to close the gap and also dodge the initiation. Sometimes with nothing to say when he's trying to get in with a blink RP himself. Quick fingers, and Eurus can play around that.
And they can just multi-initiate now with Global. Storm can jump in, Yang can jump in, Eurus can jump in.
It's a
go
lot.
For everybody. Like Storm can go for ET, Eurus can go for somebody else, Yang can go for. They can all pick and choose their targets now easily inside of the fights because of this.
Yeah, that was a very painful team fight for PSG.LGD. Heavily
and they forced it. That's the thing. They were the ones who started it.
And they kind of tried to keep it going. I mean, even up until the last moment, Same was still there trying to fight back as the morph into the Willow, and he couldn't do it on his own. And
there's a really important interaction that we did get to see, of course, is even though the Morphling's able to hit people with Willow, Yang can just turn Bulwark on it and absorb, protect his teammates versus that obnoxious Willow Morphling. It's really important that he can do that, especially when he has BKB available, since most of the damage that comes out when you are in that Axe Willow form as Morphling is going to be magical. BKB, Bulwark, it's not going to take too much damage at all.
Tier 2's taken. Somnus continues well on the way towards the Hex after the Bloodstone and the BKB. So yes, he's got those juicy 23 charges on him right now. He is on quite the roll here as the Storm. And now with a smoke up, Elephant ready to go again. Global, it's up.
I mean, both cores are having phenomenal games. 8-0-6 Eurus, 10-2-7 Somnus.
This is great stuff here from Elephant. And on the day where it really counts, as we said, Elephant fighting to get a spot in the upper bracket. At least get a chance at a spot.
Long range attack from the Quiver. We'll find that courier. Yeah, great itemization. I'm loving what Elephant's got right now. They've been going for the Halberd next onto Yang, so he's going to be able to disarm that Morphling in a lot of situations. I think everything so far for them has been going really nice, except for like that one Global which slipped up. Everything's been flawless.
Look at Somnus, big zip, but why? Whew, he's out.
Now he's probably going to buy a Dust and replace one of his items with it immediately when that happens.
He's actually got the gem.
It's just a gem. Okay, yeah, even better.
Gem's
an
out
upgrade.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that. Because their lineup is all about keeping this pace and just keeping ahead right now, keeping this 10k advantage. Don't let PSG.LGD get information out on the map, get that farm going, because like we said, they do have crazy late game scaling, and right now, this is Elephant's jam, this mid game, with the Ursa, with the Storm, being able to hunt constantly. And like you said, Hex almost done for the Storm, so Ahmed's game.
Ahmed, they're going to try and jump in on a Faith Beyond. With the BKB pop, there's nothing the rest of PSG.LGD can do to push Eurus back.
Starting to fall apart for PSG.LGD.
I mean, a lot of weight on Arme's shoulders here to just something quite spectacular as the morph. Which you say he's got the tools to do so this game with Willow as the side.
Look at Somnus though, with the reload coming in too. Doesn't quite have the Hex just yet. Does get the pull? He does.
He does. No escape for Arme, and he's the one that counts. This morph needs to be able to carry PSG.LGD with the way they're falling behind, and if him off the map for 70 seconds, was he nothing to say, going for an RP in the mid, but there's not really anything to follow it up at
damage.
all.
I'm really surprised he's just.
I mean, one of them's dead. Why? But he's not getting out. Eurus, one more hit. Oh, the stun. Eurus. He will go down the one. So White actually able to live. Faith Beyond's now turning over towards Super. Super will push him back with the Psychic Headband. The stun coming in. Super, is he going to die to the illusions? He will. With the zip over from Somnus, Elephant will manage to punish Faith Beyond for going out for that kill onto the silencer. So now it's 3 dead on PSG.LGD.
Bit of a weird go by PSG.LGD.
I mean, that
jumping in with the RP without the morph.
Yeah, that's never really going to work.
Maybe feeling a bit desperate.
I guess so. They knew Arme was down for 70 seconds, so nothing to say, just trying something. But now there's no RP for the high ground defense. So
that's a Rax. Still 10 seconds without the morph and the Willow. So
easy Rax, man.
Yep. And they can't even step up. Eurus, he's got Blink and Abyssal. Nothing to stay even steps up like even a little bit more. He's just going to get Blink Abyssal and full comboed on. 15k gold lead.
Yeah, big lead now. Elephant, they've really hit the timing. So we'll see it again. Goes for this RP, but they have the split up, but it's just never. Like, that's not going to be enough at this stage to kill these heroes, especially going on Eurus. He still had a minute left on the Aegis. So even if they did get him the once, it's not really going to achieve too much at all. And he would have been ready to fight, and RP wouldn't have been ready for the next one.
It's just been smooth now. This mid game after that Roche fight in the area.
Yeah, it feels like Elephant's cruising. I mean, 27 charges on Somnus and Bloodstone. I mean,
one of the most.
He's having a great time. In with a Hex, they're jumping forward. Somnus, he's got the BKB. And not got anything to go for a PSG, so they have to back off. Nothing to say, we'll get out with the BKB. So Yang does get put up to the high grounds. They take out the Mars.
They do have to still be a little bit careful, not to overextend too much. They did not have Global at the start of that go. Supers came up, I think, right in between all of it.
I've got the full E-Blade now on Arme, so might stand a bit of a better chance of bursting someone at the start of the fight.
Can also protect teammates versus that Ursa now. Could be pretty useful. They have been struggling a little bit versus him. Nice to still farm for PSG.LGD, but they have their item timings. The thing is that Elephant just has too many good timings themselves. They're just too far ahead. Yeah. And now BKB on, or sorry, DD rune on the Storm Spirit 2 on top of that Hex that he had picked up from before that we saw revealed. It's scary for Ahmed to just get his split and try to get his farm. It might just be PSG.LGD looking for fights right now. They have 15 seconds until Mars is up. Maybe they try to go for something.
Got the full Bloodthorn on nothing to say, so maybe with the RP and the Bloodthorn they'll have enough damage to take someone down during it. They'll try with the smoke, but yeah, everything's up for Elephant. Super, if he's got positioning, able to get that global off again, it's going to make things rather awkward for PSG.LGD when they attempt the jump.
He's been on point. Except for the one. He's been on point. Well, one or two of the globals. He's been on point, but his positioning has been on point, never getting picked off first.
Dire are scanning.
Seems to be both teams will completely miss each other here. Opposite halves of the map. Elephant, they will reveal Yang, just push the wave round, start to look towards that last tier 2 that stands on the map on PSG.LGD's side of things.
They really are just getting a bit too much farm. And there's not really too many solutions for, let me see what the supports don't have the best solutions for this global. Like, why? I mean, he's got a Glimmer. He's just going to be global the whole duration. The Willow does have a Yules. Magnus has BKB. Morph has Manta. CK has nothing. So, this, yeah, still, global is just going to be extremely potent. 37 minutes almost there, though. And I know most people, at least me, tier 4 items are one of the things that do work really well versus the Silencer. You start getting these, like, flickers. You start getting the Witchbane to dispel each other, too. So we'll start to get some more solutions, at least versus Super's global in about a minute or so.
All right, big zip time. Somnus. He's going to see if he can find Jinkyu. He's going to
committing.
go for that. He may have blinked him. Ooh, is he going to keep committing? He's not.
No, can't do that.
Doesn't want to go for the high ground.
You don't see Magnus. You're the horn toss into like, an RP. Even with global coverage, he's going to be able to RP you after the horn toss.
Mid. Hey, they got the jump. They got the global. They're able to get it onto Arme. Arme's dead. Quick jump. That'll do the job. Can PSG.LGD get anything in return? They're looking at Yang. Yang's still got a BKB. And if he feels threatened here, so he's going to be more than okay. Casually stepping his way out of there. Nothing to say. We'll bring him back in. Now the BKB will come out. Oh, I guess the spear off. Oh, hang on. Eurus.
Buyback.
He's pretty deep here. And indeed with that buyback from Arme, Eurus has got to get out. At least try his best to do so. He's on the run. He's actually going to step into the route, though. Gets pulled back by the CK.
Uh-oh.
That shoots down.
Ahmed's in position. They have to sack him, yeah. Just let him die. Immediately, Somnus ditched so fast. He knew how bad the fight looked there. I think FY, he missed the relocate, right? Or did he get pulled, the skewer pulled him and he couldn't get the relocate onto him?
I think so, right. I was trying to say Yang out.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, buyback.
They're actually going to buy back themselves.
I guess they want to fight for the Roche. They what they do. But, I mean, if the question is Eurus going to buy back as well? I mean, he's the big one. He's dead for a minute.
Oh, and there's a free Aghanims. If Faith Beyond gets a free Aghanims, that's their full global deterrent.
Oh,
he doesn't have a way to dispel it off himself first, initially.
True.
But if he does,
then...
Let's see who actually takes it.
Somnus is in. He's going to start things. The shift has already been over. If they kill Arme brought back.
He's got Aegis, though.
But he has got the Aegis, indeed. He's got the cheese. He's holding everything at the moment, Arme.
Right,
literally everything. He's also holding the Ags.
Yeah, he
could it all up.
So who are the most valuable ones?
I think it's got to be.
I think it would like
CK
just because it gives him the but it's also ET. That's the thing, because then the ET can play completely different.
Actually, maybe the ET then. Yeah, maybe ET. I think you're right.
I think it's going to be
why. He did start to build it, but
Innocence is looking. He's like, oh, let's see.
Give it a what? No, why?
Oh, they gave it a. Really? Oh. Mask of Madness on Jinkyu as well.
I thought, I was like, okay, why is getting the Ags and the Mask of Madness? But no, yeah, indeed.
Well, because
it's the thing is Jinkyu getting the Ags and the Mask of Madness.
If I'm not mistaken, Jinkyu had a component, and he sold it.
I thought that was why you had a component, so but I think you're right. I think it was Jinkyu. I saw an Ogre Club and a Core Star. I was like, oh yeah, that's the ET buying Ags and Mask of Madness. But no, it was Jinkyu.
Jinkyu had Ogre Axe, he sold it, and he switched from Mask. So now they have double
Willow.
Double Shadow Realms blasting, and that gold lead's gone completely. And that's that blessing, of course, that comes in. And
a bit of a, big bit of a swing there.
Yep, and a Satanic about to be finished for Ame too, so another way to dispel. And now, as we mentioned, tier 4 items. So Stormcrafter, that's one of them. Flicker is the other one, and then Witchbane is the other one. So 3 different items, if they do get them, that will be just instantly dispelling global off of their team too. But we'll see which ones they do get, of course. Spell Prism. Ame will love that. Infinite, now it's no down.
Permanent.
Yep, now it's permanent. Yep. There's one of the Flicker, and okay, so they did get one of them.
That's pretty nice.
They got 2 of them now. They got Stormcrafter and Flicker, so Global's going to be deleted off of 2 heroes instantly.
They should have given the Ags to the CK. Because then, as you said, he could have just flickered.
Well, they didn't know they were going to get the Flicker, right?
I mean, well,
but yeah, if they had the Flicker, maybe they would have given it to him because Flicker, and then you just ult and it removes Global off everybody. But yeah, so
that would have been legit.
Yeah, I think that would have been a pretty cool thing.
That could have actually been game winning.
Jump in, Storm Somnus, big jump. Actually able to solo kill the Magnus. Now he's grabbed.
I mean, yeah, but Yang's here. He's going to jump forward. BKB's out.
Reload.
So thinking get back in. Fabian's pretty tanky, but with Eurus on top of them, there's no chance. The E-Blade is giving him the protection. He's able to get out with the Ghost form.
FY.
And now,
whoa, my goodness.
What the hell? FY just like got destroyed.
Waveform attack target when you're in Willow form.
He literally just died.
You're hitting for 700. If you waveform through them, you're hitting them for 1,000 damage because it's the Willow attack, it's your auto attack, and it's the waveform. So it's quite ridiculous how much damage it does.
I think when you see that and the mechanics work together in that sort of strength, I feel it's like, okay, well, it's actually just GG. If that's the damage that's going to be coming out from Arme, that was quite
and
something.
And the skewer, Yang.
He's not got BKB.
He does not, and he does not have buyback. Oh my goodness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
PSG.LGD.
Yep. That might just be the end.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Elephant. They had a nice
Elephant
try
still has a gold lead, and they still have a win. They're still ahead in win probability, by the way, on the graph.
They're losing 2 sets around. I think, they just need to catch up there on the graph.
Yeah, they're just a little bit in the past.
Give it a few seconds, and I think you'll see that win probably go maybe even up to the 80s or 90s here for PSG.LGD off the back of those last 3 moves.
Probably I don't think it could have been like scripted any worse there for Elephant at that point, where they dive a little deep, they get skewered on the Ursa, he dies, and then Roche respawns, and LGD gets a Roche and just wins the game because of it.
Yeah.
Look how much gold they've gotten now, the swing. Like, everybody's got a full item on the side of PSG.LGD.
Yeah, that graph's still ticking, and it's going to keep moving. Yeah, that hurts for Elephant now. You've lost complete momentum, that whole advantage you did have. And, yeah, Arme's ready to kill everybody. He is absolutely ready to kill everyone.
Yeah, now he has 2 waveforms. So, you know, if you wanted to do the math of that one, if he waveforms through a target as a Willow, it's 1,000. If he waveforms through again, it's another 1,000, or more than that even. So he's going to be pretty much just one-shotting these supports if he waveforms through them.
Full Scardy as well. He's got the money. Very rich after that last engagement, Arme.
My lord, yeah. Very likely to not die. 53 armor as well. And now they're starting to, they just have control of the map. And yeah, you can see Elephant, they're positioning. They're just like, oh boy, we have lost control completely of this game. Even though Somnus is 13, 2, and 10 with a 29 Bloodstone.
I mean, he's still living in, he's having a great life here.
Literally, like, I mean, even Eurus is 10, 1, and 7. Like, this is insane.
Like I don't think they could be doing much better, those two. I mean, they're certainly doing their best here on the course. And things are just kind of falling apart around them.
Faith Beyond is 1 and 10. Putting all these type of things into perspective, right? But he is that sacrifice for his team a lot of the times just to let Arme do Arme things. Yeah, the kills are very deceptive this game, 28-17.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Elephant, I'm going to find Faith Beyond.
Let's see.
He's out of the fight to start things off.
They held the global too, so they did not overcommit for this kill. And Yang does have a refresher for a second go.
He's going to try and zip in for another, but he has been sent up in the air. Silence comes out. BKB from Somnus. He looks to jump over towards Arme. The second arena comes into play. Yang has managed to catch them all, but Arme's out with the waveform. Arme now looking to turn as he shifts into the Dark Willow. The damage is done. Yang will fall.
With the Bloodthorn, that is just nasty.
That is indeed Yang down again. 90 seconds.
And that's the double ult.
Buyback. They could look for the megas here, PSG.LGD.
Yep. Double ult was used, double BKB was used, global was used. Somnus does get a couple kills there, does have 31 Bloodstone charges, but without those ults, might be too difficult for them to hold.
Let's see what they can do.
See if they can catch Y.
Is that always that? You know, Somnus, you always get the 2 overload attack bounce nowadays?
Yeah, that's like what most people are doing. Lately.
Even in this sort of position where, I guess maybe the game is in a different position.
Stomp on Ursa. FY.
See, they've got the grab back on, nothing to say. There's nothing to say. He's going to get out to the side. Will still die. Somnus able to kill him, but he's pretty much used all of his mana. So Somnus has got to back off. Super will buy back. Eurus, he's been caught by Faith Beyond. Eurus tries to turn, but the damage from Arme is too much. Eurus is out for 2 minutes. This is going to be the bottom racks, and almost certainly the game here for PSG.LGD.
These guys are too good.
Oh, yeah, Elephant, they got so close to potential victory. I mean, maybe with Somnus.
He's trying his hard
He's trying his best.
Uh-oh, but he's been
now
stunned.
He's going to die. He has buyback. Somnus really against the world right now.
He's trying his damnedest.
He's trying his best here, but everybody else is dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's tier 4s. That's going to be game. But 5 seconds. Yeah. Let's see Yang.
Let's see.
Yang,
I mean,
and
they're
going to give respect.
Go on.
They're going to give respect. They're back up there like, yo, Yang, and Somnus is still scary.
I mean, Somnus, bless him, he's 14, 3, and 12. Yeah, I don't think he could be doing much more.
No.
He really couldn't, but the whole world is falling apart around him. Oh, he actually nearly able to get Y there on the TP out.
Would have been a big kill, too. That would have been a dieback. Would have been no ET for about 100 seconds or so.
I mean, can Somnus carry this is the storm?
It's looking pretty impossible, no. They're just a mega
Can he carry?
I want to say no. Nope. He needs more help. Is the problem.
He's just on his own.
Yeah. And the thing is, Eurus is still huge at this point, but they're just once his BKB is gone, like the amount of control that comes out between these heroes on the side of LGD is just
does
insane.
a couple of zips across him and he's dead.
Yeah.
Waveform.
The thing is, Arme also gets, when you're morphling, you also get all these different control as well. You have Brambles, so then you have Brambles from the 2 of them. You have Cursed Crowns that's coming out from the 2 of them, and he has a Spell Prism, so it's even faster cooldowns. It's Roche, 45 seconds. Faith Beyond now has a BKB, finally, to cover himself, as he didn't have that the whole game. He was just, every time he got jumped on global, he couldn't do anything. Now he's got something to protect him. I saw Q in the last fight, if you saw the way he did the fight. He saw Silencer, he blinked behind him into the base and solo killed him. It's 20 seconds. Faith Beyond already celebrating on his CK in the pit, taunting, spamming his armlet on and off over and over and over again. And they're just waiting. Elephant, they're going to smoke out, but they're going to... I mean, these waves are already starting to push in. Somnus, he's going to be the one to deal with them. This is definitely quite scary. Let's see, Q waiting. The brambles, look at the brambles. Just positioned perfectly to block everything off.
Yang's going to jump in.
Okay.
They're going to start on the Willow. Eurus has already put the BKB. Very early BKB here from Eurus.
Very early.
It's going to start wearing off soon. Eurus, is he actually able to get any kills out of this? He's going to get dragged back by Faith Beyond. He's been buffed up by FY. Somnus in with a zip. They will take down the Willow, but now the RP comes into play. Arme is going to turn over towards the Storm. Now zips over towards Super. Looks for the easy kills first. He'll get it. Takes down Silencer. Faith Beyond getting abyssaled by Eurus. But indeed, the Megas are doing it. Someone's going to need to defend the Ancient.
And they can't.
Defend the Ancient.
They can't.
Hello.
There's a fight going on. They need to. And GG is called as the creeps will finish off the Ancient.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. PSG.LGD. They certainly made Elephant feel like they had a chance this game, I think. And then they were like, nah, we're good. We're going to take the win.
Somnus played his absolute heart out.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them really did.
Tried.
Him and Eurus, look, Eurus 10, 3, and 10. They still had this phenomenal kill score, but it's just one little slip up when you're pushing a base versus this crazy scaling lineup.
Yeah.
One mistake. That's all it really takes around when Roche spawns, and that's just the game. Elephant just again and again continuing to impress. This one, they bled a lot though. They gave up a lot of kills. This one really did look like Elephant had the much better chance to take the game, but yeah, mistakes are the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they showed it here. I mean, PSG.LGD can sort of swing around a game where they sort of get that far behind with this, like the Morph Willow. I think that's definitely something that's going to be jumping back to the top of other teams' radars when they're going against them. And probably not going to be something that we see get let through in a lot of situations, I feel. I mean, Arme on the Morph having a fantastic time. And yeah, even with sort of the chaos and teammates dying throughout the mid-game around him, it's just a little bit too strong at the end of it all.
Especially if you have duo supports like an IO Silencer. If you're completely limited with like no stuns on your two supports, then that's where like the Morphling might just be a big glare. So maybe looking back on that, they'll think about it again. But
no, at the end of it all, it really was just sort of the jump of Yang and the bashes of the Ursa really that gave them any sort of chance of bringing down Arme. Other than that, yeah, Arme was.
But they still owned it. The thing is that they played so damn well in the early game, so they're probably looking at this. Everything is fine. We just made a mistake. So that could also be the biggest thing because it did look fine.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, and we'll go to PSG.LGD. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for Game 2 right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're halfway through the series here between PSG.LGD and Elephant. I'm Eddie Pixel here with Fogged. Game 1 we just had, very back and forth. Quite the comeback from PSG.LGD after what looked to be a game that Elephant did have a pretty good hold on.
Yeah, I mean, very back and forth, but it was more like back and then 1/4, of course, from LGD. Just a swift execution of Elephant. And if any game was a game for Elephant to win, it was that one versus LGD.
Yeah, like they're not winning that one.
Like, Somnus was crushing it. Everyone's doing a great job. They make like literally 1 or 2 mistakes. But this is just LGD in a nutshell lately. Even if they're behind in kills, even if they're behind in like 10, 15K, etc., they draft for late game. They almost always have late game secured with their drafts, and that's exactly what this one was. So, yeah, I mean, Elephant, the pressure's on them here.
And then as I was saying, I think the scary thing about PSG.LGD there, it did kind of feel that they were like, you know what, let's kind of let this game go down the pan and then see if we can recover it. Yeah. You know, I felt like they were kind of testing themselves, because it was a bit all over the place in the mid-game, some sort of awkward RPs, awkward jumps.
Sure.
And then they were like, all right, now we have set the stage, we'll challenge ourselves to win it, and then boom, they win it. Yeah. So that's pretty terrifying.
It really is.
A team that seemingly can just, at the flick of a switch, be like, yep, we're going to win the game now.
Yep.
And then they win the game.
Yep, and I would have the same exact draft. Bring it back. Right, now they're going to pick Storm. No hesitation.
I mean, and this is, this is what you want to be doing anyway.
Look at the bans.
When you considered, you secured first in the group, you don't want to show anything different. Just pick the same stuff.
The bans were done before the Storm was even picked. Did you see that? Rubik instantly banned again before the Storm was even finished being picked. Puck instantly banned on the other side. And both teams just have such clear understanding of each other, just playing with each other. Of course, there's an FY on one side too, also. So obviously going to ban that Rubik if you're playing with the Magnus. And yeah, the puck. I mean, that's just always been super crippling if you're going to play.
So so if Elephant lose this game, are they guaranteed lower bracket?
I don't believe.
Because if they lose this game,
6-8.
They've got another series to play, right?
Mm-hmm. It's depending on
They've
Spirit.
still got another series to play, so they'll still have a say in it. Yeah, it does still depend on the other results.
On
so even if they lose this game, there's still a chance they can make it to the upper bracket. Yeah, Elephant. So it's not the end of the world for them.
But they still have, I think they have 2 more matches after this.
No. They've got 12 games. This is about to be the 14th, and then they'll have to play the 16. Right? They usually play 8 times 2. Play 8 times 2. They played 6 times 2. This is going to be 7 times 2 and then 8 times 2.
Yeah, so I mean, their fate's not in their hands.
They got one more series after this, which is let's have a look actually. Which is who are they playing later today? Elephant are also going to be playing Quincy Crew. So that's going to be an important game then. That's probably that could gear up to be a very important game here. Last series of the day.
Yep.
Elephant versus Quincy.
Looks like we have the exact same bans as the last game, by the way. So for those of you who were not here,
yep.
Just a little bit. Oh, we do have a little bit of change up here, though.
A little bit of change up.
For those who were not here, the Void makes sense. Just super strong hero when you are playing with these combos with the ET, as we've seen LGD do. Invoker, same thing. Just really strong combo plays that we've been seeing. So spans always are going to make sense. And on the other side, yeah, the Doom and the Slardar.
10 seconds.
Just popular heroes that Elephant likes to play. And Doom overall, we've been seeing so much from the Chinese teams that, of course, the priority's up there. But yeah, Sky, a little bit of a change up. So it looks like PSG.LGD, of course, they got smashed very hard in this early game. They want to start switching it up a bit. Want a better solution, at least, versus that Storm Spirit.
I mean, Elephant, will they go for the Silencer again, or do you think they're not going to be huge fans of having this sort of Silencer IO, lack of lockdown support combo, other than the global? Like, what did you think about it?
I mean, they played such a damn good game.
The globals were.
They're probably so tempted. They're probably like, do we just Silencer Mars again? Like.
I mean, because you're right. They were winning. They were on the verge of closing the game up.
The first Warlock of the tournament.
Oh, damn.
Excuse me.
Warlock.
I'm gonna check to make sure.
I think you're right.
But I'm pretty sure.
I don't think we've had any Warlock.
Oh, God. I tabbed out and Kyle's face was there.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, it is the first Warlock. Yep, well, it's one of the unpicked. Warlock, Zeus,
there
Omni,
we go.
OD, etc.
All right. So, what's sort of why the Warlock? Or what do you think they say about what the carry pick's going to potentially be here?
It's the Warlock used to be looked at as a traditional counter versus Skywrath because you stop the spam, the harassment. You just shadow or heal, and you're fine. So you're able to be that deterrent versus it. However, again, it's going to be setting them up with no stuns on their 2 supports. So playmaking is going to have to be extremely active from both the Night Stalker and Storm. So it can be a bit more difficult, but it does provide them more damage as well. But now PSG.LGD, they're just going to grab a DK, so same thing. They're hiding that last pick. Exactly the same as last time.
Well, this time around, they're saving Arme's pick to last, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Because last time, you know what I mean? Last time they picked Arme, so they had the
Yep,
option between the mid and the off lane.
Yeah.
Which I guess still they do here, right? DK, Magnus, you could do those either way.
I guess they could still flex them. You
know what I mean?
At the end of the day,
it probably is still just going to be Magnus mid, though, and they'll do the DK off lane, though, right? Or you think it's much more likely to put the DK mid this time?
I think the DK mid might be more likely.
But
who knows? Who knows at this point? We don't really know. Actually, you know what? It's Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond's going to be the sacrificial DK.
You know what I mean? He's playing these CKs off lane. You know, he'll play. I feel like that's more his style, and nothing to say. He likes playing Magnus. So.
And this gives him a hard stun this time around too, which PSG.LGD was.
Well, he had the Chaos Bolt last.
Yeah, but that's a flying stun,
sure, it's
which
not
they can
an
play
instant
around.
Bam.
DK is
sure.
it's not a blink, stun, boom.
It's not a storm catching stun, but now
now they do have
that.
Now it
is,
And they have a way to force towers a little bit easier.
PSG.LGD's turn
Band of the
to
Life
bat.
Stealer, so trying to make sure that Night Stalker has a good lane. Taking out both that Bloodseeker and Night.
Dude, I tell you, if I was Arme right now, it depends how much you scare the Night Stalker, but is there any temptation to play anti-mage? You know,
there's only like a silence and you can see the vortex coming from the storm most of the time.
I feel like you know that someone's having a fun game. You want to ruin his game this time.
And they do have a lot of ways to make space. Like AM's gonna,
you've got
DK's
Empower,
gonna take
dude.
powers.
I feel like if Arme is like, I would love to play some anti-mage, please.
Could definitely be an anti-mage, and then
but
we would definitely see.
The only thing, because obviously Night Stalker's annoying, but you feel like it's not that bad.
I don't think it's that bad.
Go with the Sven, and you're gonna reflect the stun easily. Oh, it's a beautiful anti-mage game. I'd like to see some anti-mage.
Sven's not doing so hot either, but this time they do get Sven. I think that one was banned instead of Doom last time, right? Yes. So that one was banned instead of the Doom in the last draft, since they did have the ET. Warcry's going to be really useful versus both ET and Magnus. I actually love Sven versus both these heroes.
What we got then? What we got? What does Arme want to do? What does he want to do?
I thought he was gonna. Yeah, I thought he was gonna go for something different than the anti-mage though. Especially now that we see the Sven.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure my anti-mage dreams are not going to be fulfilled here.
Now the Lifestealer ban makes sense that Elephant went for.
What's he feeling? What's he fancying, Arme? What's he want to do here?
What's the good one that's left versus Sven? Could just Morphle. Right?
I'd love to see an Arme PA or an Arme anti-mage. That's the two I'm hoping out for here.
I mean, the supports literally do nothing to a PA.
I feel like both of those heroes could have a lovely game here.
Yeah, I could see it. This armor, Warcry, sure, gonna be very obnoxious versus something like PA.
Yeah, whatever.
But the new build that we've been seeing.
All the other heroes, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, let's see.
I love it.
You're bang on.
We got the PA, baby. We got it, baby. It's a good game.
It looks. I mean,
it's a good. You know, Sven, sure, he gives that Warcry and stuff, but he doesn't want to buy an MKB.
Yeah. And they
are
putting the DK mid.
Okay, they are putting the DK mid.
Yeah.
All right.
And they are putting.
And he's got the cool Arcana.
He does.
But yes, Arme PA. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got what we wanted.
And these supports are going to.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. You look at these supports, so that's why you want to play one of these.
And the thing is, too, is about PA versus Storm and Sven. I mean, Sven, he builds MKB, but way later.
Yeah, he doesn't want to build it.
He doesn't really want to build it. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, good call on.
This is nice. I think this PA it's going to be rather terrifying.
Yes. Look at the sets they have too. All their sets look really cool. The DK and the PA. I like that PA set.
Yeah, like the some sort of cowboy hat. Yeah,
she's COVID protected.
Yeah, got the mask on. Very nice. Very nice. And those lovely shining daggers.
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking on the sets on Elephant.
I like the Sven set. It's kind of basic, but look at the helm. I like the helmet.
The helm's kind of cool.
The helm's really nice.
kind of cool.
It's very nice. Okay.
Well, let's see. Let's see if Elephant can do what they did last game. They had a really good start.
Their lanes don't look as strong, though, this time around at all. Like, IO Night Stalker takes a lot more time. Sure, you're going to be able to, like, sustain and stuff like that inside the laning phase, but much slower. Yang had an explosive game because he was able to dominate the lane, right? So he was able to get this good timing, set the pace of the game. Night Stalker, in this one, it's going to be a lot slower of a start. And for bottom, it's not really an aggressive lane whatsoever. It's Warlock and Sven. So the aggression that can come out from the Magnus and the Skyrat this time around, I think it's going to be even higher than we saw last time. Because last time they were kind of deterred from going for the aggression because Silencer can be annoying just because you get, the curse and the last word does deter you from going for those aggressive plays. But now there's no deterrent unless you get like massive, like some weird fatal bond situation. But let's see. Level 1 again. Oh, he's going to check if there's a ward. Was not a ward, it was a hero. Faith.Beyond is going to do the Dominator build too. So we did see that one from yesterday when we were casting Cuckoo. Had some sick plays with the Dominator, skewers into Centaur stuns, and some other really fun plays. Very strong.
Very nice as well to have an extra potential stun against heroes like the Storm.
Yep. Just a great build up too. The Helm of Iron Will and these offlaners, when you go for this build, you're just your quelling, your tango, you're able to rush it so fast and just keep yourself in the lane. And I think he knows there's not that much aggression that's going to be coming out from bottom since it's Fen Warlock. So he can go for this type of greedier build. We'll take some hits though.
Oh well. Oh, if his HP
actually really hurts.
Yeah.
Are they just going to salve him right away, or? Yeah, I think they are. Might just have to. Or just go through all his tangos, we'll see. Nah, just going to salve him. Okay. Immediately buys a second salve on the Skywrath, brings it out because of that.
I mean, which lane do you think is going to struggle the most then? You say, what, Elephant's not going to have too easy of a time on the side lanes?
I think bottom could really struggle, honestly, yeah. I think top they should be fine. The thing is that they can't get too aggressive as PAET, so Yang should still be able to farm, but so is Ame. In comparison to last time where Ame was slowed down a little bit because of the Mars. But they have to get aggressive up top right away. Y does have to start trading to give it the space for the PA because the base damage advantage for Night Stalker is there at the start.
Oh, they're trying to get on FY. Some good trading on the IO.
Xingqiu. Oh, he's pulling the creep wave and he finds a courier. Oh, okay, well that's just unfortunate for Super. Salve and clarity gone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on this top lane...
Oh, Faith.Beyond. He's walked up very far. He'll be okay, but that was a bit scary for a second. He's dying to Fatal Bond.
Yeah, I mean, that was close. I mean, kind of lucky that Elephant did opt to not keep hunting for him and just wanted to make sure they didn't miss any more CS.
Xingqiu's pull here, though, puts the lane positioning now in a really good spot for Faith.Beyond. Now they can go for the skewer, shockwave skewer plays onto whoever walks up. Like, Super might die in a second. Has to be very careful how far he steps up. God, I can't believe Super's actually... I'm so scared for him when he does that.
Well, you just think they could charge him and...
Well, no, you just shockwave and then you use concussive and then step in front of him and pull him back.
That's true, yeah, it's a lot of slow.
Eurus has no mana for stun. Yeah. He'd have to pop his stick. He'd have to stun in order to bail out his Warlock. But instead, Xingqiu, they're going to play it a little bit more passively. They're going to go for the stack camp. They're going to play it since the positioning is good for Faith.Beyond to farm. And then Xingqiu's going to check bottom rune since Nothing to Say isn't going to go for, not going to go for a bottle on the DK. So probably a better approach than rather just going for like some kill and using your entire mana pool. And yeah, lane position just continues to be excellent for PSG.LGD down bottom.
And even at top.
Xingqiu, he's found it. Oh, he's gonna get another courier, sorry.
Oh, he's got it?
He's got it.
Oh.
He didn't even see, I don't know how he actually knew that it was coming out, but he did it blind. And if you look at Eurus, he's naked. He's got stick and 0 items, pretty much.
Yeah,
now.
I mean, how would he know sort of that was the time? Do you think he's sort of working out that
just the brain?
He's looking, he's like, well, Eurus is going to get something sent out soon. Time to check.
Yeah. His Warlock used his courier earlier, got it killed.
Yeah.
Same thing. They have no regen bottom. He knows that they were going to use it again early. Very, I mean, very smart. Mid.
Somnus.
They're just battling. Somnus, one more hit.
He's got Breathe Fire in a second.
He's dead.
Oh, there we have it. First blood for the DK. Nothing to say.
You do not see that very often.
No, and after the... I mean, I guess maybe Somnus has just tilted after the last game. He's like, guys, I played so damn well,
win that game.
and we still lost. So he's just done. He's just like, well, can't win when I play good, so what's the point?
I mean, they're both dancing around. The DK takes the stun at level 4, and it completely crushes Somnus. Somnus is now hit level 4, and DK is 5 and change. He's going to hit 6 way before, which means mid tower is in jeopardy. We're going to have to see rotations from the supports.
I mean, who's
on Elephant to try to help it?
Who's helping that mid tower?
It's just going to have to be bodies. Like, really, it's awkward, but you have to do it. Because otherwise the tower is just going to drop. So now they're also trying to help him secure some runes, but Xingqiu slows down super.
FY will be able to at least take that away from nothing to say.
Yeah, but he's going to have to take it, though, so Somnus still not very happy because he'd like to be able to use these runes.
Yeah, he's got super coming over to help out as well. Top lane, Yang's alone. He's going to go down for this. Or the heal?
Why? Oh, my. Why is... What a bro.
He really held back for Arme there.
He could have taken it, but he's like, no.
He did. Very much making sure that Arme has the dream game.
Yeah, and now power of that lane, right? Level 3 on the ET.
He's having a very good time. Was it interesting what Arme will opt for in his build? Obviously, he has the Empower.
I think.
Is it still, you still get the Maelstrom even when you do have Empower? Like, could you even skip that and like just go for the Deso?
Maybe he changes it up a little bit, but from what I've seen from most of these pros now, it's just Falcon Blade Maelstrom whenever you're playing versus anything that can provide armor. So Warcry's there, so Maelstrom's always going to be nice to be able to pierce through it.
Okay.
And it's just a faster timing that they get to play with. But we'll see. I mean, I think it's still a possibility that he does just go for a little bit more greed. But nope, he queues up the Maelstrom. So yeah, that is going to be the choice. Mid.
Big pressure on Somnus here before he hits the 6. Got the stomp. I mean, that's a lot of damage on Somnus. Somnus, he's going to go down. They've got him.
And they brought the bodies too. That's the thing.
They had 2 supports here. They couldn't save Somnus.
They're like, you're going to bring 2 supports? So are we.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, this game's going to be a real test of sort of Somnus' ability to stay focused, because as I said, after how hard he tried in Game 1, and now getting this sort of start thrown at him in Game 2, like you can sympathize with the guy. It's going to feel very, very easy for him to be like, he's going to be under so much pressure right now. He's going to be feeling pretty down about himself.
Yeah, and they're free farming all 3 lanes now already on LGD. Well, last time they were shut down in the early game because the way that Elephant went for their draft. This time it's just not the same. It takes a lot longer to catch its stride. Night Stalker, as we know, does take a little bit. Does need that nighttime before he can actually start to do much of anything. And they just picked super, like even more passive supports than last time. Last time it actually worked because of the globals. Now we'll see if the chaotic offerings are going to be able to make as big as a difference, because it's already feeling pretty scary with a PA and a Magnus getting full free farm.
Oh, look at this.
The net.
RP.
Do they have the damage?
They've got Y coming over as well. And
nice
here's the Shadow Word. It's healing him up. They got enough burst. Not quite. They'll turn over towards Super instead. They can look to keep diving.
Still creep diving. Yeah.
They are. They're hunting for Eurus. He's in the trees. The Stomp will set up to kill off Super. Eurus is able to cut his way out to the side.
They've got a net.
Jason. There's the catch. Y and Fabian closing the gap. He'll turn with a quick stun.
They got a slow, but they can't catch
He is able to make it out, but it's a lot of time that he's having to run around and stay away from the creeps.
And now Somnus, he's looking to react to it. Also bringing the Warlock down, but that's just for a heal. Now though, nighttime. Do see Yang pushing up top. We'll see nothing to say. Look to stop this. Wants to go for FY, but won't quite be able to. Would have been a free kill if he gets the stun there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, with the 2 of them, they would have had more than enough damage. Meanwhile, mid Somnus will be able to find himself a freebie. Catches Y out alone.
Needs that. Yang.
Easy CS. Try and going on to Yang. There's a lot of damage here, and he's been bailed out on.
And FY, he does have a TP, or maybe have to use it.
Not going to be even better to get away from the Roshan tonight there with the tick damage of the Elder Dragon.
And I mean, the thing is too, is this time it's PSG.LGD's gone for a late game draft again, and they're winning the early game. They've got Magnus PA, so they have this ridiculous scaling, and everything's just going perfect in the laning phase. Big concerns for Elephant as this proceeds. Do still have Eurus farming pretty decently, but the PA's ahead of him, and PA has steroids. And it's so cool how this build just became a thing, right? Just Falcon Blade into Maelstrom every time now.
Heading straight down to the bottom to put the pressure on. They have RP back up in a couple of seconds, so Faith Bian could Could even set up a free kill to sort of get involved in.
They're diving the hell out of Super here.
Yeah, there's a spooky place to try and hang around and get his XP. As they'll get the kill on the tower as well. Certainly fall. PSG.LGD keeping themselves on top of the objectives, and yeah, Elephant definitely having a bit of a struggle here in this early game.
I'm surprised Super showed his face, gotta be honest. I thought he'd just hide in the tree lines to sap experience and then just TP out. Because if they don't see him, they're not gonna like full commit for him. They might know he's behind the tower, but they don't force like a scan or something like that. But he showed. So as soon as you show in those type of positions as a 5, usually around this time, it's usually between like that 6 to 9 minute mark. The bottom side is just a death zone. Do have these nice ancients that we have seen FY stacking for quite some time for Eurus, but LGD's looking to contest. And that is a low Sven and a lot of low ancients.
That is Sven.
And a probable dead Sven. Oh boy.
Oh, that hurts.
And the ancients.
That really hurts. Somnus, maybe he can do something in return. He's coming in onto nothing to say.
He's tanking.
He's been silenced. They've got a point in the ancient seal. Now they're closing into the RP. They've got the damage. It's another kill for nothing to say. Super and FI, they've got to run Yang.
Faithion's taking the ancients.
He's tried to come in.
He's just farming.
The splitter comes down. Yang's got to back off.
Look at Faithion. He's actually just hitting the ancients the whole fight. He's like, I don't care about Night Stalker. There's a big dragon over here. Takes all of them.
Oh my goodness.
I love it.
Oh, that's a very unfortunate series of events there for Elephant.
Probably the worst series of events that could happen. They lose their Sven, they lose their Storm, and they lose their entire Ancient stack, and PA is farming during the entirety of it. Good lord. Good old Faith Beyond, though. Literally hitting Ancients the whole fight. I love it. Picks up Arcane Boots now, so he's going to be able to keep his presence on the map. They can keep looking for these aggressive plays, looking to respond. And, I mean, that was also Yang with Dark Ascension.
Yeah.
Flying into the fight, and he could still not deter them away from taking kills and the stack. Yeah, huge plays.
We see a very nice of Jin Q to have that seal here at the level 3.
Look at Faith Beyond's priority here as we see his team still looking to go for these kills, but look at that Magnus. He's got priorities.
Yeah, I like it. He's like, hey, my team is still fatal bonded to this ancient creep. I'm going to keep hitting
bottom. Uh-oh, Eurus. He's trapped. No, this Dominator is sick on Magnus. Oh boy, it's out of hand.
This is
9-1.
Especially for if the fact is the 2 cores as well. Right? We saw Eurus and Somnus have a pretty good game last time.
Yep.
This game too, Eurus and Somnus, as I said, I think they're going to be just feeling pretty miserable with the amount of focus that they're getting from PSG.LGD. They're just making this game a bit of a nightmare for the 2 of them.
They really are. And Sven, he's a hero that has to play very far ahead of a hero like PA in gold. If you're behind PA at this point, the game is in very jeopardizing position. As Faith Beyond, though, might get grabbed up.
Super will drop the Golem. Faith Beyond does die for this, but Somnus, he used quite a bit of mana here. They won't quite be able to chase by the looks of it. He's got enough to zip TP, so we'll make it out of there, but still they lose both the supports, and yeah, that was the use of the offering.
Did they kill it as well, too? I think they did, right? Yeah. Oh, no, still bottom. Sorry, I'm blind. So he's going to at least be able to push out the lane with it. But yeah, chaotic offering. You're still unable to really push anything. You get a kill, but now you're also losing your mid tower in a second. Yang gets space. At the least, the Night Stalker, he'll have a Echo Saber coming up soon. Meanwhile, nothing to say is taking the Ancients from the side of Elephant. So Eurus just has nowhere to farm. And he's 2,500 behind the PA.
Oh,
and he's getting gone on.
Mid, Eurus. Oh, he's able to get away from the Earth Splitter. The Stomp
late.
does get the 2 of them, and they have the center in position. Ancient Seal as well. Is there any sort of save from FY trying to take him out? But the skewer gets Eurus pulled over to the side.
Good lord.
Eurus down once again.
Oh, and this is a total. There's a total disaster. It's like they need this. It's like they need Night Stalker to be involved now at every single point in the game because Io and Warlock just they can't do anything versus this aggression that PSG.LGD is just displaying, and it's nonstop. Immediate smoke afterwards. They know where Somnus is. They want him, and they do have, of course, 4 points in silence on Jin Q. Somnus does seem to know. But will he TP out in time? Runs into the Remnant. Oh!
They're swinging a bit.
He got the Remnant. They were on point of where he was.
Yeah, he was, you know, if it'd been a few seconds earlier, he would have still been there.
Like Faith Beyond, like no hesitation. It's just like he's TPing. And probably feeling like they don't really need the RP.
I think exactly. It's like, yeah, I'll take the chance. You know, we're still going to kill them without it. Right now, and they're 5k up with, indeed, as you say, a lineup that's not usually with more. Somnus.
He gets the zip though.
He is going to try and get in onto Jingju. FY burst down pretty low by the Mystic Flare. Arme's over. That's FY gone. Somnus, he'll have to zip out of it.
Silence is just way too long duration. Couldn't even kill out the Skywrath. The 2 armor Skywrath survives, even though he's the one who gets jumped on. Does reveal the reward that they have there from PSG.LGD, but either way, I don't think they care. Now they also know that, yeah, they know that Elephant has a ward somewhere around here. Y's gonna check, but it's actually further on the right, the one that ended up catching vision of the Skywrath. Eurus some breathing room, farmed an Ancient with a God Strength, but that's just about it. Still so far behind. It's just going faster and faster. It was 2,500 gold behind before. Now he's 3,300 gold behind. It just feels like it's going to continue. As we watch the Dominator creep as well, they don't have to stack Ancient as a hero. They're just doing like 10 different things at the same time on the side of PSG.LGD.
I mean, Elephant's trying to get in on this.
Let's see.
They're going to look to go in. Straight away onto the Magnus. Can they take him out during the silence? No, they can't. Faith Beyond's off to the side. The offerings drop down. Shura off to the side. See the jump from Arme. He's killed off Somnus. Turns over towards Super. There's 2 kills here for the PA.
Oh my goodness.
Y just runs down FY. Yang's got a split from the rest of them.
They have vision also of Yang. He's got a TP.
He's pretty deep.
He's going to have to float.
He's
not going to be able to.
Goodbye, Yang.
Good God, Owen, this game is over.
Yeah.
Oh, there's just no hope anymore. And now the PA jumps into the fight, gets a hand of the kill from the Storm because of the max level silence on the Skywrath, and then gets a full Ancient. He's got BKB.
This has been a rough one for Elephant. Well, you know, at least they had the early game from game 1 to look back and enjoy from this series. Everything else has been pretty rough for them. Losing that first game after the lead they have, and now coming to this game 2, and PSG.LGD just dominating.
Last game, it felt like there was some mercy perhaps given from PSG.LGD going for some super late game draft. This time it's an early game draft, but also that scales incredibly hard toward later stages. And yeah, there's not really any fighting hope, it feels like, for Elephant. As even with Chaotic Offering, even with Dark Ascension popped, they stood no hope in the team fights. And just the target prioritization from LGD is just insane. Always knowing when the opportunity to silence is there.
Oh,
there's nothing to say.
They've got the stump on the 2 of them. Oh, nothing to say. He's trying to get in to back them up. Mystic Flare comes down onto FY. FY's gone. The IO goes down. Elephant, they're trying to fight, but Eurus, he's just not got the damage. He gets RP'd by Faith Beyond. 3 dead.
They might call this soon.
He's going to die. I think you could be expecting the Gs to come up soon.
They're calling it,
GG.
Yeah.
Absolutely. One of the...
that is the fastest, I think.
Is that the fastest one?
16:56 was when the GG got dropped. Good God. Tier 2 neutral items weren't even up, Owen.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I got 3 predictions right. Nice. Anyway, yeah, that was... That
was brutal.
PSG.LGD, I mean, that just goes to show that, you know, top of the group and secured, they are still, there was no messing around. I said at the beginning of the game 1, maybe they were sort of like setting up the playing field, setting up a challenge, but I feel like it was after game 1, they're like, well, we wanted to try something, we've learned from it, let's just end the series.
Yeah, like lunchtime?
Game 2, yeah,
yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's lunchtime, nice. Thank you, PSG.LGD. And they one of the, as you said, probably the quickest victory.
I think it was, yeah.
As far as we're aware in this TR10 group stage. Oh yeah, poor old Elephant.
I mean, what is there even really to say, right? Just was it was a masterclass from PSG.LGD, and Elephant just everything really fell apart so quick in the laning phase. Like everyone was just dying all over the place, and they tried to. The thing is though, at least they tried to keep making plays. I like when at least I like to see them not just sitting back and just losing the game. Sure. They tried to make something happen, and then they're like, well, didn't work. That's it, and they tapped out. At least they didn't drag this on for an extra 10 minutes or so. They understood game was completely over.
No, but I think for sure, you know, PSG.LGD, a very nice performance here to sort of continue this flow from the groups into the main event.
Yep.
As it really just goes to show how good this team is right now. and why sort of the whole world, or at least all the other teams, are keeping a very close eye on them and what they're doing, because it really works.
Yep.
This is if you're against PSG.LGD in any of the upcoming matches, good luck. I think you're going to need it. As there we go, ladies and gentlemen. PSG.LGD will take this series 2-0 against Elephant. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to more TI10 group stage coverage. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're just getting ready for our next series, our second series of the day on the stream, and it is, as I'm sure many of you are aware, OG versus IG. Fogged, what's going on with these teams? What does this match mean?
I mean, IG is already secured, obviously. They are #1, but for OG, it's a very important one. Yeah, this is pretty much do or die for them. Super important games, every single one for all these teams. They have been starting to drop some games here and there, even dropping one last night versus Undying, so it's going to be an important one.
Okay. And, what have we been seeing from these squads, as you say, how close of a game are we going to get? Or...
I mean, I don't know. IG's just been so dominant, so it's looking probably pretty scary for OG. They've been a little bit more shaky. I think IG's draft's just insane. They have so many different heroes that they can play, especially for JT. JT's just looked like an absolute beast at this tournament. After I think the one game that we got to cover for them was when they played versus Undying and they did lose. Besides that, they just like swiftly dominated everybody.
Every other game has just been...
Every other game has been domination, yeah. It's been super clean plays by them, super good games, so... Yeah, this should be a fun one, and it is important, of course, as we know, for OG. They're 9-5, but that group is just everyone is so close except for the bottom 3. So anything could really happen depending on what all these series happen. Because for those who don't know, Team Undying 8-6, T1 8-6, and EG 8-6, VP 9-5, and then OG 9-5. So really important for these next few games. If OG even takes probably maybe even just one game here, they might be in an okay spot to just be secured in upper.
So we're going to get both teams really fighting to their fullest here. I mean, as you said, even though IG has secured that top spot, it's OG. Hey, regardless of who's playing against OG, you're going to go as hard as possible against OG. It's you want to get that win. And
the important thing for IG too is I've been looking at most other teams. We've been having a good variety of game lengths, between either. Last game, of course, 16 minutes, we can say.
Yeah, I had a very quick one just here if you missed
60 and 65 for some of these games. OG has been ranging between even some 20-minute games, some 45 minutes, etc. IG has consistently ended games at 35 minutes.
Okay, wow. Well,
it's right before these tier fights, every one of these games. They've had 1 or 2 games that went above 40, but 35-18, 39-43, 37-09, 37-37.
What are you sort of seeing from OG's game length? Is it much more varied? Or is there a certain timing that OG is around? OG's just all over the place.
OG's all over the place, as expected. Yeah. Because that's just the way they are as a team. Just crazy stuff as we've been seeing. Even some new items and new styles coming out for them, where Topsin plays some mid-gyrocopter, which isn't new, but he goes for drum, which people wouldn't expect. He just sacrifices his game by going QW, just going rocket barrage missile, looking to be super active to make space. So let's see this one play out.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of OG versus Invictus Gaming. Let's see what OG's going to pull out. As I said, very important win for them. Nobody wants to be in the lower bracket.
And what an interesting first ban by OG too. Are they just throwing away a ban? That's a really interesting one. Because yes, I know Emo, he loves the Lesh, but that could be something else that they're thinking about. Maybe a hero that they don't want to play into Leshrac.
I mean, have they first phased the Lesh in other games, RG?
I don't think they've first phased it, but I know that they have played it on him once or twice.
Yeah, I think it gets banned out of the norm, but later in the draft. But first ban.
Real interesting. And also, the other thing is too, they ban out the 2 heroes that dominate illusion heroes. That's the thing I see is Lion, Mana Drain, Hex, etc. Leshrac owns PL and stuff like that. So maybe PL Spectres could be on the menu for OG. Is what I think just from the first 2 bans, but maybe looking too much into them because it is just IG and they have Kaka. So Lion just gets banned anyway. There's Emo, so they probably just want to ban Lesh. So maybe overreading into it, but they'll just start it out safe. Go with the best hero of the tournament so far, ET. Highest win rate across the highest amount of games. Who opens up your draft a lot. I think ET always just gives you... you can do so much with him, even though he's been mostly played as the 5 position. I've seen a couple games where he has been a 4.
Let's have a look for IG. They will go for the Weaver. Yep. It's in. It gets past the bands. They'll take it.
And a shaker. So same openings that they've been going for quite a lot here throughout this tournament. Gives you everything. Gives you good ways to secure Roshan. Bugs are strong. Earthshaker just seems super dominant as well. I think the hero with the 2nd highest win rate, I want to say, with the 2nd highest games. I can check that really quickly.
Shakers, yeah, he's up there.
He's up there. I know he's got most picks as of yesterday. So 42 with a 57%.
Yeah, very, very strong. Very, very strong.
ET has won 2/3 of his games. 42 games he's played, 28 he's won. That's pretty crazy.
Hello, G. What do they want with the ET hit? I'm going to have to look to have some sort of catch against that Weaver, of course.
The Magnus ET strategy seems pretty strong.
They love their mag as well.
We've been seeing it a lot more too, especially from other teams. And I'm sure we just saw it last game, but we also saw it, of course, from T1.
I think OG is one of the teams that I would say is probably the most capable of actually playing it in any of the core positions. Yeah. You know, this is I mean, when their previous patches where Samael was playing the carry mag.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see much of it because I know.
You don't think we're going to see any carry mag?
We saw honestly, we saw so much during DPC. I think from SEA and from China in the second season, we were seeing teams try it, and it was losing consistently. Okay. And then a team tried it here, and they lost with it as well.
All right, so you think carry mag's kind of...
I think it's. I mean, they try to flex it because sometimes maybe they don't want it inside this position of mid or offlane, but yeah, I just think you just pick a normal carry here.
Yeah. For sure, and as we do know, Seb loves it.
Yep. And they banned out the Morphling because we did see, I think it was IG yesterday who did the Earthshaker Morphling. I can't remember every single game, but I can glance back, and yes, they did. So last night they did have that Morph picked up with it. And you do have, I guess, some limited type of disables in a way. In a way, I guess, versus ET and a Magnus, you don't have like these instant stuns. However, ET Aura is always going to be good versus Morph, but yeah, they don't want to give him the Morph Shaker that they looked so good on yesterday.
5 seconds remaining.
Invoker banned out.
You know what I want to see for OG already.
Invictus Gaming's turn
I want to see that faceless void fog
with the ET.
With the ET with the Magnus, because the Weaver and the Shaker. Let's go.
You always want it. I guess versus the Weaver.
I want to see some Samael void.
Shaker does good though. Shaker's real strong versus Void. Like these core Shakers.
True, you get fished outside, blocked off from the hero you're trying to hit.
Yeah, and just inside the laning phase, like this totem is constantly harassing you.
Over it.
Yeah, it's a stun. It's a hero with 3 different forms of stun versus a hero.
But that's why Shaker's good, right? Any
hero,
it's like he's gonna
but
stun
Void is a hero that doesn't like to go for those super early BKBs or anything like that, so that's where Shaker is a little better. So you could definitely still see them banning it out, but IG's looking to ban out more tempo base, it looks like here. They're banning out the Jug. They take out that Invoker because I think they're also looking at like multiple buffers, as we've seen OG do lots of times, like your Alacrities, your Empowers, Solar Crest, even with Natural Order built in. So looking to at least restrict OG's buff up of Sumail.
5 seconds
remaining.
remaining.
See that Lina banned out from OG.
Invictus Gaming's turn.
And now they will be targeting Emo a little bit more.
Yeah, get rid of some of those Emo mids.
So maybe that's them. That could be a little bit of... I mean, I don't think it's possible that it is going to be a Thompson Magnus because I just don't think that's his hero. But those bans those bans do make it feel a little bit more because we did see the Storm versus Magnus matchup and Somnus did excellent in it.
Have OG ever run these two as their support duo?
Yeah, they have, absolutely. We used to see No-Tail play the Magnus a lot in the safe lane. It's weaker than it used to be, of course. But I guess we couldn't write that. We can't just write that off.
No, not with OG. No. You know, absolutely. OG could always go back for something like that. Makes it very hard to ban against them. Monkey King was still in, surprisingly.
Oh, Jesus, yeah. I guess it's because the Leshrac Lion, you know, a lot of things just do slip through.
That's that could have been a bit scary, but IG not forgetting about it there. Make sure that doesn't get through.
And maybe teams are looking at it, and it got picked a lot, but it did start to, I think, taper on the win rate quite a lot yesterday. I saw a lot of games where Monkey King was first grabbed and just started losing.
It's still going to be decent,
right? It's still 62%, so it's still super high, but
yeah. Especially, again, OG, a team that Monkey King already versatile, but OG incredibly versatile.
All 5 heroes. Yeah. Well, all 5 players, I mean.
Silencer showing his face again today.
Okay. We saw it be very successful versus this exact duo just last series. Very good to break those combos. And also good whenever you do have a hero that can start its own fights too, like Earthshaker.
10 seconds remaining.
So what is what OG want to do in response to this? They were really liking their Legion for a lot of time, but I guess Silencer kind of deters from Legion because you can't press the attack to protect. Because they do like their buffers right now.
And you do want that catch for the Weaver as well.
Yeah.
You do want something that's going to have that hard lockdown. Legions, Voids, that sort of stuff.
Could still look for something like that Willow that we did see even played earlier. Always going to be nice versus Weavers and Shakers, especially if Shaker
that was
goes
what
for Ags.
The second Willow performance we've seen at the tournament earlier?
I think so. Yeah, maybe.
And won both games, right?
I believe so, yeah. Even though the last one did look...
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy game if you did miss
so.
it earlier between PSG.LGD and Elephant.
The first one.
The first game.
Just watch the first one.
Well, I think I was and then you can watch the second one.
If you're a PSG.LGD fan.
Yes, and it won't take you much time at all to watch that one.
They're burning their time. Maybe they're looking at clockwork. They did play it yesterday, and they lost with it, but there's a shaker and a silencer. Like, that just... it's like the dream if you can get on top of them. But, okay, they're going to go for more of their Space Maker, more likely the Thompson hero.
I like it. And taking it away from Emo as well.
Yeah, true.
It's one that he would have
that's a good point.
almost certainly gone for. Then Alina Stormband, Void Spirit would probably be next on the list for Emo.
Ton of damage is going to be coming out from this lineup, too. ET Aura works really well with Void Spirit. He's a hero that... Yeah, he's mixed damage. He's magical and his physical.
5 seconds remaining.
So this is going to be great. And it's a hero that gets into the back line easily versus a silencer.
Do you think will they pick their carry now? So there's still a bit of potential movement between the Mag and the ET, or do they just save some L for last anyway?
They don't have the overall last pick, so...
Sure, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah. So maybe just get something here for some mail before the bans come in. Okay, so probably is what Seb Mag.
Seb Mag. And ET is going to be
Saxa, no Telebaden.
And no Telebaden. Yep. Global's really good versus Abaddon, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Global's quite good to stop the save.
And it's still looking like a pretty good Weaver game.
It is.
That could be moved up to really that could caught by too much. Yeah, I think you're still absolutely happy having that Weaver kept in the carry position if you're IG.
You talking to me?
No real reason to move it.
Shield is always going to be nice versus heroes like Shaker, because you can break the combos, as we always like to say.
True.
You ult and then shield targets. But if you're Shaker ulted and silenced, not going to be able to ult and then pop a shield off on your teammates. However, if your ult gets triggered, we'll dispel it, and then you'll be able to shield. But that's going to be a lot of different little small instances that we see happen. IG, they're going to get that Emo Ember Spirit. Pretty good this game, honestly. There's not a lot of just catch at all on the side of OG. So they have these two, what I assume is going to be a Fly-Fi Weaver, an Emo Ember Spirit. That's a lot of elusiveness versus this limited disabled.
They've got to get some more catch, surely. I mean, sure, Thompson can obviously be there with setup, and Mag and ET can follow up, but...
What if they put a bat in his carry?
I was thinking that, but just in the fact that... Sure, but then what are you leaving room to be picked as last that's going to be this sort of big answer to the lack of catch? I mean, what do you sort of benefit from putting him bad into the carry position?
I'm just trying to think, because like there's not a core hero that's going to make you feel good about your catch.
No. Well, other than Void.
True. But that lane doesn't sound good.
And honestly, with the Void Sprint ban, it just sounds...
Yeah,
it doesn't really
five
look good
melees,
with the Void.
five melee heroes with Void versus Ember Spirit Shaker.
No,
I mean, even right now, it's 4 melees versus Ember Shaker, which is... They love playing versus this.
5 seconds.
OG, like the approach though is a little different, because these are melee heroes, but they're not melee heroes that really play in the middle of the fight. ET plays super far back. Magnus is usually pretty hidden as well too. So
I think IG wondering as well.
Do they ban? They ban Timber, so that makes me feel even more that it's an Abaddon carry. But maybe I'm getting a very wrong read.
I mean, what does the bat? What's the strength of the ban carry here? I mean, yeah, IG, they're still banning carries.
I think it's... Yeah, I mean, probably is just still going to be a carry. I could just see the potential of it because in the laning phase, but if it is a carry Weaver and a carry Ember, like a ban carry just sounds like, kind of miserable.
You're never going to hit these heroes.
I'm trying to think like what the solution... Because like into the global, the support of Abaddon just becomes a lot weaker, so I'm just trying to think of why they would go for it. Because right now I'm really liking IG's draft a lot more. If they're able to get the initiations because of this quad melee, but... OG does have bruisers, as they always do, and they're not as cooldown reliant. So let's see what that last ban will be.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's got to be something for Samael.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the other carry that's still in, I think Samael has had a game on, right, is Slark. You sort of fancy the Slark in the Pounce. Could be nice, catching the Ember and the Weaver.
Let's see.
Oh, TA. So we are going to have a carry, probably a carry Mag or a carry Abaddon, right?
Or is it carry TA?
It could safe lane TA was a thing. It was a thing. I mean, it's an OG draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, very strange
OG draft here.
Huh. And that does give them
5 seconds.
a non-melee hero, at least.
I think you're right, though, right?
Because then it's a lane versus Shaker.
TA.
Like, Shaker laning versus that doesn't sound so nice at all.
Can't do anything at all,
He can't
really.
do anything, yeah.
Talking to me?
IG last pick. What's the plan for them?
Or is it a 5 ET mid Magnus? 3. I'm just kidding. But more, it's like 90% of 5 Abaddon now, and a carry TA.
I think it's got to be Smell carry TA.
Yeah. So let's see what IG does to react.
But if they think it's, they could definitely pick some up, heavy DPS here or something, to really make the TA's game hard.
This constant
They
damage.
take themselves the slack. I mean, they're going to have that with the Dark Pact, of course.
So
very nice to remove the refraction, and it is, Smell on the TA.
Okay, so it is the more obvious kind of, So Magnus is still flexed, it looks like here, but I'm at 90%. That's Seb too. Yeah. Okay, so it is going to be the more obvious ones, and it's going to be a Kaka Weaver with JT as the Shaker, Ollie on Silencer, Emo Amber.
Well,
Okay.
let's see.
All
I mean,
right.
looking at the drafts,
I like IG's.
it's a lot of question marks on OG's side. It's
Yeah.
like, how is this going to work? But then again, that is what we always find ourselves asking.
For sure.
When we were seeing OG come up with these lineups. IG's draft looks pretty darn good.
It does.
This is pretty strong.
Lots of instances versus TA.
How are you catching this Weaver, this Ember, this Slark? It's not going to be easy.
No, there's no catch.
No.
So, and lots of damage instances. We've got Flame Guard, we've got Dark Pact, we've got Arcane Curse, even Bugs. I mean, they don't burn it that fast, but every little one of these things do add up. Okay. Does feel like it's a bit of an uphill battle for OG.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
I mean, which is going to make it all the more entertaining if they are able to do this here in this game one. But it definitely seems like the deck stacked against them here with what IG's been able to open up with this draft. But very exciting, ladies and gentlemen, to see what will happen between these two teams. As we've mentioned, of course, this is a very important game for OG. If they wish to fight for the chance to stay in the upper bracket.
Very likely, like we said, if they take one game, I believe they should be pretty okay to go.
But
for.
they need that one game.
If they take 2-0, it's very likely as well too. But yeah, it's all dependent on how the other games go too, because they are tied up with some teams. So yeah, we'll see.
I see indeed. This is such a good Slark game for Fly.
Yeah, even for Emo too, right? There's literally just no stuns. There's just not really a lot of staples, and they have the global.
This Slark's just gonna pop off. I mean,
let's say Seb does get the situations where he gets good RPs off too. A global comes out. There's not going to be the follow up for them to keep this Ember, keep this this Slark controlled. So yeah, feels like an uphill battle, but we will see as it all kicks off.
It's going to be an entertaining one to watch for sure. See if OG's got some of that typical TIOG magic coming out here.
You talking to me?
So here we go, getting ourselves into the action, ladies and gentlemen. OG versus IG.
Instantly tipping Emo too, look at them. Always a little bit of mental game coming into play. And I feel like we're going to have the most chat wheels that we've gotten to cast.
You feel? This is the game.
The two of them, honestly. IG is also very historically known for doing those, especially JT. And JT is going to do the item build that we saw, I think, popularized more so by Old 11. I saw him doing it in his pubs even before coming to this tournament. The Bassi first. Pretty cool. Looks like Kaka, he's got his sentries. They're checking to see if there's a ward. Not there. Well, on the other side, OG claiming the high ground. Now they're going to block camps. Let's take a look. Both of them starting with 2 sentries on both the 5 positions, so potentially blocking out those small camps versus both of these heroes that utilize small camp excellently. Will we get a high five, Seb? It's going to get left hanging, I think. Fly's like, nope.
Nope. I mean,
oh, look at this by Sumail as well. He's melded. He's just melded on the rune. We'll be able to claim it.
Easy.
He pings him. He's like, all right, he's got it. So 3 runes.
Quite a bit of damage done to Ollie here. Saxa. So able to run him down a bit. Let's see how the lanes sort of settle up. I mean, any sort of lanes that are going to be struggling?
Let's see. I'm just curious to see how bottom's going to be, really, because I haven't seen these safe, the carry TAs versus the Shaker. I feel like the TA is going to be able to have a pretty good time. Should be able to keep his distance. Refraction's really nice. I don't see how the Weaver is going to slow it down either, so TA should farm. I think Slark is probably going to be the one that struggles. Even though it's a double melee with a silencer backing up, it's ET. AT versus these weaker heroes inside a laning phase, he just completely thrives.
Sure. Yeah, he just trades so well.
Yeah.
Especially having Seb at this side as well. Once Seb's got a few levels,
yeah,
have all the sort of setup to get IG's heroes in some unfavorable positions.
Yeah, they're already starting their little creep pull mechanics, making the Slark farm under the tower with a double creep wave while Seb is still harassing him. So Fly is pretty miserable up there. Fly, very low. Does hit the 2, but we'll see now. Ollie has to contest the creeps in between the 2 towers.
That's not easy for him to do. Saxa able to still handle that CS very nicely in mid lane. Emo with the slight lead at the moment. He's got this bottle already on its way out, of course.
Skill matchup, but I would give slight advantage to Ember Spirit after some of the changes and nerfs that Void Spirit has received. But it's still skill matchup, so I think it could come out even on either side. See how bottom's going. JT needs a big meld. Be okay. That hurts though. Level 1 meld is no joke. That -5 armor. JT, he steps up. He's gonna eat a second one.
Oh, he's dead this time.
I can't believe he lets himself get the -10 armor. He still had the debuff from the first one when the second one hit him.
Oh, well, Samael. He's going to be very happy with that one. First blood for Samael. And they're safe laners. Yeah, a big mistake there from JT.
I don't think he expected it to do that much damage, but yeah, still had that first debuff, I believe, for a split second when the second one connected. Wave will push into him, though, so he will be able to get the nice chunk of experience going his way. But yeah, this is a cool solution for the, what we've been seeing a lot of times from these Shakers is the enchant totem damage inside the laning phase starts to become pretty overwhelming versus a lot of these carries. Jeez, Sumail.
I mean, he is bullying JT down here.
But refraction, you know, you pop the enchant totem, he pops refraction, he eats the whole hit. It's pretty much, it's not there, and it's even high-fiving him now. He knows how well he's doing in that lane, 17-5. And JT's a good sport, though. He'll give him the high-five back.
Not really too much Kaka can do to make this any easier for JT down here, it seems.
No, they do have the level 3 now on the Shaker. That's one of those big times we always talk about, since you do have all 3 of your
mid!
spells. Able to stun mid.
Thompson!
Oh.
He opts to stand his ground, but he's going to die for that. Emo gets the kill.
I'm surprised Emo's actually living. I thought he was going to suicide to the tower right away. But I guess he's going to let himself survive and just go play one of the runes.
He's got to bounce you in on the high ground.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Well, there
we've seen that a lot from a lot of these players. You get the solo kill on the mid, and then you just suicide to the tower, so you come back full HP when he comes back. But
yeah, I mean, Thompson made the call to not dissimulate out.
Yep.
Felt that maybe he would have the damage to get the job done. He didn't.
It's a big kill.
Absolutely. Emo already was having a very nice time in that mid.
No-Tail is just bodying both heroes now bottom.
Yeah, this bottom lane is
free farm.
Going downhill pretty rapidly. Yep. For IG. Samael, complete free farm. They're not able to slow him down right now.
That being said, though, Fly doing better than I'd expected, to be honest with you. 19 CS up onto him. Now Saxa is level 3, so that's where the Spirit really starts to get its true power. Plus 115 damage. Fly has to instantly leap away. Kaka trying to get the rune.
Not going to be able to do so. Thompson. It's all his.
Secures it for Emo. And JT has, of course, caught back up in those last hits, as we said. Lane positioning, since they did get the kill on him, it did shove all the way under his tower. He actually has a full Falcon Blade, I believe, purchased up on a Shaker.
We're diving in for Thompson here. They've got the chains. Looks out as well, but a TP coming in from No-Tail.
Thompson will be okay.
We'll stop them.
We'll lose his courier, though.
Does indeed. Goodbye to the Null Tally recipe. Kaka there with the snipe. Bottom lane, JT trying to get a rehold of the wave here with that pull. It's going to be...
Kaka always kind of thinking about going for these courier snipes behind tower, but wasn't quite able to. Do we have any stacks getting started just yet? No. Saxa putting more attention, just playing in the laning phase. Probably will start backing up in the next few moments to start stacking Ancients up because they do have that TA. And I guess he has slowed down the Slark a little bit. I just thought the Slark was going to be slowed down even more in comparison. I mean, so
sure, because overall it's without doubt Sumail just having the freest lane at the moment.
Yep.
Full farm down bottom is. He's got 17 one charges, so he's
more than fine.
Yeah, not got any fear at all down here.
Once the 6 is on the Shaker, then they have potential to go for any plays on TA, because then they have a way to actually break Refraction with Echo Slam if there's around a creep wave because of all the separate instances from the Echo. And Saksa is, he's starting to get some stacks started. Not the Ancient, but he wants to check Rune for Topson. And they will be able to get it, Emo. Gonna take a beating, and whoa, a no-tail right on top of him as well, as top.
Try and go on Seb, and they'll have the damage for that one. Seb caught out by the curse.
Nice play. As soon as they knew the EG wasn't in the area, they took advantage of that and made an aggressive move.
Even until we see some of the moves from the mids come into play, Sumail he's just not going to be under any sort of pressure.
Yep.
He's having a very, very lovely time down on this bottom half of the map.
And he's always topped off. No-tail's keeping him nice and healthy. If he's topped off, then they can't make a play for Echo. The only way they can use the Echo play when he's 6 is if the TA is a bit low, and then they walk in from like the side and he gets like a really good connection with it, but super unlikely. Absolutely would need a rotation, likely from Emo, to be able to go for that TA, which is possible. Very early on that the Ember Spirit can hit that bottom lane. Just doesn't really have the mana just yet. So he did not get that 6-minute rune.
Yeah, with these Sentry controlling the traps down, it makes it very hard for JT or Kaka to come that far down the lane at all.
Surprised Kaka's, no tail. Maybe stepping up a bit too far this time around. The bug's committed. JT.
Sumail by his side and trapped down.
He's just going to throw the Echo.
Yeah. Take the kill.
He's going to also get this whole creep wave too, so that's nice.
That's, slow start, so
yeah, it's okay.
An Echo for a kill.
Sure.
As you say, you're never going to kill Sumail with the Echo anyway down there.
Yeah, it's just a bit too difficult, especially if no tails in the area, so yeah, it's fine. Good play. Kaka now making the move toward top. They can definitely look to set up kills onto Seb pretty easy now if the pounce does connect with the last word, because he'll be silenced right afterwards when the pounce does end. And mid, both of them are just getting the farm on. Emo's just stacking some camps in the meantime, trying to maximize his. But the rune's being checked both times. No tail, again, securing the rune bottom for Topson after he gets the illusion rune top earlier. They're actually going to try to bully Emo out a little bit. We'll force him away, but he has the Remnant down on the hard camp with his Flame Guard, so we'll be at least able to farm that for Emo. Risky, though. He's at 80 HP. We'll finish it off.
They've got to watch out, though, IG, for potential moves from Topson now. The Arcane picked up. Incredibly potent rune.
Absolutely. And he's got the mid-wave fully pushed in, too, so he has opportunities to hunt.
Yeah, he can.
And hunting he is. JT,
he definitely could be in trouble here. With the Arcane, Topson could go for this. He's going to jump in. Quick combo.
Oh, and he gets all the creeps, too. Couldn't ask for better.
Easy money at the same time up top. Vine Ollie out of position. Seb. Going to take him out. Fly will try and punch back into Seb, but can't trade hits easily, especially with Saxa back around.
He's going toe-to-toe with Emo.
He's got the Remnant control. Topson is having a run. He's going to have to simulate back up in a second, and Emo knows it. Won't waste time chasing.
Arcane Rune, coming into play there. 2K lead already, though, for...
I mean, the space just continues for Sumail. He's 1K ahead of anyone else in the game. Saxa, step up here. Fly. He's going to try and use the Shadow Dance to continue chasing down, but Seb comes in with the Skewer. Even threatens with the RP, so Fly has to back off. We'll hold off on dropping the RP, though. Still available for the next play.
And it looks like... Ooh, bottom. It looks like, in the meanwhile, when Ollie did get killed before as a silencer, I was wondering what his positioning was. He was actually warding Ancients. So he was looking to block out that Ancient camp so that they can't keep stacking it, but... do see Nelto place that sentry. He sees the ward right away. Nice. It's going to get taken out, and they should be able to actually stack right afterwards off of that, too. So it is going to be a triple
Emo, they're trying to interrupt this stack here. Zemo, Ollie coming over. They'll catch No Tail. The shield to try and help him out. Seb watching from the side. Seb does still have the RP available. Looks to drop it down. It's going to be whiffed. Emo with a quick Remnant out. They'll lose Ollie, though, and Emo's still being run down by Saxa. He needs one more hit. He may just get it. No, the chains are up. Emo's able to hold back Saxa. Still, Kaka very deep in enemy territory here. He's trying to hide in the trees. Topson's got the Astral Step at the ready. Cuts in. Kaka He's trying to hide another
Emo.
Shikuchi.
Oh, Emo also might die to Sox in the meantime, but we'll get away.
I mean, Flyfly's still trying to poke at Seb, but underneath the tower, he can't do so. Thompson, he's still looking for Kaka. Remnant won't grab him. The Dissimulate does. With the Resonant Pulse, the damage is done. Thompson will be able to catch Kaka.
Dissimulate, the damage that comes with it when you have a Fairy Trinket and a Null, is quite a lot. 400 burst almost.
And Flyfly is
Flyfly.
low. Good
Bounce.
step forward to block the pounce, but Shadow Dance is up still. Flyfly will escape. You see Thompson getting hungry for action with these moves.
All-time where Sumail is just sitting back,
So much
getting
space.
full free farm. Already on his way toward that Deso after Tread's Dragonlance. It's going to be super early. No tail. Chased out again.
He's got the 6 now, so it's a little more awkward for Kaka and JT to commit on him. They won't, they'll let him walk this off.
OG's getting much better space around the map, though. Much more farm, at least. Just farming a bit better. All 3 cores ahead of their counterparts. Even ET, as we've seen Saksa just running heroes down. Look at Kaka. Oh my goodness.
A bit of hesitance there on the punch from Saksa.
The Fissure would come out. JT would be able to stop him.
Okay.
It was actually a really smart play.
All right.
He might be able to get turned on if he does commit a little bit too far there. And we've seen this more now. I saw a couple. The 5 position ETs are doing the 3 points and stop. The 4 positions are putting 3 points in Spirit most of the time now. I saw Zephyr even put 4 points in the Spirit. He was 1-4-1. The game that he did pop off on. Emo does have a Fire Remnant to work with.
He's got Ollie by his side as well. JT as well. Fisher's out. End of the chains, but Topsy's got the back of a no-tail though. He's used the global, trying to save Emo. Emo's got the Remnant away. Underneath the tier 2, Topson, can he chase? He's going to look to. Remnant won't grab him though. So Emo does manage to survive. Ollie does get dove under the tower though. Saxa coming in with a big hard punch. It chases him down with the phase boots. So we'll get a kill after all. But the global usage, at least enough to bail Emo out of harm's way.
OG just being super aggressive with this lineup here. 3k advantage, continuing to get more on the map, and they're looking to pressure towers too. And Deso's going to be done, and with the Deso, it's very likely that Sumail can just look to head into pit very soon. Like him and No-Tail could probably duo it.
Definitely.
Well, everybody else, they could show other heroes on the map, and the 2 of them can go in there and look to go for a play like that.
There's no global as well, so it would be a good timing to go for that move.
He still has like 400 gold until he does have that Deso, so needs a little bit more time. Meanwhile, JT trying to finish off bottom tower, but they're bringing reinforcement. Thompson's here.
And he wants to try and threaten a kill.
Oh, Ollie, he showed his face.
He does. Fisher will buy a little bit of time for Ollie. Does Thompson want to commit for this? He's waiting out the Curse of the Silence. May just be long enough to allow Ollie to get far enough away, and it will be. Thompson can't keep chasing. Very close to having the Yules done, though, Thompson.
Yeah. I feel like Ollie got a bit lucky there. Thompson was really thinking about committing onto him. But JT almost having Blink Dagger, that's probably the biggest indicator of when IG is going to start looking to actually be more active. But OG's just getting a bit too far ahead after this laning phase. Yeah, 4k lead, it just continues to grow. And IG forcing anything until they do have that Blink is very difficult. They just don't really have the heroes to force buildings, don't have heroes to force fights without that Blink.
And here we go, so 13-minute Deso complete on Sumail.
That is fast.
Deso Dragonlance. Carry TA off to a fantastic start and seeming like a very good way to, in response to lane against that core shaker, as you said. It's just been a free start for Sumail completely.
Any type of these ranged heroes, it really does feel like, because every time I'm seeing these melee heroes go over a shaker, he just totems them back, and it's like, oh geez, all right, we can't actually lane very well. But yeah, ranged TA doesn't care. Refraction also. It seems like actually one of the perfect heroes in both factors of range and absorption from Refraction. JT trying to get some farm, but look at Thompson, just the gatekeeper. Yeah, DD rune.
I mean, OG have done a very good job of taking over this triangle from IG rather early.
Yeah,
quite completely.
And I mean, they're getting this big amount of farm, big amount of scaling, and they're the ones with the ET. And I'm seeing Saksa, he's already got a component of his Aghanim.
Yeah, he's just free farming on the bottom lane.
Yeah, he is. Free time down here.
He's going to hit all the creeps down here.
And playing Slark versus ET is not fun.
Thompson, he wants to try and go with this with the DD. We'll miss the initial Astral Step, though. And TPs are coming over to the side. Sumail, he was trying to join them, but Flyfly and Emo, they found Sumail, and he's very far away from the rest of the team. So Sumail will be killed off. And now IG, can they get more out of this? Kaka and JT, who they're going to look towards Thompson. Still got a step available. Thompson actually dissimulating back in over towards Kaka. They've got the stomp onto the two of them. Remnant onto JT, but the slam comes out. Into the curse, into the silence. The splitter is there from Saxa. Comes in, takes down the Shaker with one touch. Over to Kaka as well. OG, they're winning the fight. They couldn't kill Thompson, IG, and now Thompson, he's chasing them down. Remnant set up in a position as it catches Emo on the escape.
That was actually so cute. The splitter canceled the animation of the fissure. I think if the fissure does end up going down there, Thompson might just die and we see a completely different
Thompson would have been dead for sure.
Splitter cancels it, boom, they end up getting 3 kills because of it, and they take the whole ancient stack. They lose Sumail, which still hurts, but he's back up in 3.
Yeah, no, big
And now Global's down, Echo's down, I'm smelling Roshan.
We'll see it again on the replay. An early start here. I mean, it didn't look to be a good beginning for OG, with Sumail caught where he was here, completely separate from the team. And even up to the points where we had this fight on the high ground, it still looks like it could be going south for OG. Back in action. Now around the Roche pit, Seb's in with the RP. He's caught Emo.
Caught Emo.
Emo taken out. Fly. He's thinking about turning and fighting, but he cannot do so. He's got to run. He's getting burst solo with the Astral Step. The Dissimulate not quite going to catch him as he's out with the pounce, but the Yules is there. They've got him up in the air, into the storm. Fly's taken out as No-Tail finishes him off with a miscoil. Kaka's come in, but there's nothing to be done as the Weaver. He's got to run.
And they get the rush in the meanwhile while killing 2 cores.
And now Saxon's... Oh, he's even looking to run down Ollie. And Thompson, he's going to have the catch to do so. In with the Yule setup, the Remnant OG. 12-5 now, 7k lead. Aegis, as you say, in Sumail's hands.
Oh boy, getting out of hand.
This could not have gone any better this early game. And OG coming in with very much their own style here in the draft, and it's doing OG things.
It sure is. 17 minutes, 7k lead already. And I mean, they have like TA, who's maybe not this like crazy late-game, but with ET, they always have great ways to scale into the game. And this early was such a big advantage. It's going to be pretty massive uphill battle for the side of IG. Really they do have the blink on JT, but even in the last fight where they get a pretty good setup, just a little instance of a, canceling the full stun lock ends up allowing OG to take a huge one. They're probably so shaken up, like, oh god, like, what do? We have Echo up in 4. We have to just keep looking to make plays, even if we're playing into Aegis. So they will smoke up immediately. Global and Echo ready.
No-Tail, he'll happily tank this. That's even if they can kill it. He's got the borrowed time. TP's coming in for the rest of OG. So do you want to try and fight this? Thompson's jumping in, looking towards Kaka. No-Tail still alive. Jump through the slam. Catches the 2 of them. Catches both Seb and Thompson. Seb, he's able to put the Essence Ring, though. Steer off to the side. Seb's still alive here for now. Fly will dive in. Finish off No-Tail with the Dark Pack. It's 2 down on OG. Sumail, he's looking at fighting back. Saxa, he's running down Kaka and JT.
Emo. Oh. The Remnant's right next to Sumail. Well, bit unfortunate there, but had no escape.
And Saxa, he's getting some extras here on the sidebar. Looks with JT. Fisher will block off Saxa, but the jump forward there from Seb. In on top of JT. And IG, they get in, they get a couple of kills. They do find the slam, but it's still not a great trade for them. They end up losing 2 in return. Sumail's in with the cleanup.
And it's the location of it, too. It's not like they get any kills into anything
deep.
either. Look at the lane positioning as well. It's in OG's favor. Both lanes is pushing out, too. So IG don't really get much of anything out of it besides just some small type of kills. And OG come out ahead again.
Thompson even trying with a hunt there for Kaka. Sumail taking away the Ancients.
He has a full BKB on.
19 minutes in.
And now those instances, we talked about damage.
Insane.
Damage instances on IG, no longer. BKB gets popped. All those damage instances were magical. So he's going to be able to stay inside the fights very easy.
I mean, mid.
Fly.
He's got
Shadow Blade. Oh, Saxa has the Fey Grenade too. Oh, baby. ET and Shaker now are the 2, and I guess Tiny, of course, the Fey Grenade, because you get your plus damage as well with it, so if he does have like a plus 400 with a Fey Grenade, he's going to plus 400 throw it at somebody. Very fun, and he's halfway toward Aghanims, more than halfway. Game looking very difficult for IG in these next few moments.
I mean, what's the... Flyfly's got the Shadow Blade done over the Echo Saver, but...
Okay. I guess when he has Silver Edge, What they can do is they can Silver Edge hit Abaddon, global, kill him in the fights, and then start focusing everybody else. But they do need to solve the backlines.
Look at it, chase down Fly here. Thompson. He's actually going to get the grab with the Remnant into the stomp. They're locking down Fly throughout the duration of his Shadow Dance. And Fly, he's not going to get away from this. Does get denied by the neutral. So I guess something to be said, but still 45 seconds where he's off the map.
Oh, God. Damn hill troll. IG look to make that aggro move, and now back to getting some type of passive farm. Kaka's been the one actually passively farming for quite a long time on his team. Just getting solo crushed. He's got Urn going back for Ags, but really getting out farmed and getting caught all over the place. JT though.
They're going to jump in. Echo followed up by the Global. They're trying to take down Thompson. Thompson, he will fall. The Slider Fist comes into play. Emo takes him out. Now looking over towards No-Tail, but the borrowed time's up. One more hit, and Emo's going to get silenced. He has to be a bit careful. Saxa is running him down here. One more hit will do it, but the controls there from JT. Top Saxa from getting in onto Emo. Quick slight in the chains. Holds Saxa off to the side. No-Tail will continue to be chased down by Kaka and JT, and with a big slap from the Enchant Totem, they get the kill. Fisher block off as well for JT. He's controlled Saxa. Saxa can't escape. It's another for JT.
Huge by JT. No hesitation either. That Echo Slam absolutely instant down bottom when Thompson does commit forward. Wow, how much gold did he just get, actually?
That's a lot for the Shaker here. JT, he really is kind of just holding things together whilst they fall further and further behind. Still down 9k, but JT, definitely the sort of the spark of hope that IG need to turn this one around. Great jump. Excellent follow-up, of course, from the Global, and they have enough time to take out Thompson before any sort of help can arrive.
And we said this multiple times, too, is that's why we were a little bit like, they picked the Abaddon into the Silencer, and we see it right there. That Global, unable to bail out Thompson at all with any type of heal or shield. Yeah, big play by JT. Much needed for them.
I need a few more of those, of course, though.
For sure.
Still a hefty lead here for OG with the start that they've had and the farm that Sumail is getting. Obviously, yeah, No-Tail, a couple of components away from that Lotus. Of course, that will give a huge answer to that combo that IG are executing.
Yeah, just going to need the plate mail. It's actually pretty close, all things considered, as a 5 position. Right now, Global, Echo on cooldown. OG looking to be active.
They're on the hunt for Emo.
They see him too, but he does. Oh, they know that they see. I think they see the defensive.
Either.
They see the Remnant too.
Cooldown. Thompson's got to get the setup, otherwise Emo will be away. And he has.
He gets it.
Just Remnant straight out into the trees. They follow up with the RP. Thompson getting the catch.
That's pretty good awareness. Smoke breaks, he knows exactly where he is. Hey, when you have these trees cut as well, this is a big indicator lately.
Where he's gone.
Yeah, so very good awareness there from Thompson. Also, they placed the ward to know that he didn't back up. They saw the Remnant, so they're like, he's still here. He's looking to play. Very cocky, and they will punish him for it. Now they have TA with Aghanims, so Sumail can be anywhere on the map now because of this. And also can maybe survive a lot of the ganks too. He can perhaps just psionic projection out of a lot of the plays that happen onto him. Also has Meld Dispel. Get rid of those chains. Get rid of the curse in the last word as well. Protect himself a little bit better.
That's tier 2.
That's quick.
It certainly is. The push is here from OG. It's mid lane. Thompson. He's got the catch on the Kaka. Sumail heads over to a trap, and he's hit. Whew. Able to get involved, get himself another kill. That Aghanims getting around from point A to point B.
Still has a trap down bottom too if he sees an opportunity to go back down there for the push. Yep, No-Tail's pinging. Sumail. And they're giving they are giving No-Tail farm too, like you mentioned. Prioritizing him to get that Lotus so that he can always go for these saves.
Yeah, it's just going to be a solid answer to sort of the one combo that's causing issues. Top lane.
JT again.
It's not enough burst straight away, but they do have the Global to make sure that Thompson's still locked out on the way back down.
Nice play.
They are, they're being able to catch and kill Thompson with this, but obviously that's not going to be enough. They need much more here. Fly.
Sumail is just on the chase. He's taking out Kaka and pushing away Emo as well by himself.
See Fly trying for the dive onto No-Tail. TPs are coming in. Fly really wants the kill. Does commit and get it. See if he can get away here from Sumail and Saxa. Should be fine.
He's got Depth Shroud as well too. He's got so many ways to escape now. Spirit will go through him, so they know where he was, but we'll be able to get away. And Sumail, yeah, Sumail literally just jumped into both the Ember and the Weaver and killed them because he now has, if I'm not mistaken, the Shard. So he does have the Silence now versus these two as well, which is going to be very effective. Fly. Oof, he didn't get that packed off.
Seb, time with the idea of the RP. Fish is going to come out for JT to try and give space for Fly to get back, but it doesn't matter. They have the control with the Remnant, and Sumail, he's more than got the damage covered here.
He's just so farmed too, and now they still have RP for the upcoming move. No Echo, no Global. See if they look to threaten that high ground. Roche is up. I guess they, with the time, 50 seconds, they want to push forward as much as they can, and then they'll probably back up and look for that Roche. Surprising to see no traps inside of it, though, from Sumail. Still hanging around. He's feeling strong on Sumail. They just have to watch.
Yeah, what can they do?
They can't do anything. So I get that. That's why they commit for it.
Sumail's just taking the barracks.
And that makes sense why they commit. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
They got creeps on the way.
He's got it. Refraction just came back. And the Brigands, of course, coming into play there versus, of course, low HP things. Brigand's Blade.
Well, there we go, full X.
Oh, boy.
Saxa, I mean, everything is just falling into place here for OG. They have run them over here in this first 26 minutes. IG still just, they haven't found the moment to shake things up, really.
And they need to get BKB. The thing is now, ET with this type of items, you need BKB on Slark. BKB is already finished on Ember, but Slark now cannot stand his ground in the fights. He will find a DD. This could be a bit of a difference maker.
Oh, sneak in the Roche. I mean,
okay. I think OG...
That would be risky.
Yeah. I believe OG... Yeah, they both scanned. OG caught a scan initially on the high ground when they were in the area, so...
They're thinking about it.
Sumail. Right on top of a sentry.
They're going to start. They're going for it.
With the Spirit.
Yeah, they can't get away with this IG. There's no way. They're going to have to try and take a fight. Sumail.
I mean, they do see him.
Starting things off. They're in. They follow with the Echo Slam. They manage to take down Sumail. The jump to the high ground gets the job done. The TA will fall. Seb
80 seconds.
Skewing Fly off to the side, but now Seb split from the rest of the team. Pounds forward from Fly. They're in onto the Magnus. It's a second kill.
Guess they did not expect there to be a ward on the high ground there.
Not at all.
Like a ward and a sentry
They really didn't.
Right on top of Sumail. And now that's a free Roche. 65 seconds. IG.
All right, here we go.
Turning it around. JT really is the savior.
I mean, JT is doing so much for them. I mean, they've been down sort of 10K for such a long time now, but JT, these moves, these jumps are certainly the difference maker here, and he's just about found himself another here over to Notail. Borrowed time is still on cooldown. 5 seconds, and it's too long. Notail goes down. Another catch and another kill for JT.
And now with Aegis, as well as, I think a gem picked up, I believe, for Ollie. Yeah, Ollie picking up a gem nice and early on for his team, too. We'll look to take out those TA traps so they can make sure that they aren't under vision in any of these fights. I think he's just going to pass it over to the Slark, too. Seb's still in the area.
And he has got an RP.
He's
going to jump, but Fly did get the dart packed off in time. Trying to get away with the skewers in. Seb. Take down the two of them. Aegis here for round 2, but the Remnant's set up. Is there any way they can help this Slark? There is not. Seb puts a quick stop to IG's attempt to push that tier 2 off the back of an Aegis.
Holy moly. I don't think they expect to get hit that hard. The ET Spirit amping up the damage. Void Spirit with Aghanims, with Nether Shawl. Just absurd amount of burst damage. He even got Depth Shroud off and they still both died. Well, that was their Aegis.
Yep, that was sort of the bit of a swing. Swinging back the other way. Back over towards the river as well. They found JT. Tops it in with the catch. Seb on top of the Ember. Emo, is he going to be able to get out of this one? He has got the BKB, so that will allow him to get away, at least for now. Yeah, as soon as they get themselves a bit of fortune riding in their direction, IG, they let it slip away.
Maybe they thought OG would be a bit scared to go for the move, but OG they did not care at all playing into Aegis. They still feel super strong, and they're still going to look to push forward here. Echo Slam back up, but 30 seconds for JT.
Outside the base now, Sumail, full Daedalus. On its way over.
Oh boy. He's just 9,000, 10,000 gold almost ahead of the Slark.
All right, 20 seconds without JT. They can't get anything done without the Shaker. They've got to wait for him to be back up. OG now pushing up to the high ground here. What can IG do? Jump forward from Thompson. He's just going straight in it. He's gone right in. He's been silenced. The global is out. Thompson, he needs help. He's got to dissimulate, but he's not getting out. Thompson's dead for 70. And now Samael, he's getting jumped on. Echo to control him. He will get the BKB off as well as the refraction, but they've got the numbers, IG. JT jumps over towards No Tail. No Tail, he goes down. Fly still full HP and ready to fight. Going over towards Saxa, who'll have a little bit of time for himself with the magic immunity, but Saxa, he's in trouble. 3 dead on OG.
Okay, Thompson. A bit deep there. Sumail does get out, though, and so does Seb at very close moments. Sumail is able to get his projection out, and Magnus actually gets the TP out, and JT, I believe maybe he misclicked. His totem put him on the high ground. He just missed the stun onto the Magnus. So 2 get out, but Thompson heavily overextending.
Yeah, he just went in and...
he used the aggressive Euls, so
I was like, hang on. I was like, oh, he's got BKB or he's got Aegis? What's he doing?
Guess he really thought that No Tail could bail him out, but it was just
so.
It's too deep.
Yeah, that was definitely the case there. I mean, Samael, very lucky to get out either. You know, if he got sort of chain lockdown after that initiation for JT, would have been dead for sure. But man, the damage still very much plenty here on OG as IG, they hold.
Yeah. Every single time that they do have Echo and Global, it feels like they have a very good chance to take the fights. Besides that, though, OG does have much better wins. But now, Kaka, he's got Aghanim's. So in some of these situations where perhaps they think they might get these explosion kills, he's going to be able to save people. Lots of save on IG with the Depth Shroud and with the time lapse that's going to be coming out from that Axe Weaver.
OG with the smoke up though. They want to try and hit.
Have to hit.
The Global's not hit.
Yep, have to hit while Echo and Global are down. But it's not very long now. Only got 15 seconds on Echo, and Global is pretty much back since they're starting to get
Thompson,
these levels. He's
going to look for the setup onto Emo, but Emo's got the BKB. So got with that Axe time lapse, they will have that bailout.
Seb.
He's going to get the jump, but it's just a silencer. I mean, that still can eliminate that Global, which would be nice, but Ollie, he's got the Ghost Scepter. I mean, does Ollie even die here? Jump forward for Thompson, they will be able to burst him. So Ollie's out of the fight, has got buyback available, though, if they do feel the need. And that was the RP, but it allows them to get the range wreck, so I don't know if it'll allow OG to get much more, though.
Just up to tier 2. Sumail just projections up there.
Axe is done on Emo.
Yep, and he already grabbed the shard from the Roshan from earlier. Yeah, that can be decently useful, too. His Fire Remnants deal damage per second versus TA Refraction.
Very nice against the TA.
Small little something. Yeah. Also, of course, being able to regain his charges whenever he does get a kill.
Very nice against the TA, very nice against the Blinks. You know, Seb might struggle a bit more to get these RPs off with the Remnants being thrown around.
And as we said, Echo Slam is up.
Yep.
IG's hunting.
To go.
Sumail gets
so IG can find. Fly leading in first, trying to give them the vision information. Kaya Sanj now onto Thompson, so a bit of resistance to try and break out of these combos that IG are slamming down onto them. Hurricane Pike as well first, Samael, so can keep his distance and had that better chance of repositioning himself in the chaos.
The thing about this, though, is that Sumail is starting to hit critical mass quite soon. IG has a lot more space to grow, so OG definitely wants to persist and look for
plays. They get the jump up to the high ground. Ready up to the side, Fly. He's looking to turn back in. They get the change off onto the 2. The side of the jump, the Echo Slam. He's caught the 3 of them. Onto Samael. He's going to get taken out. No chance to fight for Samael as IG immediately collapse on him. Once again, JT starting off the action. OG, they're trying to scatter back to the base. Not going to make it though. 3 dead on OG. As yet again, IG getting the jump. No Tail's courier hits the deck. That's the gem gone as well. IG there hitting back hard, and OG. Yeah, that's well, obviously that mistake on the bottom lane, bit of an overextension, and since that point, the fights have just got easier and easier for IG, because IG, they've all sort of just got that item that they were waiting for. We'll see it again here.
They walked up as 3 together, and we did, you know, these melee heroes versus the Shaker.
Yeah, JT
jumps
straight in.
And then look at Emo, just 5 spirits on top of Sumail to make sure that he can burst him
completely on top of him. I think Sumail did get the BKB off, but when he was pretty much on like 100 HP, so it was irrelevant, didn't matter.
And I was just mentioning how, you know, Sumail, he's starting to get to his point of soon critical mass. So all these moments where IG get these kills, they're starting to get a lot of momentum. And maybe OG is starting to run out of steam a little bit here versus this constant combos, because now they're so high level too, right? Level 24 TA, respawning in 30, Echo's going to be back up. So is Global.
Yeah.
Every single time that they do respawn, it's just IG's ready to fight again. IG completely finding their footing now in this game.
Yeah, this refresh is going to come pretty soon as well for Emo.
Yeah, and of course he finds a Cloak of Flames as well. Didn't point that one out, but another phenomenal item versus TA. Even a blaster rig on JT that we didn't point out from earlier.
But Fly as well.
Everything's coming together.
It really is.
Game's starting to look more and more difficult for OG as it progresses.
Yeah, they can't afford any more mistakes. Another mistake from OG, and yeah, the game's going to be completely in control of IG. Seb, it's going for the jump in. The rest of OG, though, are they actually able to back him up? Thompson will look to jump in, but the BKB pop, Fly commits onto Seb. Jump forward from JT. He's got the Echo. They turn to Sumail. Sumail's just getting chain stunned. He only just gets the BKB up, but again, it's too late. Sumail's out and down. OG again having to run. I mean, Saxa, he's trying to get back in onto Emo, but No Tail's dead. Saxa's got Thompson by his side. Will manage to jump in. They kill Emo. Saxa, well, tries to TP out. Very optimistic attempt there. Does not pay off. He is also dead. Only Thompson left alive. And even Thompson,
chasing.
He is. Fly zooming across the map here.
He's got to step up.
But yeah, he's not going to be able to catch it. But again, 4 dead on OG. IG, they're just taking every single team fight in their favor.
JT just he's got target priority. He sees Sumail, he echoes Sumail, and just chain stuns him every time.
It really does feel like he has been the hero here for IG this game.
And in the initial go, too, he even fissure blocked off No Tail from getting into the fight earlier on there where he could potentially maybe get towards Seb. Yeah, this has just been every single time. And it's also Abaddon. He does pop the ult, but he walks into range of the Echo, so he gets chain stunned during it, so he can't even look to protect Sumail to get an earlier BKB off. Yeah,
that's the thing. It's just sort of just the wide area of effect that JT's throwing out these stuns from. It does mean that, as you said, what can normally be seen as a bit of a counterplay to that, you have to deal with the follow-up stuns, and when they come out as thick and fast as they do from JT, yeah, you can't quite get that save off. And Sumail, 2 times now, 2 fights where IG have just made this 25k net worth hero just completely redundant as they just lock him out completely.
I mean, the graph says it all. Seb steps up.
He's in trouble here. Yule's up. Can he get away from this? The stomp actually is enough. Saxa able to make sure that there's space for him. Actually, JT's on the chase, jumps in. Seb, he's not getting away. He goes down. And again, OG, they've got to head back. Without the Magnus, I mean, they've been struggling 5v5, 4v5. That's definitely not going to be an option for OG.
And Sumail respawns, and Echo Slam and Global are back.
Everything's back up.
Yeah, and no Seb, no way that they can contest this.
OG, they've got to somehow find JT, like, at the start of these fights. It really does feel. If they let the Shaker get the free jump on Sumail, the fight's just over every time.
Yeah. And now there's going to be a refresher shard as well from this Roche. So, I mean, Emo, if he wants it, I would say an argument for JT to just take it because of how good he's played. But
well, Emo's pretty close to his own refresher, right?
I think, yeah, let's say.
Okay, well, you're right.
Yeah.
He'll take it for now. I mean, honestly,
but there's an argument for JT to take because he is 100% the MVP of this game.
But the thing is as well, you know, JT's probably saying, dude, look, I don't need it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I don't need a refresher shard. I can handle them with 1 round of my spells.
And at the end of the day,
and he can.
A refresher shard with an Ember Spirit, that makes it 3,000 burst damage with Fire Remnants if you do it properly. So, you know, he can throw it all 5, dunk it, do it again, dunk it. Yeah. So it's just so much burst and so much potential for an Ember and double BKB and whatnot. So yeah, much more useful on Emo.
Sumail closing in on the Eon disc. I mean, that
he needs it.
It's going to be the one answer. It's a bit of an awkward answer, of course, with the carry, but he has to.
He got to set a cap. Also,
I mean, Sumail, he has to put the BKB straight away. The Global's going to come out afterwards.
But Fly's gone.
That is the Aegis company's back for round 2. Sumail, the BKB's now 1 off. Now he's got no BKB. They jump in from Evo. Then straight away, JT's on top of him as well. Sumail, he's going to go down. There's a big splitter though. Sumail actually still alive. He's able to get away. Seb, he's in with the RP. Thompson closes over. Have they got the damage? Saxa coming in with the big punches. They've taken down 2. Emo out. Kaka as well. Only to fall. As JT, they'll be able to find him. Also, Saxa just coming in with a hard hit. Sumail has the range.
Ember's dead for 80. Fly gets deleted in 2 hits from TA to start the fight. And again, now he's swinging it the other way.
This time around, they couldn't. I mean, they got so close to killing Sumail, but this time he was able to break away from the combo.
This time, No Tail was close enough to be able to bail him out of everything, too.
even after initially using the BKB quite early, it didn't matter. They're able to still keep Sumail alive. Sumail is going to be able to force himself back in with a Hurricane Pipe. Buyback comes out from JT. So a couple of buybacks being used from IG. Jump forward, Seb. He's got the catch. And
it's 100 seconds.
It's a dead slug. A very, very dead slug. Where's his money? No money. 800 short of buyback. That
can they keep going?
Actually might just be, that might be the game.
They can at least get the megas, I believe.
It's 80 seconds without the slug. Fly, bye. That might be it.
That might be it.
That might be the end. Well, we'll see.
Got a glyph.
They're going to have the combo, right? How long's till Global's up? Global's up in 20. They'll have the combo. JT's been doing some heavy lifting. He
needs emo, though.
He's got even more weights on him now.
He needs emo's damage.
Zep, he's got a catch.
The silence as well with the trap.
Kaka's gone. No buyback on him either. Jump forward, JT. He's going to try for everything onto Sumail. Sumail, he's got the BKB back up.
Shielded.
They couldn't lock him down forever. The splitter's out onto JT. No buyback on the Shaker. That's it. GG. OG, they'll get it. They'll get the win here in game 1.
And it was after such a big fight back from IG. Yeah. An uphill battle from 15K net worth deficit. Winning every single fight after that, right? They won 3-4 fights in a row on IG, and then one fight that OG wins bottom because of Sumail hiding in the tree line, sniping out the Slark, getting a clutch shield from No Tail. They end up taking it. And a beautiful RP, of course, from Seb there.
Yeah, Seb that also stepping up in that last fight.
Really does come everything together. Wow.
What a game. It feels like classic sort of OG winning in OG style.
Sure.
You know, they get a lead, they throw a little bit, a bit of a dive, a little bit of base diving, and then it certainly looks to go all downhill. Then I do get a grab back again at the end.
I think the ascetic cap also something that we definitely need to look into there at the end there, because it was JT. He jumped onto Sumail in that bottom lane for the initial go.
Yeah.
Echoes him, but he got the BKB off because ascetic cap procs. He gets status resistance from it, so didn't have Aeon Disc, but he had the mini Aeon Disc, as we call it. So
wow, what a game 1, ladies and gentlemen. There, IG and OG. Definitely want to keep you sitting on the edge of your seats pretty much up to those final moments where, IG, obviously taking that fight and not having the buybacks and, with
Emo
no
spent his gold. That's a good point, too.
Emo as well, right?
He had spent his gold in that last fight, too. He committed mostly for that refresher, so no buyback.
True, picked up the recipe, didn't even have the full thing. So, awkward situations there. But that is it for game 1, ladies and gentlemen. OG, they'll take the first game of the series. We've got another one coming up around the corner between OG and IG, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IG versus OG here at the TI10 group stages. I'm OD Pixel here with Fog. And, well, we just had game one. And game one went the way of OG, but it was a bit of a bumpy ride. A bit of back and forth. They did dominate the early game, but then there's a little bit of a throw here and there. Kind of went back in favour of IG. Some great plays from JT.
Great plays
JT
from
was
JT.
really doing that, putting the work in to try and swing it around. Didn't matter at the end of it all. Well, sort of one fight really where they weren't able to just chain lock down Samael, and then Samael, you know, he was rather farmed. He was doing a lot of damage when they weren't able to continuously keep him locked down and disabled.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, that was probably IG's comeback that got devastated there from a couple of little mistakes, and also just maybe just feeling the momentum a little bit too much, right? Like Emo, he bought his perseverance. And then he bought the recipe for the refresher. They take the fight bottom. He dies. He doesn't have buyback. Fly also committed his gold. He dies in a bit of an awkward position away from his team before the fight kicks off. After they were having literally 3-4 consecutive fights where they were just fully coming back after a 15K deficit. So OG, maybe a tiny bit lucky there at the end of the day, but some big clutch plays that did come out in that last fight from both Saksa as well as Seb with that
Saksa.
huge RP and just splitters and stomps and whatnot. So.
And I think there's no surprise. We've got the draft coming up on your screens right now. The first ban from IG, it is that Saksa ET.
I honestly think that
it's got to go.
Going into main stage, because we're just going to be finishing up with group stage, I think this should be a first ban from every team. Honestly, I think ET is just ridiculous. And it's winning every game. It's winning across
really
every stream. It's winning. It's got like 60-something, 70-something, almost a 70% win rate across like 50 games. So I think we're really going to start seeing that one taken out more. We even see the respect giving toward the Magnus too. So completely different game we're going to be seeing. And IO is left in the pool. Monkey King's left in the pool. Weavers, etc.
Let's have a look. What do they want to take first? IG. Lots of options.
Yeah, IO, Weaver, Monkey King are the three big ones that we've seen prioritized by majority.
Aya.
And he's going to be the Aya.
Aya first for IG. And OG, what do they want? Do they want that Weaver?
I don't know.
Do they want the Monkey King?
I'm not sure.
That was left in for a while.
Do the people hear it? Do they see it?
They do not.
They still see us.
Production! Da-da, da-da.
We'll have it in a second for you guys. But it is an IO first pick. It was a tiny Lesh banned from OG. And IO was first picked by IG. OG, they're going to grab Monkey King. We'll have the draft hopefully for you guys in a moment.
Production.
JJ.
JJ, it was. Oh my JJ.
It's not JJ. Or is it?
I don't know.
As they will take the Snapfire as well, too.
Depends how much he pays me. For now, it was JJ.
So we got Monkey King Snap, two super popular heroes. Flexible Monkey King, as we've come to see. Snapfire, also one of those heroes that has a really high win rate throughout this tournament. And good versus the IO. I see them pick up the Nyx, so this is cool because it's a counter versus Snapfire, and now perhaps they don't have to ban the Puck as much. Because from what I've seen, every single game where a team has IO, they third ban Puck instantly. Or fourth ban it. They do not like to play the IO versus the Puck because of the obvious reasons where it just gets easily focused down. So let's see what other bans IG is going to be able to use now with them picking up their duo support right off the bat.
I see him for OG. Do you still ban the Weaver or you leave the Weaver in?
10 seconds remaining.
Or do you not? Now that you've seen the two supports, is Weaver less likely to be picked now? Because you're like, well, if they were going to pick it, they would have rather picked it in a scenario where there would have been a bit more flexibility with it. Now that sort of the more clear hands shown, you know, because this hasn't happened that many times really in the draft, right? Where you do get your straight up two supports first and then not really flexibility, right? I feel like all drafts we've seen, you have one sort of hero that could go somewhere else. This time from IG, like. I mean, sure, you know, we've obviously had OG, right? They played like an offlane IO. I don't think IG is a team that would do that, though.
Yeah, so. I guess. I mean, there's a slight possibility, I guess, they can. But I really do think that, because they had the option of a lot of, like, they could have picked a different core up, but I think the big reason it's Nyx is because of that deterrent toward Puck, and yeah, it's good versus Snap, and then maybe they still can get the Weaver. I don't think OG's going to ban it, to be honest with you.
No, I don't think so.
No. I think they're going to look to cover Emo more, just taking out his super comfortable heroes more than anything.
Yeah, Storm.
I don't think
probably lean next.
Honestly,
like
and also, I think I don't think they're going to target Fly too much.
Sure.
I think the bigger priority. Last game, yeah, I think the bigger priority on the team of IG is usually going to be Emo and JT. Fly usually just coasts by and gets his hero a lot of the times. And they are going to ban that TA, so because that was a very frustrating one. But it's pretty crazy how they got pushed away from wanting the Earthshaker, too.
Yeah, what happened to Bat? We don't see any Bat. We thought we'd see more Bat,
We thought
right?
we would, but I guess it's not a good hero anymore.
Yeah, no one's playing Bat.
People must have figured it out.
Yeah, I guess in the dumpster, yeah.
Did get some nerfs and stuff.
No, for sure, for sure. But he was going kind of just because of some of the heroes that were coming back. Some of the popular heroes at the moment. Bat would have been pretty strong against, but yeah, I guess as you say, just the hero's not strong enough. Straight up. Oh, well, maybe it. Yeah, OG they do ban the Bat, so they were thinking about it this game.
Well, they got
talking about the Bat. They did think about it here.
They do have the Monkey King, and I guess
that's what I was thinking. But it's just, we don't. No one's really been picking it though.
It's true. And I guess the thing about the Monkey King is that it's so flexible. Is that they could still put it mid for Thompson, and if they banned the Bat and the Storm, then the matchup for the Monkey King is actually pretty good, because those are the two heroes that absolutely destroy him in lane and in game. Storm sometimes can go both ways, but most of these players know how to play around it now, where you just wait for the, wait for that Jingu to about be happening, and then you pull him, and then you blow him up before he's even able to get the last hit with Boundless and whatnot. So, and Monkey can't force wave out. So let's see, Invoker ban. IG still, of course, they're still going to be targeting mostly those mids because Monkey King is just so flexible. It's very likely that it's just support, and all that talk about Monkey King mid is pointless, but very flexible.
Let's see. OG.
10 seconds remaining.
Another ban maybe the way of Emo, as we say.
5 seconds
And I think last time they did ban out the Lina, right, as well as the Storm.
Yeah.
As in the mids, that they just didn't want him to have a chance of playing.
Lina, I mean, honestly, Shaker might not even be a
JT
bad
Shaker,
ban because
sure.
JT just has been owning with it so hard, and he was literally the one who almost won the game for IG single-handedly in the last game. So, but they'll take out Gyro.
All right, yeah. I mean,
Interesting.
No, nobody wants to play against Gyro IO.
Yeah, I guess that is the case. Sure.
Especially when you have a hero like Nyx that's very obviously going to be setting up those global moves. And I wants to bring someone in that's going to have the damage.
Yeah, that's fair.
Gyro would
It's
have
good
been
ban.
nice with
Yeah,
that
that makes
pace.
sense. Definitely. Took out the two mids that they didn't want to play against, and then the pairing they don't want to play against.
See what OG, see if this next pick gives a bit more clarity on where the Monkey King's going, or if anything like the OG drafts we've been getting used to, of course, at TIs, it's probably not going to give up much at all.
I like Night Stalker usually versus these two heroes, but okay, they're going to go for group up. So this is the other concept people used to use. We got to see it a lot at Animajor, I think. It was every time a team picked Nyx, the opposing team would pick DK, and then they just play up the group around, right? They group up, they pick team fight, and then Nyx Assassin into team fight is just like, wait a minute, guys, Vendetta is a useless ability at this point. And both of these heroes actually are really susceptible to heavy team fight push lineups. IO and Nyx Assassin don't really provide much of anything to slow the pace of the game down.
No.
They can't wave clear, and they don't provide team fight.
They just don't do anything to the DK at all.
No. They used to.
Yeah, back in the days of the break.
The good old days. Yeah. So they'll pick the JT Mars, something else he's been really strong with, and that's probably that IO pairing that we've seen quite a lot of times now that just is really strong versus pretty much any core in the laning phase.
10 seconds remaining.
And well, with the DK picked as well, what that does say to you that
5 seconds
it's almost certainly just going to be tops of Monkey King and Seb DK, or
that's what I would think, but it's so flexible
so
that I think it's all going to change when they see more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure OG in the past has played like support DK as well.
Well, now it's okay. So now they probably want to put the Monkey King safe lane. And they're going to do the combo.
Got the Monkey King Lycan, that's
Monkey King Lycan
and
scary.
DK.
And DK Lycan.
And DK, yeah.
We saw EG try it. They got absolutely destroyed. They didn't get to make it work at all with the bite with the DK form, if I remember correctly from yesterday.
Okay.
But they have the potential for the bites. Not only that, they have the potential for the wolf being gobbled, the monkey wolf being gobbled up and being spit into the team fights as well. Or the dragon wolf being gobbled up and spit in. So lots of fun that will be coming out.
Yeah, no surprise with the Lina pick being left in this time on the draft. See if OG come to regret that, banning the Gyro over the Lina. Maybe the Lina will cause as many issues as you would expect when it's in the hands of IG. Very, very strong.
Other thing about Mars versus Monkey King in a lot of situations is the ult is a blessing versus the, if you're hopping around in trees, you click Mars ult, No more trees. Monkey King falls. Easy sets up multiple times. Spear is also really strong versus Monkey King in most situations, even in laning phase.
For IG, what sort of carries have we been seeing do well against these sort of Lycan lineups?
Someone who can punish him throughout the laning phase, because his lane, he just stands there, right? Like he's this very just immobile hero. Someone who can kill. I want killers in the lane.
So would something like a Razor fit in for what IG want to do?
Love Razor. Yeah. I feel like I've been asking for Razor a lot of times, though, and people aren't prioritizing as much. Some teams, sure, yeah, but some others not so much. Yeah, Razor looks cool, especially with the Nyx, because it's very likely going to be that Nyx Assassin 5 position.
Yeah, I think you'd have a good lane and 3 melee cores potentially. Easy static links.
Yep.
And they can't run. They can't. Arena's out.
Arena's out. And they're
stuck.
Know,
they're just stuck in with the Razor.
I can see the Razor working really nicely, yeah. Because then it's also, yeah, no, I like it. Until later on, where they've
been wolfed. And then they've got these wolves running around.
Wolves are running around you, so it would put IG on a timing. It would mean they have to play pretty fast. So, and if they ban Lifestealer, that means they're probably not thinking Razor.
That's true. That's true.
So what would they be thinking if it's a?
But they are thinking what the Monkey King is going to be support with the snap and.
Yes.
Samael's hero is still to come.
Looks like it, yeah. Which could not be. Could be the case or could not be the case.
Or actually, I said, pretty sure it was like No-Tail played DK in the past as support.
It's still very flexible. And IG's gonna have to reveal their hand first.
Yeah. What are they gonna do? What's the plan here for Fly? Who's ready to have wolves run at them?
Can you just? I was thinking Terrorblade for a second because then you just get the Feral Impulse for yourself every time. But nobody's really been doing the TB versus Lycan, and I thought we were gonna see it so much more. Every time Lycan was picked, I thought we were gonna see Terrorblade because you just reflection him, you get Feral Impulse for yourself, you are hitting like a truck, and also they lack push, so that does give them a little bit ways to siege.
I'd like to see some sort of big hard carry for Fly.
I think I like Terrorblade.
TBs, Deuces, anything that's sort of going to be able to hold their own whilst Mars locks them down with the arena.
It's going to be Sven, so that's the better lane, I guess, for it. And it's an IO pairing, and it does provide that like big armor for his teammates also versus this heavy physical draft that OG does have.
Okay.
All right. Safer. And it's stronger in the lane. I think the TB does make the lane a little bit weaker, but yeah, the whole Feral Impulse thing is pretty crazy. So let's see what OG's response will be.
Is it indeed going to be a Samael hero, or are we already seeing Samael's hero shown? See, IG assuming that the carry is still to come.
I think Sven's been doing quite poorly, if I'm not mistaken. Like, bit of a risk for them to go for that one there. Let me check. 33% across 15. Stacking is still existing, but it's not as much of the name of the game as it used to be. You're not getting as much from it before. And I've seen these Svens they just get smashed in lane even too, a lot of the times. So this time probably not because it's a Lycan, but we did see from earlier, poor Eurus. Literally died like 3 times in laning phases as Sven. Wasn't able to do much of anything. Let's see what it'll be. Okay. Heavy push. So it is going to be that Monkey King mid. Snapfire and DK are the supports. Good call. Yeah. You were right. No-Tail
DK. Yeah, I said probably one of the only support players that does the support DK. But
I'm wondering how this
worked in the past.
How's this matchup going to be? Lina versus Monkey King. Sounds pretty tough for Thompson.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
That sounds real hard.
Emo Lina.
Emo Lina.
But I mean, as we saw with the bans, it clearly was. It wasn't that much of a problem in their eyes that they wanted to take it out. They rather looked towards heroes like the Gyro rather than having that. They did have that opportunity to ban Lina, and it was something they banned out in game 1. So.
And in laning phase, it's a problem, but in game, once you're able to actually get on top of the Lina, things start to change. And they do have a lot of different ways to gap close on the side of OG. So, okay, maybe that's their concept of it, is just like Thompson's like, whatever, I'm going to lose the lane, but I'm going to be able to come back in the mid game, which is a lot of, it is a Thompson thing where, lose lane, win game. Stuff like that, where he's just super active and super playmaking, which is exactly what his style is for Monkey King.
And how's Luna doing nowadays as a carry?
Actually, I don't think we've gotten a single Luna game, have we?
We've not cast
45%. She's had 11 games, so.
Okay. So not bad.
Yep.
Right in the middle.
I think I saw her paired up with some IOs and stuff like that, but definitely makes sense with the lineup that they have. Luna, Lycan, DK. Some heavy push going to be coming out, and it is a very group-up-oriented lineup versus this Nyx Assassin and versus this IO. But I think IG stabilized their draft a little bit about not being able to take fights head-on when they pick up this Sven and this Lina. But we'll see. Wait, he's still not level 30 on the Monkey
Well,
King.
he's what, was
I
level
thought he was
29 or
30.
something?
Yeah, I thought he was the 30 though.
He's close.
It's close.
He's close. He's nearly there, Thompson. Still a very impressive amount of games there, but
Oh, absolutely.
nearly 800 on the Monkey King. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of OG versus IG. Let's see if OG can get themselves that win.
So they just immediately tip Emo every time. Emo to Subel back.
If IG are going to be able to get that win and make it so that OG's chances of being in the upper bracket are probably still up in the air. Right, I think that one win is not enough to guarantee, right? There could still be scenarios where they don't get the upper bracket right now. So
I think.
Or, yeah, because if they, so at the moment they are
They'll be
10 to 5.
And if EG 2-0,
EG 2-0s,
they'll be 10-6.
they'll be 10-6. And if they 10-0, yeah, they'll be 10-6. So
10-6, 10-6. It could potentially be 10-6. It could be a 10-6 tie pretty consistent across the board. But yeah, we'll see.
Don't quote us.
Don't
you
quote
can
us,
check the mainstream. They talk about all that stuff.
They talk about that smart stuff, but I think
we're here for the Dota.
I think if OG wins this one, they're almost secured.
Yeah, I think
like
two wins,
like,
and I think
like
OG. I'm pretty sure OG is. No, definitely, yeah. If OG win this game, then they're guaranteed upper bracket.
Yeah.
I'll go out and say that. I might be wrong. I'm wrong on that. Seb denied the bounty rune, so a very nice little bit of micro there.
That is a sad trombone indeed, Emo. And let's see how these lanes end up going. Looks like a pretty free lane.
I say pretty nice. I guess IG still got 2 bounty runes, so IG don't really care too much.
Yeah. Still sad trombone, because there's one that's just deleted. Sure. Nobody likes bounty runes. Nobody likes money being destroyed. As bottom, Fly should have an absolute free farm on the bottom lane versus this Lycan. Also should be able to clean up some wolves too with the IO. And that is going to be the lane, by the way. It is the IO and the Sven they decided to go for because they just need to help out the Sven a little more. It's a melee hero, so makes sense. And they see the DK support, so they're like, all right, we can put Nyx up top because it's DK support. He doesn't really do much of anything.
See this mid lane.
Let's take a look. That's where we're all looking.
I mean, with the amount of games he's had, he would definitely played quite a few against the old Lina. This doesn't make it any easier.
No.
Still not a fun matchup.
Top's gonna need some heavy harass there going up for that range creep. I can't believe he stepped up for it. He still has a fairy fire to work with, but he will end at lane 5 and 1 there. So it does come out in the first 2 waves. 1 CS ahead of Emo. But then constantly hit again. He does have a salve that he's gonna have to use, but
I mean, not bad so far.
No, not bad.
Pretty even on the CS on these first waves.
But they had to use money immediately for a salve. So it's the CS is there, but you know he's going to have to spend a lot more on regen. He has to rush boots so that he can ensure that he survives. Can't go for bottle. So Emo, he's going to have his bottle coming out any moment now. And yeah, Lina will pull ahead in the gold department pretty quickly. Bottom, can they clean up a wolf? Not quite. Seb with some nice micro. Top Sumail is still able to free farm anyway, though, because he does have this tanky DK that's just able to be a deterrent from them going aggro. They're even going to go for Kaka here. Decent damage coming in. Now JT, I mean, the damage, it does hurt. Lunar Blessing. Stun in 2 seconds for No Tail.
He's doing quite well here. This support DK. Just walk up and stun. Can tank the passive. Can trade pretty effectively here against these two.
Most of these like strength melee heroes trade really well with Nyx Assassins. So it does this lane, you know, the decision to swap up from IG makes it a bit weaker because then Nyx is top, but JT still, you know, he's still hanging on his own. Thompson does dodge the stun. Does mean that he connects with the 4 hits. Glyph comes out late. Actually, I think the glyph may have clipped it, right?
They got the glyph off. They got the glyph off.
It hit the hero, so he still heals,
Yeah, he just got the hero heal. Nice timing there from IG. Keeping tops and lows. As Tangos and verifies though.
Will they check the rune? Will they help Topson check runes? It's eyes on Saksa usually to determine if they're going to help go for that 4-minute water rune together. I think he probably will. I want to see somebody check it. I see Kaka's already on the way over to check it for Emo. Emo's going to be able to get his own bounty rune to fill up his own bottle. Ali. Oh, he's very lucky that Saksa does not connect with that cookie. And he's also lucky that he'll get a bounty rune.
They'll be able to hold as well, get both runes here for Emo if he wants to get his mana all the way up. And so that's actually Topson, it's a bit speedier. And will force Ollie to take this.
He's going to commit.
He is going to step up and look for Ollie, but the stun is out.
He is in some trouble.
He's trying to get that Jingu stack up, but he's struggling to do so. It's worn off now, and he's going to go down. First blood for Emo. It felt strong because Saksa was coming round to help out.
And now Saksa too.
He's looking pretty dead as well. Emo lands the light strike. This is going to... Oh, let's get the neutral deny. He can't. Double kill for Emo. Oh, that's a rough one there for OG.
Topson forced it too. He just kept going in for the kill because he had Saksa connecting, but gets baited a little bit there. Double kill for Emo, and a high five with Ollie. And Ollie stacks a camp too. Great rotation from the IO.
Absolutely, good moves as well. I mean, he's just one hit away from getting the lifesteal up, but couldn't quite grab him.
And Fly-Fi, he was alone down bottom, but he was just fine because he's versus the Lycan. You can't really pressure him too much. Now, Saksa returns. Ollie is required. Yeah, Sep's doing some nice micro, though, not losing any wolves. Fly, getting some harassment. There's another cookie. Should still be okay. The heals from Ollie's there.
On top lane. I mean, look at No-Tail guys just going in and smacking him here.
He's doing God's work for the Luna. Look at JT's last hits. 14 because No-Tail's just bodying him. With the Luna aura, it really does make such a big difference. It's a plus 15 damage on the DK, plus 6 armor. It's like pretty ridiculous of a hero to trade verse.
So it's going to be another complete free farm for Smell at the start.
Yep.
So yeah, same to be said for Fly, but we're going to see some two very fun carries out of the laning stage here.
No-Tail runs in, steals the rune. Topson starting to get his tower pressured, and Emo does have an illusion rune, so he can keep this catapult alive even longer for the next creep wave to come in. They have to help mid, otherwise they're going to lose this tower. They're rotating both supports now, OG.
Emo's pretty far up. Set up with the boundless strike. Cookie is... Oh, nice move from Emo. Turns around and he's got the backup. Laguna comes out there to blow up Topson. Very nice play there from IG. As they outplay the attempt of OG. And the tower is going to continue to get beat down upon.
Still alive.
It's still up the catapult.
It will go down now, but more than about 1,200 damage onto that tower, plus a kill. They knew the move was going to come. They knew OG's going to come help because of the way the pressure comes, so they double rotate as well. Yeah, real heads-up stuff.
Yeah, big, 2 times now the attempt's been made around mid to do something about Emo, and Emo's just, he's been able to outplay them with the backup of his teammates.
Just very good awareness from the side of IG. No-Tail. He's just striding through. He's just walking through, giving information for his team, blocking up some Ancients now to ensure that the Sven won't have those crazy amount of stacks. On him, Seb. This time he might go down. 2 more hits.
Oh!
It's...
Oh, he missed him!
He's been juked!
Oh, but now he's found him.
Not this time.
There we go. The kill's a success.
No-Tail also starting to get chased out here. Has 13 armor, though, so a bit harder to chew through.
How long we got left on the God Shrimp?
Still a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
But he's got stuns.
And he's got Saksa here as well.
Saksa's in the area.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Fly-Fly's courier does go down. But I think he did get the delivery of his items, and an excellent start, as we said, for the Sven. Just a bit ahead of that Luna.
Are scanning.
It's a very solid early game. We see IG as well getting into the jungle of OG.
Looking to contest these stacks because Emo has a haste. Sumail dodging both stuns and surviving because of it. All right. Emo still has a haste. He'll be able to get away from Thompson, but Thompson does get the jump onto him.
He's trying to chase.
He tried.
A little too speedy. And no tell. Let's come down bottom to try and soak up some XP. Once the God Shrink's down, he's not under too much threat. These two won't have the damage to take him out, even as the support.
Yeah, and it's better for him to get the experience down there, as Seb is just able to jungle, so they're maximizing really nicely on the side of OG. However, IG, this time around in the laning phase, 4-0, 1k gold advantage. Even though JT did come out behind in the top lane, the rest of the lanes looked really good for the side of IG. No stacks look to be made at all yet, though, from the side of IG. As of course it is blocked, but they haven't even gone to attempt to stack the trying.
Wow, Fly, he's coming in. So Thompson is going to be there to back up Seb, and Ollie, he's looking to be in a whole world of pain here. Three of them will easily kill off Ollie. A little ambitious there from IG to step up into the triangle, but I get Fly. He does survive.
Yep.
Kaka, keep an eye on Sumail here and trying to take some of these creeps away. We'll actually get a couple of them.
Soaking all that XP too is nice. Notail does hit 6 from being down bottom, starting to just poke the bottom tower. Hits it once, backs away, hits it another time, backs away. Starting to get that pressure going on the tower. Top, Ollie TPs, fills up Emo's bottle to keep his presence on the map. And they're going to look to take out this top tower. Saksa, only level 4. How is our support levels? Yeah, he's the one who's the most behind. And it's going to be a tough game for Snapfire, as we mentioned from the draft. Playing into Nyx Assassin, it's always going to be a much more challenging time to ever get Mortimer Kisses off.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Thompson.
Oh, they're trying to hump for him.
Trying to cut the tree. He did cut the right one.
Radiant's bottom tower
Very hard to catch. At this moment in time, so they also sort of blink, so ways to close the gap easier.
7 Nota will be able to finish off that bottom tower.
Oh, he's coming in.
Time. The reload.
They did find the setup on the Thompson. He's able to get the ults off, but here comes JT, brought over by Ollie. The arena down, they get the kill.
Sumail.
Can
they finish him?
Two of them.
They can.
So they got the damage to JT. JT's going to go for the TP out. Anything to stop it? There is not.
They use both stuns on the same target.
Mid tower goes down as well by the looks of it here.
Yep.
They have got the fortification, but it's very shortly falling.
IG's making the more heads-up moves. Will they get the deny, though? Nicely timed from Saksa. Wow.
denied.
Beautiful. Fly is getting quite a bit ahead, though. 1,400 ahead of the Luna. Sumail's gone for the 4 points in the Lunar Blessing that we've seen popularized most times. Now he's going back to max his glaives. But Fly should have a much better opportunity of keeping himself ahead of that Luna for quite some time, even though they're not getting those stacks going.
And you like this room in this game, the mask into the blink. No Echo Saber for this map.
Oh, he went blink.
He did.
Oh, he's looking to play super aggressive then. Cool. Yeah, he's already so far ahead. He doesn't need to go for any more type of farming. Sure, why not? Always can be a bit of a risk with the Mask of Madness. Just has to be a little careful of when and how he pops it. Make sure he gets the war cry off every single time first, of course, but...
This man's a professional.
Of course. Still have seen lots of professionals still pop the Mask of Madness pre-war cry.
Hey, come on, you're an ex-professional. Hey.
JT. There's the kisses. Successful one from Saksa. Emo will be able to get a rune, and IG still on the hunt. Smoked up. Vendetta not up, though, for 8 seconds, but they see Sumail.
Oh, Sumail.
Slowly but surely walking up. Kaka, though, he shows himself with the blink.
Oh, and
there's the reveal.
They're going to have the damage, surely, with his God Strength. And Sumail's trying to run. He actually's got backup coming in.
Oh,
Good
nice
stun
from
Kaka over towards Seb. Sumail will still manage to get away in time. OG, what can they do in return, Seb? He's trying to run down Ollie. And get the stun onto Fly. Ollie's just going to take him out. Going to come out with a relocate, take them away from the sword. Emo's coming now. They're just up to the high ground, yeah. Repositioning so they could come back in hard. They run back down the hill. Seb's trying to run, but with the blink, Fly's in, cuts him out.
That was really cute there by Ollie. It looked like kind of this pointless reload, but just a slight repositioning maybe made OG think that they completely ditched out of the area. That was actually pretty heads up.
Damn.
And the blink dagger immediately pays off.
Yeah.
Sure,
Oh, yeah, it does.
They don't get the kill onto Sumail, but you can see the aggression that he wants to go for. And he's able to take an ancient stack that they did have at the ready for Sumail. So already seeing why he did go for that blink. Yeah, they're just I'm sure they're feeling like we're quite ahead after this laning phase. Every single lane went. Okay, 2 of the lanes went very advantageous for us. Top lane was kind of like whatever for the Mars. So just keep the ball rolling. Don't play a passive style. Look to keep pressuring this greedy OG draft, because that is what it is.
It is.
It's a DK5. We have a Lycan and we have a Luna on the team. It's mostly physical damage. They actually have like no magical. It's really just going to be coming from Snapfire in the early game, since of course the Lunas, they don't even get Eclipse until way later on. They don't even get Lucent Beam either. So
they're going to maybe try and make a move top. They just show some mail up here.
Okay.
And now you have the smoke up from Thompson and No Tail.
He's here. If a dust instantly popped. Quick easy kill.
How do they get that Jingu built up as well? But the rest of IG out of this area. Lad's done on Seb. Mask of Madness on Sumail. The farm will continue for him.
Yep.
And he's, still, got a bit of catching up to do here. Fly, very farmed here on this opening. Having a much better game than he did last time on his Slark at the beginning.
Absolutely. And he's going to be going back for Echo anyway, because it's just such a valuable item on the Sven.
Yeah. No, it just worked out, as you said. With being able to do what he did with the blink in those fights, get the positioning for the kills, he's ended up getting those 2 items the quickest by getting them in this order this game.
And it makes sense when JT went for Armlet, right? Like, they needed some type of initiation tool to be able to make aggressive plays, because
really nice.
Their offlaner went for such a greedy play. But that does mean that JT's going to be able to farm and be really strong. Ooh!
A surprise! A dragon jumps out from the trees. No Tail's in on top of Emo. Emo's able to turn still. Thompson, he's getting low, and Emo's able to run out. Thompson will fall. No Tail.
It was a surprise dragon, but...
Yeah, he was quick to tumble, and now to crumble. 2 heroes dead off the back of that. And, yeah, they were prepared for that one. Not much of a surprise at all.
And the Dominator creep just gets annihilated there from Fly, as well as the Wolves. Continues to get that growth going, and these constant plays from IG continue to happen. And I cannot believe that Emo lives.
Yes.
But he's so speedy.
He really is.
Windlace plus the Warcry. As soon as the Sven arrives, he was at 550 movement speed, just zooming out of there. And again, instant smoke.
They're just going.
They're just looking for more.
They know that someone's going to be farming here, and they've found him. Seb getting jumped by Fly. Cuckers in with a follow-up. Seb cannot run for this. No Tail's heading over. See if can they actually fight into this? Mail's moving in as well. Thompson is closing the gap here across the trees, but IG's speedy.
I thought he was going to Tumbler and perhaps get a stun onto one of them, but didn't actually get in range for it, it seemed like. Thought maybe he had range for to get the Sven, but I don't think that's the target that he wanted. He wanted to get the IO. Ollie already has mech finished up too on this IO. Nice and early on for the team. So we're already seeing some pretty massive damage lacking on the side of OG. Now with a mech, I don't think they're really going to be taking out too many of these heroes on the side of IG. And JT, even though he went for that greedy armlet build to catch himself back up after a tough laning phase, he's got Blink Dagger already on Mars too. So 2 different forms of initiation. They almost have BKB on the Lina. Things are looking really good for IG this game.
They have a solid lead right now, 5k up. I mean, the items just flying out. BKB, yeah, when that's there, they can't kill the Sven through the BKB. I mean, you said already, just damage struggles are real for OG at this stage of the game with the fights that IG's bringing.
It feels like
he's going to be invincible.
And it feels like there's a lot of things struggling. It's not just damage. It's how does OG initiate? How do they team fight? And yeah, there's just so many different things that they are missing at this point. Because the big team fight that's going to be coming out from them is the Snapfire, who's going to get canceled most of the time from the Nyx. And Thompson's just not tanky enough to stand in his Wukong. He'll just get killed right through it if he tries to hold his ground. And Saksa just gets quickly eviscerated, and the relocate top immediately.
They get on top of Sumail.
This is getting pretty out of hand right now.
It really is. OG falling apart right now. Emo, they're trying to kill him, but the backup's in. They can't. Emo's going to be healed back up. No Tail's in with the Dragon Tail stun. He's got to run. Jump forward from JT there, getting the angle for the spear back. Ooh. 3 more for IG, as they're styling over OG right now. OG struggling to find their footing here against the speed that IG's playing.
And I'm not sure when they do find their footing. I'm really trying to think of it, because without the initiation, it feels like probably when they have, Blink on DK as the 5 position, but that's going to come in at such a long time.
Another jump, bottom.
He's found.
Oh. Uh-oh. Well,
he's still going to die.
It might not matter. All part of the plan there from JT is like, look, I'm going to miss the spear, so he wastes his ultimate, and then we'll kill him. Yep. Big brain stuff from JT, I'm sure.
Yeah, their team fight does not come together for a long time. It's like when Sumail, BKB, and Blink on DK, but IG might just get too far ahead in these next few moments. BKB done on Emo with a DD in the bottle, and his team is look at this, instantly swinging over to make more plays. There's no downtime from IG right now.
JT.
They know how ahead they are. And I think they know how greedy and how weak the OG draft is feeling in this early game. Full BKB also for our... Oh my goodness, fly.
18 minutes. That's all it's taken him to get this big.
He disassembled, but he already has the Echo Saber finished up again in 1 or 2 more hits. And Sumail will never be able to stand toe-to-toe with this Sven now. He can get on top of him super easy. He can run him down. He's got BKB to survive versus all the burst. Even a blink now on the Nyx. Kaka also has one, so...
Oh, JT!
Sumail!
He's caught him! Straight in onto Sumail, who was at the front of it all. Sumail gets burst. The BKB's up. They turn over to no-tail. The Dragon gets taken out. Thompson also caught by the stunner. Kaka, 3 down.
This one is looking pretty over, Owen. I don't think they can do much.
Very, very rough, this one. I mean, IG...
They're just steamrolling.
They absolutely are. There's just been no issues at all for IG this game. It's been completely smooth sailing.
Into Roche as well. Quick and easy. Yeah, I'm not seeing a point of recovery at all for the side of OG. Just everyone is just getting destroyed.
Sumail just on the front of it all, and JT takes complete advantage of that. In he goes, instantly taking out the carry, and then things just continue to fall apart once again in the team fight for OG. Nothing more to offer there.
They're always looking for the +1. Kaka just in for the next kill. Now look at Kaka. He's already prepping for the end of the game, placing some base wards perhaps, or just looking for maybe not end the game, but big catches they can get into the base if they do see OG showing. That was also the Helm of the Overlord reveal from Seb. Didn't matter at all. More time needed for Sumail to have a BKB,
Kaka.
but they're not giving it to him.
Look at him go. Under the tier 2, setting things up. They're in. Sumail, they'll pop the ult, but IG, they'll pop him.
This is irrecoverable. It really does feel like. Split push time. They're hunting Thompson.
Oh, in they go. Thompson, he'll try and fight back with the ult. Maybe see if he can get the Jingu builds up. He does.
Can he get Ollie?
Maybe he can get Ollie. No, Ollie's out. He's
so
away,
much armor.
out of the Wukong command. Thompson dead again. Fly now, godlike.
And bottom.
They're trying to make a bit of a move onto JT. It's not working out at all.
Oh, okay.
They've got the kisses.
With the Carapace.
All right, they'll get one. They get JT.
Oh, and Kaka.
TPs are coming over, but Kaka will fall. OG actually able to find a couple of kills down here, and they might just find the tower as well.
Yep. Sven canceled the TP too. Relocate down for 30 seconds, so tower will drop. OG finally, I think for the first time in this game, are able to make their own
They
moves.
find something, yeah.
Does cost them quite a bit, though. They do lose the Monkey King, of course. So the top lane. And Sumail is still struggling. He's still just like, I don't really know where to go, guys. Can't really get much space on the map. I don't even have my BKB done yet. And with BKB, sure, he'll be a bit more survivable versus the magical burst damage, but as we've seen so far from IG, still have pretty ridiculous physical that's just going to shred him. But at least he won't get like stunned or pinned inside the Mars ulti or something like that. He's going to be a little more protected. But how's our experience also? That's the thing too, is this massive experience lead on top of the gold lead for IG. We're to level 18 Sven already at this point. Luna's only level 14. So the spread that we've got going on right now from IG is just, yeah, just huge. And again, like we said, no hesitation. Smoked up, looking for another fight. Seb. He's found.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid 2, Emo's still in the area, perhaps looking for something. Sees no tail.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
He's just going to solo him.
Making it look easy here, Emo. Full Shadow Blade on the way up.
And that's the base.
And Kaka's in!
The Kaka base wards.
A beautiful stun there onto the two of them. They jump straight up to the high ground. Sumail's gone, and so is Saxa.
And you know what? Maybe those base wards that Kaka placed were those game-ending wards. He sees 3 kills, sets them up perfectly for his team. OG still gonna stick in it. Kaka already. He sees Thompson top. He's already set up. Thompson seems to know this though.
What's the plan for OG? As you say, they're holding on, they're staying in, but barely.
I think the plan
23-6 down 10K.
The plan was devastated. It was changed completely because IG just crippled them so much throughout all these lanes, because they ideally wanted to go for this Aghanim's Bite, everything on Seb to be able to buff up their Monkey King as well as their Luna, but it doesn't feel like they're going to get to that point, so they have to just now ad-lib. Full Silver Edge for the Sven, just new item every minute or so, 10-0-8 on Fly. Some nice juicy ancient.
Oh, they're going to try and jump No Tail.
Let's see.
Start things off with the stun. Fly's looking over towards Seb. Emo getting low, but the heals come out from Ollie. Emo still goes down the once. That's the Aegis gone. We'll look over towards JT. JT was able to get the arena off, but Thompson also able to drop the Wukong's command. Fly to the back line. Finds Sumail. And Fly's going to be looking for more in a second. And he has the blink available. Up to the high ground he goes. Closes the gap onto Saxa. Saxa, no escape for him. They may have got JT, but it's, again, just a painful trade for OG, losing 3 for it.
And just Sumail just continuously gets no space. And he used BKB attempting to survive and just dies anyway during it, so... Whew. Continues to be IG show.
On Thompson. He's
Seb,
also been found here. I mean, Thompson, he's dead.
Okay.
And Seb,
he'll be okay.
Got to be careful of potential jumps from Fly. Has got No Tail by his side, I guess.
If Fly had more mana, he would have been able to kill Seb, but did run out. No Tail's like thinking about going onto him there. I think No Tail's gonna get. He could potentially just get 2-shotted if he does get hit by the Sun with that Silver Edge active. Sumail's just he's almost doubled by the Sven.
Oh my goodness.
There's just no space for him to farm anywhere. And Ollie really has been masterclassing it on the IO this game, of just getting the Sven right on top of this Luna every single time. 1, 2, and 24. He's put 25 of the 27 kills on the IO. That is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, just no chance of holding these towers. OG trying to push on with the Wolves. They have got that extra sort of momentum to push back against IG's creeps, but it's IG that's outside of the base of OG here. They're outside at the top. OG, what do they got? What can they do to stop this?
Kako's already hunting too. He's on top of Sumail in the bottom lane.
Oh, Sumail.
Ooh.
Oh, he knew. Did that catch him?
Sentry Ward, I think, got caught
Maybe
vision of him for a
early when he was sweeping around, yeah.
He was dead otherwise. He would have used the Carapace off of the Glaive into a stun, and that would have been a full relocate setup. Ollie?
I'm just going to let him go.
Yeah, they left him.
Rest of them bailing on Ollie. Poor old Aya.
Little bit of breathing room for Sumail, but having to use the BKB again fully defensively, down to 7 seconds.
And IG, they are grouping up just in case OG were trying to look to make a go whilst Ollie was down.
Just in case of anything, they were sticking together. BKB on the Mars is done too. Very survivable. See Emo with his Silver Edge. Bought a recipe again. He got a recipe of the Lincolns this time around, but. Okay. And now we have Thompson with an item, finally. Finally has time to protect himself.
No Tail.
That's...
just jumps in for a bit of a poke onto Fly. Trying to get some attention from IG down to that top lane.
IG is going to swing over for a Fly because Fly, as we said, a new item every minute, has a Satanic now. This Sven is...
Seb's got to be careful showing himself here. We'll stay hidden in the trees.
And even his helm, it's worth just as much as his life. Plus 250, fly.
Some great arms as well here, Paladins.
Oh, yeah.
They want to give that to the Io or the Sven. Boosted healing. On top, I mean, OG, they still are hanging around.
They have to be careful hanging around too. Ollie, the spirits. Yep, he's got the talent at 15 also too, so that max range definitely does provide a bit more. See the wolves down bottom. Starting to get the push going. I believe that's the shard.
Yeah,
as well,
he's
right?
had it for a while now, just sort of pushing the waves out. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it definitely is. The cripple on the tower is no joke. That attack speed reduction, look at it. Tower attack's extremely slow.
I got Roche up as well, of course, if IG want to try and take that.
Oh, and they actually give the Paladin sword to Emo. He wants to be able to stand his ground and heal up a little bit more. Since
Okay.
I mean, fly, the Quicksilver is still very useful. The movement speed that you get when you pop, Warcry, you're going to be zooming.
This will be a easy Roche here for IG.
Who wants the shard?
JT by looks of it.
JT's going to take it. Sure. Fly's like, nah. Give me it.
Oh, okay. And they're keeping the game going, OG. This the push at the wolves. A few more of those and this tower will die.
Actually, it's adding up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cripple really does make a big difference on the tower. The creeps are actually able to get a good push going.
Oh, fly. Oh, he wants to go for this, but no tell.
Spider legs, spider dragon. We'll get away. Sox even trying to do split push as best as possible in the top lane since they know IG's definitely looking for a battle, for any type of fight to get themselves a push going. Noto's thinking about perhaps going for Emo. Still with the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, with the two of them, it's still not enough, really.
Ooh, and now they get the 2 neutral items. There we go. Titan Sliver's picked up. Now they can give that one to the Sven. And they do find themselves a robe. If one of the supports would like to carry that. Fly. Another plus 250 for them.
It's a lot of gold for these 8s.
Yeah, it is. I think that's like
quite a lot he's got.
5 of them, maybe. He's killed more. I'm not sure, because they also killed some Dominators before that. Those absolutely add up. Sumail, I want to say he's catching up. Not really, but he's not doubled anymore. He has farmed about 4,000 gold in the same time that the Sven farmed about 5,000, so I'd say that's pretty good for the positioning that OG's at. IG's still with complete control of this game, though. AC for our Lycan, Seb. And we have a Lincoln's for our Lina on Emo. So that DK stun, the initial go onto the Emo is going to be a lot more difficult in mid. They look like they might kick up a fight.
They get the stun onto the Sven.
Sumail.
JT, he's already onto Sumail. The Sumail is so low. Is he going to be able to get out of this? He's trying to run, but the damage is done. Emo has the right clicks to take out Sumail. He's out for a minute. Thompson trying to battle underneath the Wukong's command. He's still alive, Thompson, but finally falls. Fly, just full HP. Pots the BKB and the God Strength. They get the spear connection on the Seb. 4 dead. No buyback on 2 of them either. As they're up to the high ground, they're ready to take the mid set.
Well, it did feel like it had been over for quite some time. They're still going to hang on with the glyph, but there's just nothing they can do. Sumail has no game. He literally just dies every single team fight anytime he shows his face as onto tier 4s. Soxa will kill the creep wave in an attempt to get the backdoor kicking back in.
They've got a buyback on Thompson as well, but his push is coming in pretty hard. And we'll get sidetracked here for a kill as they look to no-tail, and it will be an easy one. Jump in the spear back. The Ancient is exposed.
Glyph's back up, though. Look at Soxa. He's pulled the creep wave.
He's doing his best here, Saxa, to keep the game going.
Kills the DD as well.
Keep the game alive here.
Around. He's trying his damnedest. As they do get him. Creep wave now.
He has buyback, though.
Get toward his team.
Saxa can buy back.
He does, but his team can't defend. His team can't fight, ever, versus IG. Swift blink. And this Sven is, he back up to the double of the net worth of the Luna, as we said.
Oh, and they go. Onto Sumail. Here's the buyback, trying to cookie Sumail in safety. In fact, they get the cookie connection onto JT.
Thompson?
Sumail. He's out with the BKB to the side. Thompson has been caught out by the stun. Sumail trying to stand to grab, but again, Emo just hitting too hard. Sumail's got to run back to the fountain. Sumail will live. Thompson looking to get on top of Flyfly and JT Saxa. Steps to the side. Flyfly getting low. Flyfly is able to turn. The Wukong's command is out, but Flyfly, he's got the heals coming out from Ollie. The stun catches them all pretty much. Only Thompson left alive. GG, it's called. 38-9. IG completely stomping OG here in this game too. They just didn't have a chance here, OG.
No.
It was barely a few minutes in, and it looked like this game was over.
Yeah, I think Flyfly was a bit mad after that last game. He's like, you know what? I may have not had the best performance on the Slark, but this game on Sven, 17-0-12. Love the itemization too. He sees that his offlaner goes for a little bit of an armlet. He's like, okay, no worries. We're already stopping early game. I'm going to get a blink, keep this momentum going. Literally does not allow Sumail to have a game ever. Yeah, swift execution from IG.
Yeah, that was quite the beatdown indeed. As yeah, OG, I mean, as I say, trying something that they've done before, you know, like the no-tail DK, but as you said, overall, it was just what the greed. It's too much overall from this draft of OG.
Lane's too difficult as well, too. It feels like IG got every lane, except for top lane, which I would say that no-tail did a really good job as the 5-position DK to kind of push them off and give Sumail a good start, but the other 2 lanes just went way too disastrously. And IG read them, too, right? They know how good the mid lane is. Yeah. They know that OG's going to go to try to help out this Monkey King. They helped out their Lina. They kept bringing the 2 supports. They know they don't need to help the Sven. And, yeah, it was just swift and clean from IG. Pretty much no mistakes.
Absolutely. And, yeah, that Lina as well, as you say, 11-0-15 from Emo. Probably there's going to be a bit of a reminder to in the future you really have to consider if you want to let this through. You know, if you don't ban this. Most of the time we see it get banned against Emo, one of his top mids. And games like this certainly going to show exactly why. Tough one for OG there. And with that said and done, this series will end 1-1. Which, as far as I'm aware, probably means that things stay rather exciting in the case of tiebreakers and who's going up, who's going down between the brackets. So more games to be played today, of course. Keep your eye on the progress. It's all going to get very exciting towards the end of this groups. But as we move on, IG and OG ending 1-1.
Welcome back to the International 10, the final series of the group stage, unless we get tiebreakers, which is very likely, Kyle.
We will almost certainly have tiebreakers, Cap.
Yeah? How's that going to break down for us?
You want to talk about this group or you want to talk about the other group?
Let's talk about the other group first, and then we can use talking about this group to wander into the game.
Sounds good. EG is currently playing Undying. If EG win, there will 100% be a three-way tie for 2 spots between T1, OG, and EG, which is pretty damn hype. You know, second place last major, third place last major, first place last 2 TIs, all playing for 2 upper bracket spots. And I remind you, no TI winner has ever started in the lower bracket, so obviously there's a lot on the line. In this matchup, Secret just got bodied by Fnatic in, funny enough, meaningless matches. Fnatic couldn't change their destiny at all, but they just 2-0 Secret, which is kind of wild when you consider that they're really just playing better because there's no pressure. This team crumbled a little bit, talking to their coach, whatever. That's a whole other side storyline. Team Secret 8-6, Team Spirit 8-6, but Elephant is playing Quincy Crew, heavily favored, so they will likely get to 8-8. That is one man's opinion, however.
Okay.
Secret against Vici. That's what we're about to head into. The draft has just begun. If Secret win 1 game, they guarantee themselves at least a tiebreaker with Beast Coast, assuming Beast Coast were to 2-0 PSG.LGD. Let's be real, folks. That ain't happening. It's not happening. I'm sorry. It won't happen.
This is TI. Anything can happen.
No. PSG.LGD.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, you know what? It could happen. You're right.
Yeah.
I never thought that, I can't come up with anything.
I mean, PSG.LGD already locked in. They're, in fact, already locked in for first place as well.
True.
So there's literally nothing for them to play for. Vici Gaming, somewhat similar story here. I think their ranking could probably change. If Secret beats them here 2-0, then Secret would probably take second in that regard, which that just changes around some seeding bits a little bit.
Yep. And, oh, wow. It's going to be set up pretty cool where, assuming that Vici, if Vici take a game, you'll have a scenario where the upper bracket will have 3 matches featuring a Chinese team against a Western team.
10 seconds.
Ooh,
There will be no,
that's a spicy little bit.
Yeah, there's no inter-regional matchups for China upcoming, which would be pretty cool, I think. And I'm also really curious, like, the way it works, if I'm not mistaken, TI, the first place team in group chooses their matchup from the other group, and they can take either 3rd or 4th place.
Yes.
And if you're PSG.LGD, hypothetically, let's say it was OG or EG, right? You probably pick EG, right?
Yeah, yeah. At this point, like TI, it's a special time for OG. You're gonna go EG.
Yeah, and that also would mean OG would go to the other side of the bracket.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd only meet them in the upper bracket final, theoretically.
Yeah.
But
so you can just hope somebody else dispatches those boys.
Yeah, but so the matches we have remaining. We are the first stream for the first time. Let's go, Cap. Where typically our line is like 2 hours behind. Today, Owen and Fogg were speed running, it appears. But Secret, like I said, 8-6. They're playing Vici. Spirit also 8-6, but they're playing SG. However, SG also need to 2-0 if they want to have any hope at staying in TI.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll see how they rise to the occasion. Beast Coast, like we said, LGD. Elephant playing Quincy Crew. So your tiebreaker scenarios are really based around Secret losing. So if Elephant 2-0s, if Secret gets 2-0'd, let's say Beast Coast wins a game, then you have 3 spots, or 3 teams, 1 spot in upper.
Yeah. Yeah. Group E is definitely real messy right now. That's what it comes down to. We have our draft underway. Vici Gaming going to go for the first pick, IO. Team Secret not going to give them IO. Tiny, of course, will take Tiny into their own hands. And not going to go Lycan. They're going to leave it a little bit more open. They're going to pick what has been probably the most successful 4-5. Definitely pick the most. I'm not sure if actually most successful, but Sapphire has been one of the most popular heroes of this entire tournament. Same goes for Tidehunter.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, like, what is it about? You think it's more the ultimate, or is it just the minus armor? Because the thing about Snapfire is people were picking it, mostly, if you remember, Liquid, they were always running the Snapfire Slardar lane, but then the little Shredder got nerfed, and the hero wasn't changed too much, with the exception of slight buffs to the ultimate. The damage at level 1 went from 50 to 60. That's notable, but it was the same at level 3. But that was all. Like, that was the big change. Is this 10 damage per glob?
Well, 10 damage.
10 burn damage. That
burn
is.
damage. Yeah, and that is different, right? Because that's damage per second. So
that's true.
That means that's 10 damage is more like 20, 30.
No, it's a 5.5 second burn. So
yeah, but at the same time, you like if you're hit by multiple kisses, you're not like stacking up burn. So that is the one weird thing about that.
10 seconds
I guess it's just a lot of damage, right?
Yeah.
I remember I was talking. I can't remember who it was. It said
remaining.
like when you change, like when you remove a base strength from a hero, its win rate goes down like 2%. So it's the kind of same concept here, where that little bit of extra damage gets you that kill, that 3% extra.
That's really interesting knowledge.
Yeah.
That would have to be someone very intimate with the game.
Yes.
10 seconds remaining.
Vici Gaming, IO Tidehunter.
5 seconds.
They have been looking better than I expected. They're still not one of my top 3 favorites, but they have been rock solid here. And I will point to Old 11, as I frequently do for this squad. I think that this team success or failure is predicated on his performance, because he can have rather extreme performances. And I think he's just been good. I think he's just been good for at least all the games that we've watched. Yeah. We only watched one of their losses, which was up against Fnatic. Do you remember how that game went by chance?
No. Was it day 1?
Yeah, it was a day 1. It was a day 1 series.
Yeah,
sorry, guys. It's been a lot of
the
Dota,
drafts
so
all
it's
kind
hard
of blur together for me at a point. Let me find it. That was
the game where they countered the Lycan really hard because they had Night Stalker with the Shard. Yeah. So there was no Helm of the Overlord. And Fnatic should have creamed it. They should have just been like, okay, this is going to be like a 30-minute victory. But then it got a little messy. They still managed to hold it down in the end, but it was, again, messy.
A clown fiesta. That was a lot of fun. It's always funny to look back on matches, because you watch the first day of TI and you don't know who's good. You don't know what's good.
Yep.
So then you look back on it and you realize, like the breadcrumbs of, oh, damn, this team was actually really good, were laid out all along.
A good story about that was me and Blitz were, we did not cast OG at TI8 until the second, I think it was the end of the second day. And I think we casted like 2 series of them in a row or something like that. And we had been getting the word from everybody else that OG was garbage. That was the word that was going around, because day 1 of TI8 group stage did not go that well for OG, apparently. They were just saying this team isn't any good. And then we watched OG, and they actually did, I think they maybe like tied a series and then won a different one or something like that. And Blitz and I were looking at each other going like, this team isn't garbage at all. Like they're actually pretty damn good. So
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's both looking back, but it was also like a team's performance can change wildly, right?
Well, they like kind of clicked at a certain point.
Yeah,
that's when the
exactly.
I think for OG specifically, and what a lot of teams adjust to is like who kind of understands openings the best. So if you come into TI and you can play, let's say Elder Titan as a great example here at this event on 4 different players, you have a huge advantage. If you can play Tiny, mid, and safe lane, you have an advantage. And you've seen Spirit really get a jump start from that.
5 seconds.
If you have the wrong heroes that are flexible for yourself, that are just not meta, well, condolences. Well, go start spamming this.
Yeah, try and figure it out in the next 24 hours. Ooh, Hoodwink is going to be picked up for Vici Gaming. I almost said Sniper just because I heard that the audio cue. So if you talk about openings and stuff, like just looking at like the first 2 and maybe even the third, like whose opener do you prefer more between Vici Gaming and Team Secret?
10 seconds remaining.
Hard to say. I mean, you have AA against Wisp.
5
we saw this
seconds remaining.
in the Quincy Crew SG match as well. Like, it's just considered like a 1-to-1 counter. You remove sustain from the equation.
part of the reason we liked it so much, though, was because it was IO Gyrocopter.
Yes.
Is there different combinations with
Yes.
IO that Ancient Apparition isn't as bad?
Storm. Like, that's the one that I'm actually kind of shocked that Secret let through. They ban out Luna, Ember, Void Spirit. I feel like Storm was the scariest spirit, but perhaps they fear it less because of the tiny. And I think Luna, after we saw OG just kind of give Sumail like 1 billion attack speed, that combo is now more feared. Luna's received some nerfs, but end of the day, you just clear buildings like a maniac, and you can hit a timing that's fast enough that AA, sure, it's a great hero, but if you're like level 7, level 8, and there's a Luna hitting high ground with max glaives and a BKB Aegis, you're kind of just SOL. But I'll be curious to see if the Hoodwink will be played middle or not. I've only seen Thompson do that so far this tournament. That's a hero that I've always loved with AA. This was one of my favorite openers way back in the day. You just open Puck AA. Puck, of course, is still flexible, but it's most likely middle. And one of the best heroes in Dota against Storm Spirit for obvious reasons. The leash effect, obviously. Just shutting him down completely for the duration.
It just makes Ancient Apparition's life so much easier. Yeah. Right?
It's natural synergy because of the spell amplification. So, Puck is effectively just, completely experience-based damage. But you do have some nice talents for the spell amp too. So now you really increase the value of like a Dagon build, and suddenly you just boop, pop goes the Hoodwink.
Yeah. So what's left for the IO pairing at this point? I know, like you said, okay, Storm Spirit's good, but you still need a laning partner. And we've already talked about Gyrocopter is preemptively countered by Ancient Apparition, so it may be that Secret just leave that out there. Vici Gaming also banned Ursa themselves, which is another hero that we've been seeing picked up a lot with it. What else?
5 seconds remaining.
Vici Gaming's turn
Okay,
to
hear me
ban.
out. This could be a sick game to swap the tiny mid, Puck offlane, Drow Ranger for Secret.
Why?
Because it crushes Wisp and Storm. The silence is insane. You have pretty limited damage, and Tidehunter doesn't really lane very well against double range.
5 seconds
Okay, I get that, but Storm Spirit gets on top of Drow.
Yes, but you ball up. Like, you just hit a power spike that I don't think Storm can really deal with quite well. But you were asking about Vici's last pick with the Wisp?
Yeah, I was, but...
Sorry, I just had that thought because I haven't seen Drow a lot. I'm still a huge believer in the hero. That's like the quintessential TI carry, just because it gives you that damage accelerate. A lot of the drafts nowadays, if you think about it, have the supports buffing up their carries, right? A lot of Magnus offlane Ogre 5. Drow is unique in that you're a carry that increases the damage of your team. So if you're low on it, suddenly this last pick secures like a lot of critical things for a draft. Objective taking, Roche taking.
Vici Gaming's
It's really nice.
turn
And
to pick.
I'm telling you, they banned Spectre. Could see it. I mean, it's a very good Spectre game, just when you see a Puck. But either way. Also, remember, guys, Undying EG currently ongoing. It looks like EG's favorite. They also picked AA early against a Wisp. Whoa. Now it's I'm just saying Drow, dude. It's the Medusa counter. You hit a faster timing, and you just outrange her for the most part. It's so good here.
Other good heroes against Dusa, Sniper, Tinker, but both of them are countered against Storm Spirit, which is probably why Vici Gaming they set this up, right?
5 seconds remaining.
They could Alchemist here as well.
Okay.
But you have a tiny, so...
It sounds like to me there's this common trend of just reaching a faster timing. I'm going to go for the Magnus instead.
Yeah, like, I think I'm not putting enough emphasis. Like, they were going for a Zai hero, realistically. I know he likes to play Puck, but you basically... Like, Secret didn't have much time, and if they don't take an offlaner, they have to completely rearrange their draft concept, right?
Yeah.
And like, it's like, okay, wait, Tiny's going mid. Like, your win condition that's been set in stone since your first pick is suddenly up in the air. So they just keep it simple.
And they just go for a combination that works really well with the Puck, right? We're going to have the coil. We can have RP, which also sets up the Ice Blast as well as Kisses. He can skewer them out of the coil, which is very effective.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup. And it's just a natural damage steroid. Tiny's going to be strong. Going to be able to go
5
toe-to-toe with the
seconds
Dusa.
remaining.
Like, no question, so long as you stay even, at some point get ahead. And it's really nice when you have a couple of heroes that effectively force BKB. Puck AA, Snapfire, that's so much magical damage. You need to buy BKBs on all cores. But you have an RP, and then you're also going to have that massive physical damage output thanks to the empowered Tiny. So you're forcing BKB, but at the same time, that doesn't give you like the right itemization to survive against Secret's 1-3 punch.
Yeah. All right. This is going to be a hell of a game, I think. Vici Gaming and Team Secret. Team Secret definitely going into this TI as one of the favorites, but not the favorite, like many TIs in the past. And they haven't looked like the favorite either. They've looked a bit lackluster, but if they can take down such a strong team in Vici Gaming, it actually kind of gives a little bit more credence to how strong Secret is. And they would actually, again, if they manage to get 2-0, they would actually be placing second in this group.
And I wouldn't say they've looked bad. Like, the thing is, I think their record's a little deceiving. Well, I don't know, I didn't watch either series, but they got 2-0'd by Beast Coast and 2-0'd by Fnatic.
Yeah.
Both, funny enough, in a way, like Secret's Kryptonite, right? Very aggressive squads. They took a game off LGD. Like, the only game that anyone's taken off of LGD was Team Secret. And they only dropped a game to Elephant. They 2-0'd everybody else. There's matches against Secret specifically from day one were decisive. They won that series in less than an hour. We'll see. I mean, I have a lot of faith in the lineup.
Okay.
I think in a lot of ways these two teams are kind of brothers in a sense. Like when I think of Vici and Secret, I think a lot of the community were like, yeah, they're really good teams. They're not going to bomb out. They probably won't win. They'll be like 5th. I think that was a lot of teams' expectations.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 3 and 8. And both have like similar, it's like similar vibes, just very professional, a lot of veterans.
30 seconds.
And a little bit of new blood here as well. For me, anyway, Vici Gaming, it's all about this support duo, which I'm kind of curious how they're going to be able to function. Normally, it's like DY and PYW are like playing some sort of supports that can actually move around a bit. DY is just going to be tied, obviously, to Poyoyo in this situation. It's going to be PYW and Old 11 who can be making all the moves. They've got physical damage and minus armor. So we'll see how their lane goes, at least. Look at the setup here from Secret. Yapzor and Puppey making it so Poyoyo has to go the long way around in order to get to lane.
Yeah, I'm just all about this mid matchup. Nisha, his first TI playing middle against Ori, who is rapidly approaching his 5-year anniversary as the mid player of Vici Gaming.
And he's been, I mean, I always keep stating this. I feel like Ori is like one of the most improved players since the first, the first time we saw him. And
yeah, he is somebody I think I changed my opinion on quite a bit. Like, I always saw him as like a weaker laner, and I can't remember the tournament. It might have been DAC. He was playing a Huskar mid against a Viper, which should have been an unwinnable matchup, and then he solo killed the Viper 3 times, and just won his team the game. I'm like, wow, this guy's the real deal. All right, and yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Top lane, Tiny. Pretty standard. Tiny doesn't really lose lanes. One of the reasons it's such an excellent carry. Bottom lane, kind of same deal. Medusa against Magnus. Probably just going to be trading, but Medusa should be favored.
oh, nice hard camp pull. Yapzor able to get a really early pull. I'm surprised they weren't able to keep that more blocked out. I guess the multiple sentries that Yapzor brought to lane are going to be able to come in handy here and make sure that Zai gets a much nicer creep equilibrium. And Zai, like, if you've watched Zai off lane, you know that this guy puts everything he has in order to freeze the creep wave right in front of the tower. He will do everything he possibly can to make sure it just sits here and he can keep farming forever.
I I think it's a really underrated mechanic. A lot of the, I figure it must be something that the original Secret roster discussed, because S4, Zai specifically have incredible knowledge of like creep mechanics. Ooh. Oh, whoa, what a move.
Nice skewer back all the way into tower range here. Poyoyo, I think, is going to be okay here, but he's going to be losing all of his mana and not feeling very good about the lane. They're going to keep going for a little bit more. Shockwave was a few more seconds off. All in all, very nice pressure there from Zai and Yapzor.
That's a really cool combo. Yeah, and hey, that's why lane control in front of the tower is important, right? That the whole play is set up. Oh, they got him again.
And the skewer back on both of them here. DY doing whatever he can to body block up Zai and keep Poyoyo alive. And again, they will, but this aggressive duo that's coming out is doing a lot of work. Yapzor going to be chased away, but again, Zai is just being able to totally free farm the Medusa, not feeling so hot about it. Top lane, how's that going? Again, in a very aggressive duel. We were talking earlier about the Snapfire Tidehunter dual lane against Tiny and how effective that is with the double minus armor. Similar situation here. Hoodwink just offers a lot of physical damage and some additional disable. That combos really well. They could definitely pressure Tiny well here.
Yeah, for sure. And it's all about the minus armor, right? Blightstone, Hoodwink, very strong hero just because you have 2 spells that deal damage. And the Gush, that's gonna be a dead
a nice avalanche coverage there. PYW is just gonna dive into the trees here. And he cuts through. Puppey is gonna be spotted by the tree, and he's now dead. PYW picks up the first blood.
That is huge. Always nice take down enemy support, and especially when you're already winning the lane. And because Matu is pressured, he no mana whatsoever. I think Puppey's gonna bring him his completed Soul Ring, but mid lane is very favored at the moment towards Ori. Kind of not surprised to discuss, like, he's a just incredible laner, and
yeah,
this is one of the more skill-based matchups. I think in the previous mid meta you'd favor Puck, because you could, you know, shove wave, maybe harass into tower, but now that everybody just buys fast bottle, I think Storm is a lot more efficient using mana to just guarantee CS and push waves. You have more armor, significantly more armor than a Puck, 7 at the moment against 3. So your trades are much stronger.
Do you feel like Ori has looked pretty good at the majors? Because I thought so anyway. I thought he was doing, like, he wasn't amazing, but I thought he was doing pretty well. But something that Lizard was talking about was that during the DPC, he said that, like, Ori did not look good, and it very often had to be bailed out by his supports.
Yeah. Oh, coil mid.
Faster level 6 for Nisha means a lane now won. As he gets the successful kill on the Storm Spirit, Yapzor is actually the one who snacks the last hit with his rotation.
That's huge. He didn't push the wave. And he also didn't use stick there. Ori had 8 charges. Unfortunate. It was a really nice glyph. If he doesn't aggro glyph there, then Storm just gets 6, and that's not going to work. But well timed.
Middle tower is under attack.
That's like the reason Dota's so great. You know, they probably kill the Storm.
But the Storm Spirit dying means a chance to be able to rotate into one of the side lanes, and Zai is going to be the victim of just that. Tries in vain to be able to draw the aggro of the hard camp creep. And
well, he soul ringed just to hope that he would die to creeps on that last touch.
Yeah, that's good. Not a bad idea, but doesn't quite work here. They get the scan on him. Want to be able to take the power rune away. It ends up being top where PYW snags it, so. Still gets the refill on the bottle, though, thanks to a bounty rune.
Let's see. The thing is, though, I feel like Secret are the ones that kind of need to get ahead, simply because the team fight from Vici is a lot more formidable. Like, oh, they got him again.
If they can kill him again, it would be really, really good. But this time around, all of those charges may just be enough for Ori to be able to get out. He has to double zip and probably head all the way back to base. No, he's actually got a bounty rune, so he'll get that refill.
So yeah, we have to keep in mind that, you know, the Magnets against Tide matchup, Tide's always been considered a pretty hard counter to Mag, because you just tank the RP.
Yeah.
You're gonna have it cleansed off yourself by Kraken Shell, boom, you counter initiate with Ravage, but you're also this team fight item buyer. And Mag's damage is, you know, He doesn't really provide much. It's helping out his carry. So your team fight is going to be stronger on Vici. Secret need that advantage because their pickoff potential is going to be greater, especially after the Shadow Blade on Tiny. The concern is, like, if you get to a point where Vici have like BKB Storm and Deuce is farmed, suddenly you just don't have the damage because your Snapfire, your AA, and your Puck are all static damage output. Like, they throw their spells out and hope that somebody's dead in that time. Matumba Man is your really only source of consistent DPS.
So they want to be able to take that early advantage then and push that pace like you were talking about. And they're doing a really good job of chipping down this mid tower. YapzOr doesn't even have Little Shredder at all, but they've still got the tower down to a quarter health just because they keep on forcing Ori back time again.
And check. Oh, unlucky. Yeah. I'm over here. Surprising that they both went the same rune, but check out Nisha's build. Haven't seen this in some time. He's going Veil.
Okay.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, that's really cool. With considering that his coil sets up so much other people's magic damage.
And stacking magic reduction, resistance reduction is just super effective. You're going to spam Vortex, you're going to Veil, and oh, nice
RP right next to the tier 1 where Nisha and YapzOr were already rotating over thanks to a smoke. Nisha offering a high 5. Poyoyo declines as he heads back to the fountain
and
in a body bag.
You can see why Zai put so much emphasis on controlling that creep wave, right? That's the second time that they're going to find an opportunity to go on the Medusa, all because he's so close to his own tower. Ori.
Puppey, good attempt at a TP out, but it wasn't going to work. Matumba Man. Ori is going to be able to jump down to the low ground here, so won't be able to chase him, and can also get a refill on the bottle right now. Ori is doing a really good job of just being very efficient. He hasn't had to go back to base very often because of all his runes that he's picking up. Ooh, Fairy's Trinket.
Yeah,
Gotta
I was
love
gonna say,
it.
he's so happy right now. That's the dream. Veil gonna be finished shortly. And I have noticed, like, Snapfires are very split right now. YapzOr, I think it makes a lot of sense in context, but he's going for the full Magical Burst build. You see some little shredders, but I think that this is the stronger Snapfire just because of how much magical damage you can deal.
Yeah. I mean, this Snapfire, if you run into him one-on-one in the jungle and you're a support or something, like, say, poor DY, half of his health is gone right away from just that 2 combo. Then, you know, Nisha just rolls up and says, thank you very much. I'll take that. I've got the Veil coming in as well. Old 11 could be going for a pretty standard Tide build, Phase, Hood, and looks like we're going to be swapping tower deaths here. 3-3, both these teams mirroring each other quite a lot, but it's the mid lane where there's a big difference. Mortimer kisses, Ori trying to dodge them. They need a couple more shots. The last one is there. YapzOr hits it all the way from the other side of the river. Is going to be caught vacuumed back in by that bushwhack. But they don't really have the heroes to go for that.
If any of your friends are wondering, why is Snapfire picked so often, guys? Just send them that clip. A Veil and a Coil, and Nisha just like kind of chilled in XP range and said, all right, do your best.
Handle it,
the artillery.
Yeah.
YapzOr is an accomplished World of Tanks player, so.
Is he actually? Are you just making that up?
I would assume so, based on that, based on the targeting.
He is very good at artillery, that's for sure.
Trigonometry on the fly. I'd love to see. This was when I did content way back at the Singapore PGL major. One of my ideas was we want to give players like tests. Right? You know, like, are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Okay.
I really want to see if anybody could find the hypotenuse, but they didn't like that idea. I think it's because all the players would fail. I think all the talent would fail.
Yes. I'm certainly not going to be doing well in a test like that. Mid tower is finally going to be dying here, it looks like. Is the rotation from Vici game. Very interesting that they rotated into their own safe lane tower still. I think anticipating that Secret would try and mirror, right? The fact that they lost their safe lane tower, so most teams will just try and like, okay, we'll mirror, we'll take your safe lane tower in exchange, but instead they just kept poking at mid. And that is very important, right? Because this Medusa wants to be able to play off the triangle quite a bit. And Team Secret is also the ones who want to pick up the pace here. Three-man smoke. Puppey, Yapzor, Nisha. The 3 magic damage dealers mixed with an Ancient Apparition. They get 1 coil. Whatever hero it is, it's dead. It's got to be dead. He's going to dodge the Ice Blast, but again, there's too much magic damage there.
As long as it's like we just got to hit him with half.
Yeah.
They're going to have a nice timing because Secret, they're going to go for the double blink. It looks like Nisha will have his. He might just go bots instead, but you're going to have his eyes up momentarily as well.
PYW, you got to run. Old 11 is tanky, and he's going to try and make himself a bit of a target here, especially knowing that they already used the Ice Blast and also the coil is going to be on cooldown. He's willing to stand here and hold this tower alive, but PYW is an easy kill if Secret were to ever find him.
Yep. And this, if you'd like a clip, is why Tidehunter is meta, boys and girls, because you just sit on the tower, buy the hood, accept the damage, and giggle as the enemy team flee from your presence. Nice invis TP. They love to find Poyoyo. That's the goal here, because Deuce is always going to try and mirror map, play away from potential death. You should be able to find them on the triangle. They already have a pre-sentry down, though, so it should be okay.
Plus, they don't want to be playing in the same lane as the Tidehunter anyway, right?
Exactly.
So it's like it's a very nice like Secret realizing they're just on the wrong side of the map. They try and put themselves somewhere else, but Poyoyo is farming the triangle where it is very safe most of the time.
Yeah, and you can see also like these teams, they're all business, right? No big mistakes. Oh.
Coil into the kisses. A couple of them are going to land. The Ice Blast is coming in. They're going to get the relocate out.
Oh, but he broke the coil. Okay, it's fine. Oh, man, he broke the coil. He would have died there if that blast had landed in time.
And he actually gets a refill on his bottle as well, so they didn't take him back to Fountain or anything, but Ori's still going to be decently healthy after all of this. And seeing all of those spells cast, Vici Gaming say, okay, you've messed up. Old 11 will tank the tower, and Poyoyo will start putting in the chip damage.
Yeah, but yeah, see, there's just no real mistakes, right? You can argue Nisha maybe should have coiled a bit faster. Oh.
Ori. Oh, he
That's
still blew the RP. That doesn't feel good. And the Boots of Travel isn't going to get him there, but Ori's out of mana still. So, massive rotation from Secret is going to net them to get that kill. They're just ignoring the mid lane.
Yeah.
Once again, I feel like both these teams are making the right reads to the scenarios. Yep. Like, spells are on down. We don't want to play here. Let's go somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, everything, the game is almost like scripted, right? And this is what happens when you get two solid and intelligent, experienced teams up against each other. Like, everything just makes sense. You know, no one's taking some unnecessary risks. To your point, like, okay, Secret, they don't get the kill. So rather than defend mid, they just look bottom, Zai's pressuring, he goes down, but the TPs were already coming out. Is that a play, guys? That's a Tidehunter.
Yeah, he's pretty hard to bring down.
Oh, Zai.
Nice play by Zai coming forward and releasing him from the tree. Big sad downside of the Hoodwink, and why we see a lot less of it here at TI compared to during the DPC is that they nerfed it, so the Bushwhack is instantly removed if you cut down the tree, and that also includes the damage over time that it does, whereas it used to do just instant damage.
Yeah, I like that change.
I don't like that change.
It's more fitting with the lore.
That's not the lore at all.
Okay, if
that's just how you imagine mechanics should work.
well, it just makes sense. The tree that you're tethered to is thorny.
Tell me why Bushwhack should do damage over time rather than instant damage. You're being hit by this net, shot from a gun, and then whipped into a tree. Shots coming in. The Ice Blast is going to miss. The Kiss is certainly going to miss. They surely have the Hoodwink. But these other kills, like the kill on Ori or DY, which they would have liked to get with that rotation, will not land.
But keep in mind, Dusa, because you had that earlier start, is growing in the net. It was 1,000 about 5 to 7 minutes ago. Now it's up to 2,000 because Dusa naturally is going to farm faster than Tiny for some time. Oh, Mag, is he dead? The Manta Illusions. Will it be enough? Do you want to dive? No, you do not.
They could have blown the Ravage if they really wanted that kill with Old 11. In part, right, because they're just trying to play a slower game. Yeah. As long as he has Ravage up, there's only so much Secret are willing to do.
That is a good point, because you can make the argument, like, hey, we haven't seen a Ravage all game. Just get the kill. That is a core. But you open the door then for Secret to get aggressive. They probably can't make a move for Roche yet, but they would be able to go and try to establish a presence in the Vici Gaming triangle. So this is nice because it also leaves the threat of a relocate team fight always available for you. The Shadow Blade on Tiny though, Matu, he sees the squirrel.
If he lets him get away, there he is going to go into the trees, but fortunately he throws out the avalanche before another scramble away from that little squirrel.
Oh, and this is cute. DY, he's actually rushing a pipe.
Radiant's
okay.
top tower is under
I like
attack.
that. It's
So instead of the mech, which obviously countered by the Ancient Apparition,
Exactly.
right?
That's a heads-up move because the Magic Resist Aura is incredibly effective, obviously, with so many tools of Secret to reduce it. And yes, mech wouldn't work. There's an AA blast, but
And then Old 11's going to be super tanky to magic
yeah.
damage because he's going to just have his hood and the potential of a pipe given to him as
Dire's
well.
bottom tower is under attack.
But Secret, so do you feel like Secret is on time right now for what they need to accomplish in this game? Do they need to speed it up a little bit more? Are they behind schedule?
I think the game is going as planned. Perhaps they would have preferred to get a couple extra kills with Coil. Like, they haven't really picked up a core in a while, right?
Yeah.
But, like, this is what you expected when you last picked Mag. Because they're effectively just trying to say, look, the Dusa, your typical hard carry, good matchup against Tiny. This hopefully equalizes it or pushes it into our favor. And we're going to have that superior map movement because we have a bots hero to match up
Radiant's
against the
bottom
Wisp.
tower is under
Interesting
attack.
build from Ori. He rushed Sanj Kaya.
Yeah,
So
it's really nice.
it's curious because Storm is a hero I feel like I just still never understand because it looks like a good Orchid game, right? Like you just kill the supports off. But you can make an argument, I think, because of the reduced duration on, say, Coil, that the status resist is going to be really effective. Oh.
Yeah, and I think it leads into what we were talking earlier with Old 11, as we watch him die, is the fact that they want to just persevere. They don't necessarily want to be super offensive. They just want to make it so Secret doesn't feel very good about going on their heroes, and this just gives more and more time for the Medusa to be able to farm. They're just trying to weather through this storm. He's going to try and jump forward, but an RP onto 2. That is really nice. They're going to try and go for the kill onto Ori first, and he is get blown up. Poyo barely gets off the Stone Gaze, but he is going to be able to retreat. Nice pickup there for Secret, and one of the first RPs that we've seen besides, what, that one at bottom where it didn't really do anything. Oh, PYW found as well here.
Tower is under attack.
How is that going to work, Cap? Again, there's no Orchid, right? So you just had to expect that you'd get the pull off before Nisha phase shifted, but
Yeah.
he's not, like, he's got pretty good reflexes. Like, Nisha's the real deal. And I haven't seen Secret play very much, but I've heard middling commentary on Nisha. Some say he's just owning, and looks like he did during last year's online portion, and others feel like he's underperformed.
How do you feel he's done this game?
Dire are
I'd
scanning.
say it's like what's expected, right? This is showing
Sure.
up, doing your job. But it's not gotten like nitty gritty, right? He's gonna have to work overtime. Is that gonna be cool with him?
Radiant's bottom tower
Is he
is
gonna
under
phone it
attack.
in?
Guess we're going to see.
Take an extended leave of absence? We'll see.
Currently, he's 9-5 Nisha.
It's gonna be a tough game for either side, though, to be quite fair. I mean, Secret have a 4K gold lead, but end of the day, like we've yet to see a Ravage. Okay, like there's still no Blink Ravage, and you can even see win probability slightly favoring them, but that's just due to the gold lead. It doesn't really give them a decisive advantage one way or another. It's just going to come down to teamfight execution.
Yeah, and I believe VG Gamer are finally reaching a point where they feel comfortable taking a team fight and involving the Medusa. They jump forward, Old 11, smoke breaking. Matama Man does have the Silver Edge now, so this is not expected for this Titan or Old 11 so far forward. He's died once before. He knows how quickly he can die to this combination of Secret. I cannot believe he disrespected their damage like that.
Yep. And that is another reason Tiny is so damn strong. The Silver Edge buffs, probably the perfect item for the hero. And Tidehunter just got whomped. Still no Ravage used, but MVP Zai. He stood, broke the smoke, and then blinked away as Old 11 went forwards. Didn't even have RP, but made himself useful, and then Matu came over, cleaned up.
Look at that. Kiss is being used just to make sure that Vici Gaming isn't actually trying to contest this Roshan. It is going to be given up by Vici. Aegis.
It's really, like, watching Secret play, you know, I just imagine Puppey as this, like, old, grizzled veteran. You know, Tywin Lannister in the back lines. It's like lay in the artillery fire. You know, we're going to go take that hill. It's like, all right.
Everything just planned out, safe.
Yeah.
Very, like, the story that we're painting between VG Gaming and Secret is so different than the one that is painted of LGD and OG.
Yeah.
Which is funny because those are the 4 teams in my head that look like they are probably going to do some work in that upper bracket, right?
Yeah. LGD, OG, it's like straight up chaos a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like, they're just doing weird stuff. They're all over the place. They're diving towers.
Oh, that's it. Barely
Yeah.
in front of the Avalanche Sun.
The thing that Secret and Vici are so cool about is that they're really good like cutting their losses. You know, some teams buy back and try to defend and fight that Roche.
Yep.
And you can also see that they'll look for a kill sometimes. Like the stun missed, the bunch is like chase for half a second. Okay, back away, regroup.
Yeah.
No need to get excessive. And Vici, you know, they're just letting tower die. They have the Scotty on the Dusa now, but they're really not in a position to fight into Aegis.
So now they're going to work towards the butterfly timing, which will be really big against Tiny, who doesn't really want to build MKB anyway. But Ori, what are you doing, buddy?
If we could run that back, he zipped all the way to the tower, so he was near out of mana, and then just stood there.
Yeah.
Well done by Secret, though. Just keep camping that area, but I figure you got to expect that's a possibility if you're going to just play alone at your own tier 3.
The last 5 minutes, they've been, like, decimating Vici Gaming. They just keep on getting this, like, 1 kill out of the 5. They keep on being able to take what, you know, we were saying, very clean game. They're finding mistakes out of Vici Gaming, and it's escalating very quickly. This Dagon now coming out from Nisha, who we saw last fight against the Tidehunter. That just means that these squishy heroes like the IO and the Hoodwink got to be terrified of him.
And they're doing, I mean, this is a big match for Secret. Remember, they win this game, they force at least a tiebreaker to stay upper bracket, quite possibly just getting into it straight up.
Relocate. Gonna try and get this kill, and they should be able to. DY just trying for some sort of cheeky split push. Again, I guess, just trying to stall the game out.
Yep. And
are they all inning on this Medusa concept too much? Because let's say the game does stall out, and he gets the butterfly, and you know, let's just say that Secret don't actually build this net worth lead anymore. Is this Dusa somehow going to out? Like, is she actually good enough against Tiny to beat Tiny Mag?
I think with the assistance of Tidehunter, yes. However, I do fear that like Vici just haven't like made their own plays.
Well, Tidehunter, he may be kind of being dealt with. Ravage is going to be forced out of him. They do manage to get the bushwhack. The tree is cut down though by the Storm Spirit. It doesn't matter. They got him. Life number 1. Secret are certainly going to fight for life number 2. Matama Man just Silver Edge walks away. Okay, no problem.
Just patience, both sides. That was the first Ravage, though. I think that's a little bit of the concern. Like, this is a 10k gold lead because we have 0 Ravage kills. Like, we just haven't seen the Storm or the Tide have that same kind of game impact in comparison to Nisha's Puck. Zai's Mag has been, I think, excellent. A very quiet game in a way from him, but he's been in the right place, right time.
Close call.
And I always love the itemization from Secret. You know, you've got a Glimmer Cape mech on your Snap, then you have a Solar Crest on Puppey. Like, just really committing.
And early BKB by Zai, like they're making sure that they know they're winning the game, and they're going to make sure they don't bleed any heroes to Storm Spirit.
Exactly, and like even
nice shockwave skewer up into the high ground. Old 11 looking to be able to force back down, and nice cookie dodge. When you have that low of HP and you're that close to getting an escape, oh, they're gonna turn back in. Trying to catch Nisha, but he managed a phase shift, and he does have BKB on Zai. You could see him baiting out a little bit, seeing if he can get Vici Gaming to overcommit.
Whoa.
Missed that skewer. That was a close call.
It's so fun. It's like they're just playing chess right now. This is great. Really, like that's why Old 11, you know, one of the more inconsistent players. Like,
yes.
When he's off, he's off. But he can make some pretty nasty plays. And yeah, the presence of mind, juke the cookie, then to get the immediate force staff down. Like that's Dota right there, baby.
Yeah. Vici Gaming have been sacrificing pawns this entire game, though, and they're rapidly running out of sacrifices to throw on the field. It's 4-14, 10,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. And again, I'm not convinced that you can play this kind of like very passive 4 protect 1 style where this Medusa, you can see she's not that strong against Matababan. Certainly not strong enough to be going up to the triangle by yourself. Hoodwink gets 1 shot. Kyle,
that one was weird.
Yeah.
Like, they're also playing under dire vision. Like, they didn't take the time to remove the vision. So, like, Matsu's just walking up the hill with a DD.
Frankly, this is the worst that I have seen Vici Gaming look.
I mean, to credit Secret at the same time, though, because they haven't really given them any openings.
True.
But at the same time, like, they're not really doing anything fancy, right? Like, they've collected kills when available, and they're just like, okay, what the?
Okay. All right, I'm going to repeat myself. This is the worst I've seen Vici Gaming look.
I kind of agree, Cap.
I mean, this team, like, when they get ahead, they're methodical and relentless. They give you absolutely no quarter to work with. You get absolutely nothing out of them, and they will starve you out for 20 minutes. Nisha is going to be silenced, orchided. They do have the hoodwink shot, but it's not nearly enough. This is rough. Tiny turned to stone. Haha. GG. Yeah, that was something else.
So I think as we end, Secret haven't lost with Tiny yet. That was their 3rd win with the hero.
Okay.
They've also not lost with Snapfire. But I think Tiny specifically, the way you watch them play, like it just kind of made sense.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't make any mistakes, and I don't want to like they didn't play. It's not like I'm not impressed with the performance, but it's just that was just business as usual, right? Like that was just here's how we're gonna win the game. They didn't deviate from the script. Vici Gaming didn't really create any rewrites.
They were just so certain that it was like, okay, just hold off. The Deuce is gonna carry this, but Tiny is really good.
It's not, exactly. It's like
it's not like Deuce is like that much better of a hard carry than Tiny that she just automatically wins with a 10,000 gold deficit.
And Secret, like they're incredible. Like they're very well prepared. Like they're a squad of professionals.
Yeah.
If you keep them, if you leave them in their comfort zone and just say, okay, like you do whatever you want. You don't throw off their timings at all. Like they're gonna methodically do exactly what they did: take objectives, take kills, take the map. Like that was just clinical, really. Less than 30 minutes. I did not expect that result after opening with the draft.
Now, again, Vici Gaming already locked into the upper bracket, but if Team Secret does manage to take this second game, it will mean, I believe, that they replace Vici Gaming in that second slot, which means that Vici Gaming becomes one of the teams that is going to be chosen as a potential opponent in the Group B side. Changes up who they're going to be facing dramatically. So
that is true. Yes. Well, it would go down to tiebreaker because you only play tiebreakers if you have an elimination or a difference in like what you would end up in upper or lower. So Vici versus Secret, I believe it would come down to who's beaten higher quality team, and because LGD.
Oh, you don't think the head-to-head would go first if they get 2-0?
Oh, it might be head-to-head. That's a good point. Yeah. It would be
head-to-head.
I
just assumed that it was going to be that route. In which case, it would mean that Vici Gaming would drop down, and then they would get chosen. They would either get IG or Virtus Pro.
Correct. And that would be really interesting. I mean, VP versus Secret would be cool because they've been scrim partners for the last 6 months, so they know each other intimately. But theoretically, you could set up, if Secret made upper, Secret versus OG, finally, for the first time in TI history.
You know what's funny?
What?
Is if Vici Gaming were to stay in second place,
Yes.
LGD get their choice between OG, T1, or EG, right?
Yeah.
We already talked about the fact that you're probably not going to take OG,
No.
right?
Or do
Which
you?
means Vici Gaming would be left with OG.
But how about like what that would be, you know, like what's the there's a saying about it, you know? Like, you know, go like facing your fears, whatever. You know,
okay.
like you're afraid
Take
of OG.
that plunge
they
early,
keep
you know,
beating it.
just
yeah,
do it.
Just be like, you know what? Yeah, we will play OG. Let's go. What are we afraid of? We're the best team in the world. That would be beautiful.
Yeah, that's riding on the deathbed of many of a previous team at TI8 and TI9. Well, that is Secret. Putting in business, putting in work for game number 1. We're going to take a break and see what happens for game 2. Last game of is this Group A? I've lost track of the groups. All right. Last game of Group A because we no longer have tiebreakers.
Correct. Is it the last game? I think there's other games.
Well, maybe there's other games, but it's the last game on this stream anyway for
Yes.
Group A. There are going to be tiebreakers. It looks like Group B is going to have tiebreakers, where they are.
We're in Group B.
We're in Group B.
Dude.
We were assigned to Group A tiebreakers,
wait.
but we're on Group B right now. So I was like, what?
Like, yes. Those of you at home, I'm about to update you on results in the other
Yes.
group. Please
Spoiler alert.
mute the stream.
Mute
if
the
for
stream.
some reason you were watching Secret Vici Gaming instead of checking out EG Undying and seeing if there was tiebreakers. Not to say these aren't two great teams, but either way, if you don't know what's going on, mute the stream. Okay. EG lost. They lost Undying.
They
There's no
lost to Undying.
tiebreakers in Group A. And the big
You know what's funny about this? Kyle was so smug and certain. He's like, it happens all the time. You know, the NA team, they're just going to lose to EG. You know what's going to happen. It always happens. It happened to us. It's going to happen to them.
But Moon Meander, or as No-Tail just tweeted, Saberlight God. So I didn't see it, but apparently Saberlight popped off. I love that, though, because that's just vintage NA. You know, you're not playing for anything, right? You're literally just trying to keep NA down. Like, no. You're not going to the upper bracket.
We're not going to the upper bracket. You're not going to upper bracket. We're going to drag you down with us.
It's like running down mid, you know? Like, you're not getting this MMR. Like,
Think I care upper bracket? IDC upper bracket. Only
but-
cares lower bracket.
Okay, before we get into the draft, the question is, PSG.LGD, you get to choose OG or T1. I was saying I think they pick OG. Because otherwise, you're going to get OG saying, see, they're afraid. They're scared of us. They don't want to play us.
Yeah.
You just pick them.
10 seconds.
No, I actually turned my mind around about that.
You're here to win.
Because,
5
yes,
seconds
because one,
remaining.
you're here to win. Two, I don't think you want to feed weaker teams than yourself. If you think you're the strongest team, don't feed weaker teams to OG. Don't expect somebody else to beat them for you. You go, you knock them out, you knock them down to the lower bracket right away. And then, you know, I mean, they've never been in lower bracket for TI, so who the hell knows how
10
they're going to be
seconds
able to
remaining.
perform there. So, yes, this is right here.
5
This second
seconds
game is a
remaining.
battle for who gets second.
Team Secrets turn to
So if you're LGD, you're going to choose between OG and T1, and whoever wins this game will get the leftover of that choice. And then the loser will be potentially chosen by IG. If not, they will match up against Virtus Pro.
10 seconds remaining.
And just checking, so Undying actually ended
5
higher
seconds
seeded than
remaining.
EG because the
Gaming's
tiebreak is
turn.
actually your results against teams lower than you.
Oh, okay.
Undying 2-0'd Alliance, and EG 1-1'd them. So by beating Alliance, Undying get the choice of who they want to play, which
10
will come
seconds
down
remaining.
to Quincy Crew or
5 seconds
Fnatic.
remaining.
Fnatic, unless Elephant, because Quincy Crew just beat
Gaming's turn to
Elephant. So if they do that again, then it'll come down to tiebreakers. So we'll see how that plays out. Spirit beat SG, so they are locked in as well for tiebreakers. Beast Coast and PSG.LGD are still currently playing. I'm going to check up on that
10
one.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I thought you were going to help me there, Cap.
Oh, I think you were
I
just
can't find
figuring something out.
I was, but I'm
Team
very
Secrets
slow.
turn to pick.
Okay.
For some reason, I don't know, like if we what's going on, but Dota 2 isn't on like the Twitch main page. I gotta like scroll down.
Yes.
Hello, TI's going on
Yeah,
Twitch.
Twitch. For whatever reason, I'm not gonna
10
say any
seconds
conspiracy
remaining.
here. I just assume that people new to Twitch, because you're not
5
signed in or
seconds
anything, people
remaining.
new to Twitch just typically do not check out Dota 2, which is a damn shame because we're the best game.
Yeah. But the reverse of that is people who do watch Dota 2 only watch Dota 2.
Hell yeah. My Dota 2 brothers and sisters out there, you have found the game that will be your game for the rest of your life and my life. We're stuck here together. We're not going anyway. We are going to be a family for the next 60 years.
60. I think that's a little concerning.
Well, for Kyle, the next 5 years, because he's
What
not
is
going to
that?
last that long.
Oh.
But I plan on
okay,
living
hang
a
on,
very
wait.
long and healthy life.
Okay, I was gonna say, is this a joke about me getting fired? No, it's a joke about me dying. Thanks.
Would you prefer the one about getting fired?
Yes. I would rather get fired than literally die. Yes, then I could still play Dota.
Okay, but then you're still involved in Dota.
VG
You're not letting go of Dota.
Turn to ban.
Well, I don't think I'm not gonna get VAC banned. I don't think. If I haven't been banned yet, what?
Oh, that'd be really funny. That would be really funny. You haven't checked the contract for TI. Have you ever read through that thing?
Of course.
You get fired from
10
TI,
seconds
you no
till
longer get to play
secrets
Dota 2.
turn to ban.
That's not. No. What? What?
That's not true. I'm making that up. But it would be really funny. It would be really funny. They're like,
We've
you don't
got
get to
your
work
ID.
our events. You don't get to play our game.
Get the hell out of here.
We don't want you anywhere.
10
All right,
seconds
Game 2
remaining.
draft is underway. We've got Tiny first pick. Elder Titan Earthshaker
5
is the
seconds
response this time
remaining.
around from Vici Gaming. Marana for Team Secret. Feels like already Vici Gaming are taking something a little bit more active. They're not going to have damage problems, and they're going to have, I think, relatively active heroes.
Yep.
It just, that last game was
VG
too
Gaming's
passive. I was trying to,
turn ban.
give them the benefit of the doubt, You were
Yeah.
talking about the problem with the Sanj and, like, them not being able to be aggressive with, like, an Orchid. And I'm like, nah, just survive. But, like,
Secrets turn
And
I
to
don't think you
ban.
could play that style of Dota at TI.
Indeed. And I will say this game is pretty interesting because it is the. I was checking tiebreaker rules during the break. If Secret win, they are second place in the group. Because they also 2-0'd Team
10
Spirit.
seconds remaining.
So they have tiebreaker over both Vici and
5
Team
seconds
Spirit.
remaining.
Then you have on the other side OG and T1. Again, we can speculate who would LGD pick. So Secret, if you win this game, play either OG or T1. Whereas if they lose, they can be chosen by IG, or they would play their
Gaming's
longtime
turn
scrim
to
partners
ban.
in Virtus Pro.
Oh, yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Because that is something for those of you guys who don't know. We have the DPC in the regular season that goes on. And what is, especially for the strongest teams in the region, you don't actually scrim against the other
10
strong teams
seconds remaining.
in your region because you're going to play against them eventually. And that one
5
single match
seconds
is
remaining.
super important. So instead, you play against your sister region. So for North America, you play against South America. If you're Western Europe, you play against Eastern Europe, so on and so forth. So, Team Secret, their scrim partners were Virtus Pro. They're like, we're the best Western European team. You're the best Eastern European team. Let's get better together.
Yep.
And so that would actually be
It
very
works.
interesting if they end up matching up against each other in
It
the
would.
upper bracket upper bracket.
But you look at these teams and you just think about their accolades, their results, right? You got Group A, IG, VP, OG, T1. Okay, arguably the best teams from 4 regions. Okay,
10
the other
seconds
side,
remaining.
PSG.LGD, Vici, and then Secret,
5 seconds
and then either Team
remaining.
Spirit or Beast Coast.
Yeah.
Those are all pretty good teams. There's no
Yeah.
big difference, I don't think. Right?
I'm confused the point you're making. Yeah, but I feel like
Well,
all of
the
those
upper-
names could be the best in their region as well. You
Well,
can make
okay,
the argument for
that's my whole
LGD
point.
being the best.
They're all
in there.
good. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
They're all
there are a
pretty
lot
good.
of quality teams here at TI10.
Yes,
Great
yes.
analysis, Kyle.
Oh, and a lot of firsts, like
Back to you, Dakota.
Team Secrets turn to
EG for the first time, I believe, since TI. I don't even know. I don't know if they've ever not been upper bracket. at
Yeah.
TI. Like ever.
Did they go lower bracket with Mason? I don't think so.
No.
No.
The EGs, their script has always been the same. Get through groups,
10
win that first
seconds
series
remaining.
in the bracket stage, and then boom, top 6, easy peasy. Win
5
another, get
seconds.
top.
They are notorious for lower bracket runs because they always need time to build up, but that usually doesn't apply to TI. Mostly because TI is such a long, extended group stage, right?
And dude, oh man, imagine an EG. Oh, would Undying pick Fnatic or their boys Quincy crew? Like no matter what, it's NA versus NA in a VO1.
One of us is going forward.
Yeah.
I could see that. A little bit of Highlander.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think they would do it.
I don't think you would pick your brothers, no.
I don't think. Yeah, something about this. I
Messed
feel
up,
like
man.
Moon Meander would be like, no,
Like,
let's take
yeah.
Fnatic.
Who I don't want to play in a BO1 either, but hey, what you gonna do? Sets up the stage for a potential Beast Coast versus Alliance. That's hot. This is nice. Dude, I can't wait. All right.
Best of ones are gonna be super hype. The rest of the draft's coming in. Sorry guys, we're just amping ourselves up for what is to come for the TI-10 playoffs. It is getting super fun and spicy. So we've got Dark Willow picked up. High damage, like there is so much damage on Vici Gaming right now. And Team Secret are like, you know what? That's a lot of spell damage you're throwing around. Let's go ahead and nip that one in the bud and pick Silencer.
Hold up. I got to give a quick shout out real fast. Let me double check my
Secret's
facts here.
turn to
Yeah.
ban.
So just a shout out to T1. They got 2-0'd by OG, okay?
Yeah.
They then won their next 8 games. They 2-0'd Aster, then Alliance, then Undying, and then Thunder Predator.
They're on a hot streak.
They went
10
from
seconds remaining.
2-6 to 10-6, and they needed every single one of
5
those wins, or
seconds
they'd be playing a
remaining.
3-way tiebreaker to make it into the bracket. And now,
Damn.
that's crazy. Talk about coming in clutch. You bet you don't believe in Cuckoo? Then you must be Cuckoo.
I'll give it to you.
Damn.
Vici Gaming gonna go for the Spectre after
Whoa.
seeing Silencer Ember Spirit, so that Silencer now becomes food.
They picked it into
VG
Ember.
Gaming's turn to ban.
Interesting. I've always liked Ember Spirit against Spectre.
Why?
Well, you deal a bunch of your
Secrets
damage like
turn to
magically, right?
ban.
So it's all absorbed by Flame Guard. When the dispersion reflects it, it's returned as the same type.
Okay.
And in addition, you're just really active early on. Like you're
Yeah.
all over the map.
Yeah.
It's tough for Spectre to ever get away from you. And Spectre can't really kill you. Sure, if you get,
10
the point where you have like
seconds
Manta
remaining.
Ags Scotty, it's really annoying for Ember to play. But theoretically,
seconds
you're gonna
remaining.
get ahead before that point.
I do think I like the archetype of what I've seen a lot of these Spectres, which is just like some massive team fight where this 4-man ball can just kind of like walk into people. And with the Axe build of Spectre, she's like, I can always
true.
join you. Don't
That-
worry, Shadow Step's ready.
Yeah, that actually, we're gonna see this hero. See, I don't think it's something you can
Secrets turn
first
to pit.
two. You remember the original OG where they were just like, yeah, with Spectre, Centaur Spectre, good luck, have
Yeah,
fun.
yeah.
I don't think it's quite that strong, but the Aghanims, I think, changes completely the power level. Just because, used to be you had a clock, whereas now you're just always able to play a part
10
because
seconds
of
remaining.
the single target haunt.
5
Very good
seconds
against Silencer
remaining.
Marana, to be fair. These heroes
VG
hate
Gaming's turn
this
to
matchup.
pit.
What's the offlaner for Team Secret? Zai is going to be playing Slardar here. So he's going to be amping up the damage of Tiny Ember Spirit, but Vici Gaming, a very fast pick there. Necrophos
boy.
for Ori.
That is nasty. This matchup for Ember is impossible, number one. Number two, you have ET Spirit. There's no save for the Scythe right now, okay? None. That's like, Necro is an insane last pick hero. You're also going to, so you drop the Spirit, remove all their magic resist as the Scythe is landing. So it's a massive damage. It's a great lane, and it owns Tiny. Tiny's going to have like 4,000 HP. He ever gets to half, he just dies in a Scythe.
Well, even that, right? If he gets initiated on by Earthshaker, he's going to get Earth Splittered.
Yes.
Right? That's percentage-based damage as well. So if you get hit by Earth Splitter and Reaper's Scythe, you're probably just always dead.
Yes. This is a nasty draft. You're also going to naturally buy items that remove the amp and the chains. Like I'm sure, he'll have like some kind of Yules or Lotus or even just Greaves on the Necro. So, just good luck, Nisha. This matchup sucks. Like, I don't know how to play it, honestly. Now, the hard part is like finding a way to make Necro work. I played this a bunch because it's just a lot of fun, and you always win your lane middle. But there's a lot of questions about like what is your power spike, right? In the past, like I feel like in the metas where Necrophos looked the best, you were going for this like Midas build, maybe Dagon Blink, you know, these super aggressive items, and you just kind of took over the map. I don't think that's why you pick it in this spot. But what do you buy, right? Do you buy Veil? Like, do you get like some hood thing? Like, it's weird because you never really get this item like a traditional mid, like a Quap or a Storm, right? Hey guys, I have Orchid. Let's fight.
Yeah.
What is that for a Necrophos? That's always the difficulty for me in understanding how teams want to utilize it.
I will say that despite it being third pick, this is a really good silencer game.
Yes.
If you take away the threat of the Spectre, who like most team fights, he's gonna haunt and he's just gonna jump on the silencer first and he's just gonna die super fast. All of these other heroes from Vici Gaming, they cast a lot of spells, multiple spells in team fights. Most of them are very short cooldown, like Necrophos, and they're also combo heroes who do not like being interrupted, right? Both the Earth heroes, Earthshaker, as well as Elder Titan, they have very clear combos. PYW wants to be able to hit somebody with Brambles, run in, and hit him with Bedlam. I think Puppey is going to be crucial in a lot of these team fights because you can get a ton of Arcane Curse damage, and your Global Silence is going to be critical in when you use it and how you use it.
Yeah, I'm looking at Puppey. He's always been a great R button player, though. I think one of the best. And I think it's surprising. We were just joking. Like, I'm surprised Cap, being as old as he is still mechanically skilled as a commentator. Puppey, still, I think, one of the best fives mechanically. Like, he is not washed. There's a lot of older first-generation players that are washed. However, considering Puppey is also the only person in the world to have attended every TI as a player, maybe there's a reason for that.
It's true. It's very, very true. Yeah, this Vici Gaming, they certainly don't have that same kind of accomplishments behind them. Some of them pretty young players. Ori definitely being the oldest amongst the crew. Arrow sliding in, almost caught DY there for a second. So we see our matchups here. Mirana, Slardar versus Elder Titan, Spectre. They're going to be able to pressure the hell out of Poyo-Yo. He's going to have a hard time with this lane. It's why they picked up this Slardar towards the end of the draft. They knew they were going to be able to crush the Spectre. So that's going to be a hard lane. You already talked about how this mid lane matchup is going to be very difficult for Nisha. So we'll have to see how he performs. So what is the bottom lane matchup? We've got Silencer up against Dark Willow, Earthshaker. I feel like this one's not too bad for Secret. I think they could win both their side lanes.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you know, Puppey, I see almost all 5 support silencers never skilling their W, which seems weird on paper because you only get stolen intelligence. Like, I see people spamming the +2, but with these silencers going, you know, 3-0-2, they don't actually get the +2, which means that they actually give a -2 to themselves. Puppey, being a +10 TI player, skills at level 1, because if you get the kill, I think that intelligence is worth it, right? It's 100 gold worth of int that you also take from your opponent.
I would also say that getting your W is much better for trading.
Yes.
Which is what you have a huge advantage over Dark Willow because you are longer ranged than him, and if you hit harder because you have your glaives, then you're just going to win that matchup straight up. So if he just plays on the far left-hand side and battles against PYW, they're going to feel pretty good about this lane.
Definitely. And it makes a lot of sense because you're also stealing the damage every attack. So
nice grab there from PYW, popping the Shadow Realm to get the long-range hit and pull the creep wave off of the hard camp that it was aggroing to.
Yeah. And if you check out mid, by the way, it's as expected. It's a Necrophos 12-7 and the Ember Spirit taking heavy harass and 6-0. The other benefit and why this hero is so strong, you can already see what he's done. He's going to be okay. You don't need Bottle on mid Necro, so he just bought double Null, and now he's incredibly strong.
Nisha just keeps on pulling the creep wave into him, knowing how defensive he kind of has to play in this sort of setup. 10-0 for him. Yeah, Absor and Zai, they've been pressuring Poyoyo. DY did manage to get an easy camp stack, which is really good for Elder Titan, and it's also why the Secret here are going to kill the stack, so there's no longer that pull, also no longer the extra units for the Spirit to play off of.
Oh, I love this from Puppy. You see a lot of supports. You don't want to pull a full wave to these camps. You
The
just get
patented Puppy half pull, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I studied this, and I was like, Puppy's onto something here, and I
Yep.
was telling Jenkins about this like a year ago. I'm saying, this is broken.
Yeah, because if you pull the whole wave, then you just kill it off and then end up double waving. Whereas if you pull a half, you get the denies easy. Nice. Nice.
Matama Man could have prioritized doing damage. Instead, he prioritized saving his captain. Very sweet.
And Matumba changing up the build. Previous game, max tree grab, no soul ring. This game, soul ring, and looks like he's going to max stun. So playing a bit more offensive, possibly just to get his 5 support stacks. Or,
Oh, the toss doesn't actually land on Old 11. They certainly would have gotten that kill otherwise. PYW is going to pop the Shadow Realm here. Both of them limping away on a sliver of HP. A tree toss, a hit here on PYW into the tree toss can get the first blood. They get it. The offensive choice of the Avalanche being leveled up works out.
Yep. And now we get to see Twitch chat. Is it a +2 or a -2? It's always a +2 for me, but I'm
What?
a positive
No,
person.
it's always a -2 in Twitch chat.
No, it's a +2.
Maybe on your stream. Not on this. Not an official pro game.
I think it depends on the players involved.
I don't believe that for a second. I believe that it is always -2 in pro games.
Yeah. Either way, I'm always surprised when I see like 404 builds on Silencer, just because of the lack of int. You get these streaks, then you don't get the lasting benefit.
And again, like one of the biggest upsides of Silencer as a lane support is the harassment you're able to do with glaives, combined with the fact that you can also orb walk and things like that. You can be able to harass underneath tower without drawing tower aggro. There's like so many things you can do by being able to have glaives.
Yeah. Let's see. Level 6 on Ori, who, like I said, it's just, I actually think Nisha's doing quite well in this lane. Nice stun up top.
Not enough to kill Poyoyo, but certainly enough to like keep him out of lane. Like, okay, you can't do anything until you get a sound.
Yeah, and I dig this from Zai. We've seen JT do it. I think a lot of offlaners are going to consider this because you don't want, like, Helm of the Dominator is so good, I think primarily because of the build-up. Helm of Iron Will is a busted item to then continue laning with. What do carries always abuse? That their support is bringing them regen. Offlaners don't always have that luxury. So you get this Helm, and suddenly you're strong enough to self-sustain, but if it builds into nothing, then it feels a little weird. However, strength offlaners, they love Armlet, especially a hero like Slardar, who actually is a beast when he auto-attacks with this item.
Yeah, combined with the fact that side lanes are very important in this meta, and having an offlaner that scales is super good. Old 11 barely survives through all of that when Matama Man couldn't actually throw out the tree there.
JT's got a stun. Not gonna be able to use it though. Now, so the interesting thing, going back to the Necrophos, he did what I feel like I always found myself doing, which is you just go for the hood. It just kind of like this quality of life item gives you a little durability, but it means that he won't be able to scale super hard. But he's going to play this game in a way that theoretically he just never wants to die. JT, they got a wall.
Oh, he's out of remnants. Just straight up rebirth.
Wow.
Did they have vision here?
Yeah.
No. What?
Yeah, Yapser just killed the ward.
Oh, okay.
But what's weird is I thought Nisha saw him with his own ward and just kind of died.
Yeah, just didn't move fast enough. Elder Titan's on the other side. All of a sudden, you get clapped. And big kill.
Yeah.
Add in the extra death timer in there as well. Nisha not going to be very happy. You could see him all the way there at the bottom of the course. And again, you know, like you said, you thought he actually did pretty well in lane, and I believe that. It's just we're trying to emphasize how bad this matchup is for you.
Yes, and they also made it extra annoying. They gave Ori a ward, so we blocked the easy camp a little while ago. Yapso just cleaned that up for him, and they warded offensively. So they kind of corralled him into the triangle, and then had a ward placed to just walk over and scythe him in the mouth. So just a really nice job, and I want to stress, this is unplayable. Like, Ember, your level 1 shield gets nuked off, and you can't actually harass Necro, and he doesn't have to buy bottle. So he just gets 2 nulls and suddenly has more damage, some spell amp, and it's just so impossible.
So Secret,
Tower is under attack.
they may be happy with their side lanes, but Nisha's not going to be too excited about how his game is going so far. But it does look like Vici Gaming are the first to break in this laning phase. They're going to try. Poyoyo jumps over. Where did he go to? He comes back to Zai's arms because he had nowhere else to go. He was going to feed a kill either bottom or he's going to feed it to the Ember Spirit. And he certainly doesn't want to give Nisha some sort of comeback.
Yeah. That was all Zai, though. Boy's a beast. Has the armlet, 1,000 gold advantage, and he just straight up tower dove to find that kill.
Like, where do you put a Spectre when you can no longer lane like this, right? This early on?
Yeah, it's super important because the one downside of Slaughter is that if you don't have a good lane, you just don't have a game. When you do have a great lane like Zai has, like, suddenly people are questioning, like, why doesn't anyone pick this hero, right?
Right.
You know, Armlet, Blink, Echo, BKB, you're gonna be solo killing people.
A little bit of pressure here from Vici Gaming. It's PYW actually rotates down to bottom lane here, but Old 11 is low enough he can't really help out in any way. Once again, it's looking like Vici Gaming is going to be playing a pretty passive game because of this Necrophos pickup, this last pick. Like, with the first 3 heroes, I thought, okay, they're going to be pretty active. Matababan finds the kill on Old 11, as it looks like he just caught him with the Avalanche while he was still low. Old 11, maybe I jinxed him a little bit. You know, I said, I was like, I think he's just been solid. I haven't seen a bad game yet. But now he's kind of dying a little bit too much here. That Reaper Sight certainly isn't going to do enough there. Ori completely wrong in his estimation of the damage.
Oh yeah, it's maxed out Flame Guard as well. Like, you win the lane, but this is the thing about Necro. You get this huge lead. This is kind of a given. It's where you're supposed to be, but you have to stay ahead. At a certain point, Ember becomes very frustrating to deal with. You have no actual control. That's the thing about Necrophos and why it's not totally meta, because all you are is damage and survivability. There's no tower pressure, you don't take Roche, like, you don't have stuns.
Yeah, and it means they can't be very active right now. Like, they can't change how their side lanes are going because Necrophos isn't going to be like, it's not like a puck or something that's going to rotate in. Hey, let me help out your lane. Let's get a kill. You know, he's just going to sit there and be like, I'm winning mid, and I'm going to keep winning mid. And Poyoyo's like, great for you. I'm jungling right now. It doesn't feel good.
Radiant's courier
snipe.
has been killed.
It also means they lost their tower pretty early. So Zai is going to go from an armlet to a very fast, what I thought was going to be Blink Dagger. Instead, rush in the BKB.
Okay, I like this because you actually need a BKB to play Dota in this game.
Sure.
You know, stuns, like brambles, spirits, necro, like, it's just such an annoying game that BKB makes you just straight up indestructible.
He also doesn't have to start fights, right? Because they've got Ember, Slight Chains into Arrow, right? That's a super sick combination. Tiny can eventually start fights for you or even toss in the Slardar to be able to get that initiation. So it's not like they're missing out on initiation. So if you have it already from somewhere else, might as well just keep on scaling up.
Yep. No, totally agree.
PYW, they know he's here. I'm not sure if that's... I feel like they wanted to smoke and catch something else, but it's a kill, so they're going to grab it.
So much damage.
Yeah. Tiny toss combination to Arrow. Yeah.
I really want to credit Nisha, too. Like, his one death was really out of his control. And the fact that he's kept up with even just Spectre is impressive.
Yeah. The exact opposite, by the way, of how we're describing Zai Slardar game and his item choice. It's the exact opposite for Old 11. there's nothing going on and they don't have initiation, he has to rush an item that allows you to be able to start fights. He has to be able to make some action happen. And he rushes that Blink Dagger, and he has yet to find a good opening.
That's a really quick one, too. But, yeah, you make a good point. Like, where is that opening? And who does he go for? You know, Matumba Man incredibly tanky. Ember Spirit's near impossible to catch. And Zai is playing under, like, 3 wards. Like, look how tanky Zai. Like, I don't want to go for him.
Yeah. It just means that if VG Gaming don't manage to make something happen with this Blink Dagger, something really good, maybe multiple times, then in 5-10 minutes time, we're just going to be looking at the comparison of Old 11 and Zai Slardar and being like, okay, they both start fights, but one of them is a hell of a lot stronger than the other.
No, I feel like between the two of us, we've learned the most watching IG, and I think that other teams have caught on to some of the stuff they do well. Notably, it's JT. We talked about this in the previous cast. He always gets that +1 item before the initiating tool. Whether it's Armlet, we saw Meteor Hammer, sometimes a Vanguard, and I really think it's value because you need all 3 cores to stay in the game. And yeah, it's a dead puppy.
Well, he talked about who can you kill? Who can you kill? Well, he certainly can kill the 5 position Puppy, and they're going to use that small window to hit the mid tower. But again, it's only the 5 position, so Secret are more than willing to fight back right now.
Another perk, if you have Mirana, right, for the Invis, you don't need the blink as much either for your slaughter.
Yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point. Also a nice bit of synergy where if you just Corrosive Haze people, Nisha is able to both keep vision of them and do lots of damage with this light. Running in, trying to steal away the Bounty Rune, but Ori does have a Yule Scepter. Nisha daring him to be Reaper Sight, yeah.
I don't know, man. If he got fissured, he was just dead. Like.
Yeah, or if the Spirit came out as they Reaper Scythed. He only has 1 level of the passive right now from DY, I think, because he went higher levels of Stomp, so. Yeah, 1 level of Natural Order.
I don't see that very often.
Look out, DY! Dodges the arrow, but the Avalanche is not going to be as easy to dodge. Oh, the toss!
No.
But Tubman just tosses Yapzor in and says, goodbye! Have a good trip. Fly safe.
An interesting maneuver.
Literally tossed into a fish. Oh!
Very close. Very chill. Another very relaxed game.
Yeah.
You know, all the deaths make sense, right? Like nobody's just like fed away their life. What?
Maybe Old 11 a little bit.
Oh, okay. There was one, but that Old 11 always gets one.
Yeah, true.
But it's just a very like methodical game, and I think part of it is why these two teams are considered so good, but yet not viewed as like a top 3 favorite at TI, right? Because I feel like they're giving each other so much space.
Yule Scepter to dispel out the silence, but he still gets up on the arrow. They're going to have to use this Terrorize, but Yapzor's still going to go for the kill. Fortunately, Ori, the stun goes away. He's able to get off the Hood of Defiance and no longer in danger.
Nice job on PYW. But I'm a little...
Look at that. Dead even, 50-50. A little bit different than game 1 where Secret was getting the edge in net worth, and it was actually...
That's because Dota Plus is biased and loves Spectre.
True.
And I don't really know if I would agree necessarily, because you have a natural Silver Edge buyer in the Tiny who is doing very well. He already has the Shadow Blade. And I just look at Secret's lineup and think, how are you going to teamfight them with Matu just running in with Silence covering him? Not to mention, Zai is huge. And I think Slardar is super underrated, especially with this kind of build. Like, Armlet BKB, he can run in. If he just bashes Earthshaker, he will kill him by himself.
Yeah.
All he has to do.
You always talk about how, like, Spectre works really well with damage reduction because the dispersion applies before the reduction, right? And isn't that, like, opposite argument also true? That, like, you apply a bunch of minus armor to this hero, right? Like, you're just able to cut through the hero and maybe even do extra damage if you get him into negative armor, and the dispersion is only going to do normal.
Yeah. And right now, he would take him to less than 0.
Stomp lands. Earthsplitter's going to go wild. They are going to be able to get this combination. The Reaper Scythe is ready to go, but he's not quite low enough. Ori wants to get him a little bit lower before finally dropping it, and it's with the Echo Slam. That is triple ultimates being used to be able to kill the carry of Team Secret, but it also means he's now dead for 70 seconds with the extra death timer.
This is a very strange place for Secret to be playing, Kemp. You had Nisha nowhere in sight. He's just playing bottom right now. You had the silence, but I think you can't. I was thinking maybe Matu could have TP'd, but they were holding the Yules just in case. But more importantly, I think the Scythe, like the extra death timer has been nerfed a bit, but it's still significant when you get the enemy carry, right? 25 extra seconds on the deck for Matu.
Coin for me.
And that was Poyoyo. He has the Aghanims now.
Yeah,
so
I was just about to say, he's done really well for himself. I think part of it is this Falcon Blade that everyone's building on these carries. If you get enough mana regen on a Spectre, she can jungle pretty quickly. Like, Dagger has a low cooldown. Nisha, Shadow stepped on, daggered up, Terrorize thrown out, but it's not actually needed. Nisha is going to be killed by Poyoyo regardless. I don't know. They definitely feel like Vici Gaming is winning this game now, Kyle.
Yeah, I do too. But that was just, you know, I keep cursing these teams because Secret, I thought, was looking very good, but then just like uncharacteristic mistakes, right? They're getting caught enemy triangle without the ability to connect. All they have to do is wait, chill. You BKB Slardar, that's like a game-winning timing, and he's just picked it up. He is now like the strongest hero in this game, but you've already kind of bled enough kills to get rid of that advantage you were holding. And you have Silencer ulti as well. But is that ward just out of range in the sentry?
Oof, yeah, barely.
Ouch.
A couple of the plant leaves are in there, but not the actual ward itself. Secret are going to sneak in a Roshan here. Pop the Lincolns, that's on Roshan. Get the Corrosive Haze on there. Matama Man does tons and tons of physical damage. The supports will sit up on the high ground, making sure that Vici Gaming don't get close. Vici Gaming, the Spirit was over there, but I don't think he actually got it all the way in. They're going to start moving over, but Roshan is going to be dying real soon here. PYW throws out the Brambles in Secret. They're going to get a little skittish here. They're going to back up. They're going to be able to catch Zai.
Oh.
Zai is not going to be able to use that fancy, fresh new BKB that he's got. It's still in mint condition.
That was all the Fey Grenade. That is such a huge neutral item to pick up. Old 11 just popped him. And the Roche is so low. Oh, this is wild. They have no buyback on Zai.
Arrow thrown out there. Moonlight Shadow Secret are not going to be wanting to give this one up. The self-fuels. Matama Man has to now back himself away. Poyoyo is getting pretty low on this Roshan, but they should be able to finish up in time. The Terrorize. Oh, jeez, that arrow almost snatched away the Roshan kill. Poyoyo is still pretty low. They could take away his Aegis. Toss, Lotus Orb, toss back on the illusion. But Vici Gaming will manage to retreat. Got the Aegis. Nobody died. Really good situation for them all around.
Oh, that is, takes some cojones to make that play called. They make that move onto Zai, like perfect from Old 11. Like just recognizing the scenario. If he gets BKB off, like you're just not contesting this team fight anymore. But they catch him with the Fissure, and Old 11 just goes for it. You know, boom. The Fey Grenade, I think, was critical. It's just like a bonus 500 damage because it takes the attack damage of your Totem Slam.
Yeah, it just takes whatever your damage is at.
Yeah.
It doesn't use orbs or anything, but whatever your damage is at, that's what the Fey Grenade's going to hit for. And so Enchant Totem, it works that way. It doesn't get used up.
It's one of those items that's like, you know, it's not bad on a few heroes because of the mark that applies vision, but on Shaker, it's just busted. It's, I think, the only neutral item hero combination that measures up to Timbersaw and the tree.
Dire's top tower is
Oh, I would say this one's much better.
Really?
Yes.
I'll give you that. I think so too, actually.
Yeah. Plus, it's a tier 2 item. I also think that like the disparity of like how good it is
On
on Earthshaker and like maybe Tiny. But
yeah, but it's even better. Like Earthshaker's just like, hello, I have 400% more damage.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's definitely much better on Earthshaker. But like, I think compared to everybody else who gets it, like everybody else is just like, I guess it's cool. I guess. Okay.
They got the perfect item for Necrophos as well, who just wants the Vambrace for the extra spell amp.
Oh, nice. And then when he's in trouble, you know, switch it over to strength. Boom, magic resistance.
Indeed.
That is very nice and very versatile for him. We just had some fresh items picked up, right? We had the mech picked up on the Mirana. Let's see. Ori has Boots of Travel coming in. Anything else? BKB soon on Old 11.
And this is, we've talked about it, but Silencer starts to fall off when you get to the point in the game where all your enemies have tools to remove the silence. Puppy's going to have to be on point, but, you know, Ori has 2 methods of cleansing himself. You're going to have a BKB Earthshaker, and it just gets really hard. You know, Manta on Spectre, suddenly this Silencer is going to be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, we said that he might be the one coming in really clutch for these team fights, but now his effect is going to be very, very, very much muted, or perhaps neutered entirely.
Yeah, last game, I felt like it was Vici who just kind of didn't get stuff done in a game where I felt they could. This time, I think it's Secret. Like, I don't know if you can afford to play this slowly.
Yeah, they were so far ahead on Zai, but we never got to feel that impact. Yeah. Oh, they went for it! The Shadow Step, and he actually gets the kill. Not during the Reaper Scythe, so no extra 25-second death timer, but that was a sick combination. I wouldn't even think about that one. Shadow Step, which also throws out a dagger, so it's an additional nuke.
That, I can't believe they had the damage for that.
I mean,
Fake Grenade. Oh my goodness, Fake Grenade.
Oh, so much damage. Puppy's already dead. Poyoyo joining in on this fight. Zai is too powerful with that BKB for them to be able to bring him down, but Vici Gaming is going to just control this entire area and finish up the mid tower.
Not bad. Vici definitely looks like a different team this game. Or maybe it's Secret. It's a really tough series to read so far. Previous game, just kind of felt like Vici fell over eventually. Tiny Dota took things. 8-5 though, like that Roche play was really nice. Perhaps that's part of the issue here for Secret is they wanted that Aegis and then they were going to get aggressive because we're not really giving the Vici draft enough credit perhaps in that running into them is just impossible, right?
Yes,
Spectre, boom, has a single target haunt at all times with the Shadow Step, and then there's an ET, a Shaker, a Necro, a Willow. Like, talk about area control. You don't want to walk up any kind of choke point. You want to be playing in as flat a land as possible.
Yeah, last time around, they felt comfortable running into Vici Gaming heroes. Here, when you go on the Necrophos, yo, uh-oh. Did manage to Shadow Step over the side, but Nisha is still going to be able to catch him. Now, Nisha's going to be caught, though, in the second life. Poyo coming up soon. BKB activated by Nisha, but he's just getting beaten down by Old 11. He pops his BKB to get rid of that extra curse bond. Oh, mama! That's a lot of damage right there. Puppy is going to go down, but considering the fact that Nisha got away, they killed Old 11. This is a pretty good fight for Secret. The rest of them still need to get out, though. Jumping back in, Zai goes for the quick execution onto PYW. He gets him. Support down. Now surrounded by the Spectre, though. And with the fresh Manta picked up, and by yourself at that, these illusions do a ton of damage.
Oh, man. So you could feel a little bit of the power level of Zai as he just obliterates the Dark Willow. But they've not gotten so much done for so long that suddenly the Spectre is incredibly fun. Zai had 1,000 net worth on him at a point. It was like 5K to 4K. And suddenly Poyo is massive. And that Manta style is a terrifying item. Talked about it, but that's what also puts Ember on the back foot, especially when you have the rough laning phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One Sun, he gets Shadow Stepped and Manted. You know, like Old 11 has like 5 seconds of disable. The Necrophos could Reaper Scythe you like we saw in that one combination, and that was with before the Manta. Now he gets Reaper Scythe, Shadow Stepped, Manta, and the illusions and the hero all hit like twice before the Reaper Scythe lands. You could just get be full health and be dead.
And I think it's also underrated how good this 15 talent on Spectre is with the Shadow Step, because you get the free dagger, and it's just a 340 damage nuke. like for free. And then you have another one when you cast the actual dagger. So he's just rocking up with 680 burst off simply magic damage, plus the auto attacks and right clicks throughout the stun lock.
It's about to hit level 20 as well. It's getting very, very dark game for Team Secret. And unlike last game where we were like, okay, is this Medusa really going to be able to go late game against these heroes that are ahead of it? I think the Spectre has no problem in this game.
This hero, I'm going to check the win rate real fast because I feel like we haven't seen it as much as it should be based on how good the Shadow Step build looks.
Yeah. Now he gets the other dagger talent at 20. 14% dagger slow bonus. So that's 14% going both ways. Oh, the 11 does get caught by Matumba Man. He doesn't pop his BKB quite fast enough to stop that toss. Yeah.
Spectre has a 9-3 record at the moment.
Okay, that's pretty good. 75%. DY is going to be caught. The double BKB is activated to be able to kill its support, but the BKBs are going to wear out eventually, and that's what Ori's waiting on. If these heroes stick around, he will certainly be throwing down some damage. Never mind. Matumba Man comes in big time, executes that Necrophos. Now Poyoyo pops his Manta in order to get rid of the Corrosive Haze and back out. Nisha just shy, being able to hit him with the Slight. Team Secret, they strike back a little bit here. They're showing that this game isn't over just yet.
Yeah, they just crushed through Necro, and that's a lot easier said than done. So surprising they're able to land that combination. And yeah, I mean, you can never count them out. Roshan is spawning. Perhaps right now, do they get lucky? Yes, they do. Oh my goodness, it's just spawned right as Zai walks in. No, check again. Oh no. Guys.
Yapzor's gonna go in.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yapzor! Oh, that would, I mean, you would just go for it. Oh, wait, when did Nisha? Hello? Wait, did we see Nisha die?
Yeah, I mean, I watched it. You didn't.
I was staring at the Roche pit. Apology.
It's fine. It was just a nice play from PYW, catching the Ember Spirit. I think his BKB was still on cooldown as well from the earlier team fights, so. But yeah, again, how do you go on these heroes from Vici Gaming when you, like, Elder Titan and Earthshaker could be just outside of vision, but well within striking distance of their spells?
Yeah, it's a tough game, because Secret's big strength is the idea that you're going to use the Mirana Invis and your Shadowblade on Tiny to find these pickoffs and superior initiations. But Vici, like, if they're waiting for it, you know, they just need that one trap set properly, and they're going to wipe the floor with you. Plus, their carry has no need to ever even consider being near his squad for a fight. It's like, oh, enemies? Okay, press R, press Shadow Step. No problem. You've appeared. Halberd, love that item choice. Increase regen for the Necrophos, and you're also going to be able to get the active disarm on the Tiny. But I think it's even just more for the evasion.
Yeah, I was going to say the evasion is
You can't buy enough armor into Slardar. Shivas will still probably be next item. Yeah, of course it is. But it's just like dodging one attack. It's like 800 health.
Yeah.
And if you can live long enough to get off Lotus and W, you know, Ghost Shroud's going to keep you alive, no problem. They have no method of dispelling it at the moment. I'm sure Nullifier will come out for somebody. Aghanims is going to be the build on Zai. I think he'll change that. I don't know how I feel about that one.
What? What do you mean? What else would you go? Aghanims is sick.
I mean, I think AC, or honestly, no jokes, Nullifier.
Okay, Nullifier is going to be needed eventually against Necrophos. But I feel like with these heroes aren't particularly mobile. Slardar just kind of wants to be able to sit on Necrophos, and like if you kill the support, it's great. But like he wants to just be able to sit in an area and tank up damage.
But that's the thing. I don't know if you're ever going to be able to take an area against Vici's lineup, right? If you want to say, hey, we're fighting in this circle.
Oh, so you think you have to play an in and out sort of game? Fast execution, get a kill, you know, back up. You know, they pop haunt, you retreat. Okay. I can see that.
It's a tough game. This is one of the issues with Slardar is that you don't really know what to get at this point if it's not just more raw damage, right? A game where Slardar is dominating, you see AC, you're like a moon shard, and it's very scary. but it's certainly looking rough. Oh, we got any crazy talents? Not really. Matu's got his BKB, closing in on Satanic.
Vici Gaming, there's no way that you... Roshan's like, hello! Oh, is Zai even daring to initiate for more here? Turns around, Reaper side though, and he's just dead. One stun, and that is enough. It creates an opening. Another arrow's gonna slide right on by. One hero death apiece.
That was just so casual.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower.
One Fisher, and I'm dead.
The thing about the Aghanims as well, you only get the status resist, not magic resist, and he kind of needs that.
Is under attack.
Like, that was a stun, ET Spirit plus Veil, so taking more than pure magical damage. And what was it, like a half a second of Spectre damage? He's just dead.
Dire's bottom
Yeah.
tower is being
Poor Zai. I mean, this it feels like he's playing old Slardar when Sprint used to have you take bonus damage.
Amplified damage, yeah. Because that's essentially what Elder Titan does to everybody. He throws out his spirit, and boom. You're now taking an additional 25% magic damage, if not more.
And it's only relevant every once in a while, but I like that Vici kind of recognize how important evasion is, because Tinies really don't like to buy MKB. It's like very luxury for them. They always have the Echo, the Silver Edge, the BKB, and you prefer Satanic. So now with the Butterfly on your Spectre and a Halberd now next to Heart, Jesus, on Ori, it becomes very, very difficult to actually burst heroes down. And if you can't burst them, the superior combo breaking and survivability of the Spectre, of the Necro, is going to pay off.
Yeah. MKB always feels best on heroes with faster attack speed.
Yeah.
Tiny's the exact opposite.
Exactly. You want to buy a Daedalus. You know, you want the attacks to hit really hard. You do not want to be playing for procs. Still, anybody's getting... It's close. Secret eking out a lead. One of the less bloodthirsty games I feel like we've seen the whole series. Pretty low on kills.
Yeah.
But it's just a product of the style of these two teams.
Yeah, Absor just keeps on scouting with arrows. Vici Gaming may be taking like the first offensive approach in a while. Trying to go for this offlane tower. Putting Ori in front. Ready to respond. Brambles laid out preemptively. They're ready to go with Fisher. And they'll certainly have a Spirit going around trying to find people as well.
And we'll wait for the Roche fight. There's some updates from Group B.
Bottom lane's pushing in, mid's kind of pushing in as well. Vici Gamer are going to have to back up and deal with this, but fortunately they got a Spectre on their team, so they can still hold their position around the Roshan pit. They can't take Roshan themselves very well, but they need to be around Roshan to make sure that Secret doesn't try and snipe it, just like they did attempted to last time with the Corrosive Haze and the Tiny's big physical damage.
Yeah, spoiler, don't listen if you don't want spoilers from the other games, but PSG.LGD beat Beast Coast. That means Spirit's through, Secret's through. This is for seeding. Secret can secure top 2 if they can win this game. If Vici win, they retain sole possession of second place in group.
That means we get no tiebreakers?
No tiebreakers.
Wow. It's been a while since we haven't had tiebreakers after a TI group stage. I feel like that almost always happens.
For something, right? Like either the upper or elimination. There always seem to be something left to play for, but... Oof.
Puppy! Spotted underneath the ward, almost immediately killed, but he does manage to get away, runs into the brambles accidentally, but gets off the global silence as Zai jumps in, and Poyoyo is just dead. That minus armor did so much to him. Nisha is looking to be able to kill some of the supports, does get hit by the Fisher. DY turns around and says, "You were looking for me, bub." Okay, Nisha does find him anyway. That slight did too much to him. Poyoyo came back in with a buyback, but a lot of his supporting crew is dead. They can't actually keep this fight going.
I cannot believe how fast he died.
Radiant
Yeah, that was nuts. And I'm thinking like he has I guess just not quite enough armor. He has 26. Zai with the talent removes 24. But they're going to go into the pit nevertheless.
Old 11,
no,
BKB, he's going to be activated the toss. If it had hit Old 11, this could have been different. He still has a chance, though. Matumba Man, with the Reaper's Sight down, they could just run over some of these heroes. They no longer have much to fear. A Yule Scepter being used on the Ember Spirit. Oh, no, he's caught in the brambles. The Yule's combination from PYW kills Nisha. VG Gaming now have a chance to be able to hold this Roshan area again, but it's cost them so many buybacks. And Nisha, he still has his. Arrow. Oh, it lands on Ori. Does Secret want to try for this? They don't, but the arrow going to buy back now. Puppy's in trouble. Just the illusions are running after him. BKB going to be activated by Zai. Old 11 looking for that kill. Onto the silencer, he gets it, but now he's been caught by Zai and he's just dead. Matumba Man demolishes him, turns around, just three-shotting the Necrophos at this point in time. He's dead next. DY's gone. Poyoyo on the run, as is PYW. Secret now hold the Roshan pit, and they've got 90 seconds to work with. They're going to be able to take some serious objectives, Kyle.
Oh, yeah. A lot of buybacks used, but man, Yapso would have got that arrow. Just sets up Ori. He gets just plop like this tiny, does so much damage. Anybody who gets amped is just getting smacked. It's like watching the fall of Isengard as Matumba Man just bodies everybody in sight. And Nisha, he got the shard, so he's getting like all these remnants whenever they get kills. You can watch this. Ori just kind of walks into this arrow. Here comes Yapsor. You like can't even see it. There's so much chaos.
Yep, there it is.
Boom.
He was so focused on everybody else that Yapsor snuck one up on him. And VG Game, you could see the chaos does not work well for VG Game. They want that clear outcome of like when we've seen so many times, like, oh, we see an Ember Spirit, Fisher, Reaper's Sight, throw our damage in. But when the fight gets chaos, when the battlefield is all over the place, you can see Ori doesn't really know where to go to.
It's because you need to have a technically sound execution to find a kill with like 3 heroes involved for Vici. All you have to do as Team Secret is tiny C.
Tiny smash.
Yes.
Yeah.
With an amplify from Zai, and that's plenty. So. Oh. He's got Aegis, but this is scary.
Earth Splitter is still going to catch him. They really want to be able to take away this Aegis, but you can see he actually just life sealed so much off that Satanic 2-hit.
And I gotta say, I really think that while I did praise the itemization of Vici, they have miscalculated their armor. When playing against Slardar, you must buy armor, and if you see what's missing, there's not even a casual buckler. There's no Vlads. There's no AC. And really, that's the difference maker for a hero like Necro. Yes, the evasion is nice, but that heart, I think, really had to be a Shiva's, and you can see him grabbing it now. But when he got amped, he goes to negative armor. You look at Matumba Man. He is currently hitting for over 500 damage. That is not reduced. It is amplified by percentage-based damage.
Ori spotted. Matumba Man doesn't want him. He wants something else. He's going to find it, too. He's going to find Old 11. That's a gem on the deck as well.
No buyback. They know it.
A chance for them to be able to end this game. A chance for Team Secret to be able to claim second in their group. He's on the horizon here. Keep up the pressure. They're going to push in the top lane, go for a second lane of barracks. They cannot get Megas. The bottom tier 2 is still up. So Vici Gaming may just give this to them in exchange for a better 5-on-5, because if they try and fight this as 4, they may actually lose them something here. Matumba Man getting a little bit low here. Obviously, he's holding on to the BKB because he has the Aegis. They also don't want to Reaper Scythe him because it's not worth losing that cooldown. So they try and kill him just with regular spells, but he does get away.
No. Another thing, they have no shards on the side of Vici.
Zai jumps in, tries to catch the Dark Will, does manage to catch him with the arrow that followed up that crush and the avalanche as well. They've got that support. Another hero dead with no buyback. So Secret are just making sure. I really like this idea of just like making sure they're going to keep this 4 versus 5 going for a while.
Yep.
And going back in again, Matumba Man tosses him straight up in the air, so the arrow does land. The Haun's going to go down. Matumba Man looking to be able to finish him off, but the BKB is allowing him to keep on swinging onto Ori. Ori in that ghost form is going to be able to walk away. Zai with the last Spectre. Oh, good use of the armlet is going to be able to keep himself alive.
Oh.
Nisha, who was in pretty deep there. Zai ends up going down anyway, but oh, what a hit from Matumba Man. 1,300 damage. How did Zai die?
He was out of Heartstopper range. I believe he didn't notice a Q flying after him, and he armlet
Oh
toggled.
my. Oh my
A
goodness.
death pulse got him. Like, thought he was safe.
He was probably just following him for a while and he just wasn't paying attention. Jeez. I mean, that would have been a like perfect fight for Team Secret. They wouldn't have lost to anybody if it wasn't for that last death. They didn't even lose the Aegis on Matumba Man.
Yeah, okay, hear me out. So seriously, shards are so good. Like, that's a core item on Necrophos. It gives you the single target death pulse that turns someone ethereal. That's pretty damn good against these massive physical damage heroes. It's also basically an on-demand E-Blade.
Yeah, like his team would love him if they E-Blade the Tiny.
Or
that's a good point.
Or save, like, oh, Spectre's getting gone on. It's all physical damage. Just E-Blade him.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then they're also missing it on the Willow, who gets a reduced CD on the Cursed Crown, but it also means you get more Brambles against all these melee heroes.
Yeah, especially for these heroes like Necrophos, you just want to hold an area, right? You could just play around constant Bramble spam. Did he actually go the other He did. He went the other Talon as well.
Oh, he's going in all for damage, huh?
But he's not going Aghanim Scepter. I would get that if he was going Aghanim Scepter, but he's going an Eon Disc.
That's a good point. Huh.
19,000 net worth lead for Team Secret now. The Shivas is complete for the Necrophos, but is it too late?
It's just so value in this game, reducing regen and providing the necessary armor.
Look how this game, when it was even, it was heavily favoring Vici Gaming, and as you said, it was probably too much, right?
How crazy is it? Like, the game just kind of static for a little bit, and then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, okay, we like Vici a bit more now. It's just, the longer the game goes, the more likely they're going to get that one fight, that one opportunity that really changes the game for them. Because ultimately, yes, Secret's lineup is, in a way, it's like easier to utilize. At a point, minus armor strats, the Slardar, like, you will fall off a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, it's a Spectre, it's a Necrophos. Like, these heroes, when you get to, like, you know, the crazy level 30 late game, they just become somewhat unkillable. Although, I've learned not to underestimate Tiny.
Seriously. Certainly the carry of TI, at least for this group stage. We'll see once we get into playoffs how teams adapt to this hero. He's going to get a Moon Shard up next, and if he ever gets on top of the buildings, he's got that leveler to be able to slot in. You do not want to see what a Tiny does to buildings with leveler.
Oh yeah, you don't even need to kill heroes anymore. You just go backdoor. Zai, by the way, closing on his level 25. He's going to go farm that. Has the shard too, so no longer needs to manually haze people after initiation. So should be easier. You save a lot of time, especially when you're this farmed. The cast animation and backswing on your ultimate is somewhat annoying. So now you just slam, attack, attack. You'll always be able to get a bash off. And that guy who just killed DY also gets assisted. Hang on.
On the run, BKB is going to wear out here. They really need to be able to catch him. Old 11 is looking for it. He jumps forward, but immediately tossed back. Matumba Man with the quick reactions. They turn around, Reaper Scythe up. Yapzor instead, who still manages to stay alive. Did not get hit by that last shot. Puppey is still alive through all of this one, by the way. Poyo-Yo has been targeting him for seconds on time, and he didn't actually get the kill. Instead, he falls, and he may need to buy back just to be able to bail out Ori here, who's being chased down. This is looking terrible for Vici Gaming. It may just be the end of this game as Poyo-Yo jumps in to try and help him out, trying to get him away. Nisha on the other side of things, you'll be able to dodge the arrow, but it does not get rid of this corrosive haze. Zai is back into it. They're going to keep vision, keep their space. Not over. Oh, nice timing on the slight there.
Oh, Matu. Ooh. He knows there's no buyback now on 3 enemy heroes. And yeah, dude, Zai is just killing. He is just destroying these supports if he finds himself on top of them.
And remember all the dispellable items they got.
Yeah, exactly.
He's level 25 now.
Yep, took Corrosive Undispellable, super sick in this game because it is going to continue applying the vision as well. But you can see Vici in these long fights, if they can just keep their heroes alive, they have the Heartstopper talent on the Necrophos. So he's doing almost 3% health decay to these strength heroes. Like, I'm watching Zai just die to his own armlet and Heartstopper. Not even taking damage, but he was at half HP in that fight. Please, though, Ori, he's got to buy the shard. I feel like you forget sometimes, but it's so good. It is so good when you consider that Secret, they still don't have that offensive dispel. Bait your Spectre, he goes in, he gets Death Pulse. That's it. Like, he's not taking damage for almost 3 seconds.
Yeah.
That's enough time to just whittle out these BKBs of Team Secret. Because that's what's killing you. Your supports can't do a damn thing when they're under the protection of the BKB. Matu, nice arrow. Might go in here.
Not going to go. He goes for the back line. He spots the 2 supports. They're just dead. Matama Man, a 2-for-1 special, and maybe making a third. Poyo-Yo, is he going to be free? BKB running away. The Corrosive Haze is keeping vision. Nisha's going to chase after him, and that's going to be a dieback for the carry of Vici Gaming. Next up, PYW, an arrow on point. Vici Gaming, call GG, Team Secret. A redemption arc in the latter half of the group stages for them. They end up second in Group B.
Indeed. Indeed. And that, honestly, I think that's big for them. They lost a couple of series to teams that many might have not considered in the top half of the bracket.
Yep.
But they end the group. They're 10-6. They end up tied with Vici and Spirit, but they have the head-to-head against both. They 2-0'd. Now they go on to play whoever PSG.LGD doesn't choose. Yep. OG or T1. So that is going to be hype. I don't know when we find that out, but I'm hoping it's soon. That is just awesome. There's no tiebreakers. Everything is set. Like, to close on this game, just well done. I think they're going to need to pick up the pace in bracket because to win TI, like from what we've seen, specifically from IG and PSG.LGD, like they're beasts.
Yeah,
right
if
now.
they're getting run over by Team Secret, then Virtus Pro, PSG.LGD, OG, T1, like they're going to bring a faster pace than Secret.
Yes. Like this is like playing on, advanced difficulty. But when we get
they're
the
still
bracket stage,
expert.
yeah. And then there's insane way at top if you actually get to the final days. But yeah, so to close it out, Group A, IG, VP, OG, T1. Group B, PSG.LGD, Secret, and then I don't know who was higher, Vici or Spirit, but it doesn't matter because ultimately it's going to come down to dealer's choice.
Yep.
And it's going to be real curious. Does IG keep it in the family? They go for Vici? Or do they take Spirit? I have a feeling they'll probably pick Spirit.
Yeah.
But you never know. Then we'd have VP Vici, which is perhaps even preferred for Vici Gaming, to be honest, because they beat them at the Any Major. And I really don't want to play against T1, who beat me at the Any Major. Rather, like T1 just beat them. Or OG. Like, nobody wants to play OG at TI.
Yep.
So,
Good times here at the TI-10 group stage. It does also mean, with the group stage concluding here, that we're going to be saying goodbye to both Thunder Predator and SG Esports. Unfortunately, just not the TI for them, but hopefully they're going to be continuing their journey in another year. But the group stage is concluded. TI-10, the real event, the main event, is ready to go. We're going to have a day break. Everybody, we're going to be able to find out who's picking who, which is also a little bit of spice. I always remember that iconic moment. No tail, flip the coin. I remember him running around somewhere in the group stage. It was fun. We have a lot of fun coming up. A lot of great games. Very excited for the International continue. But that is going to be it for the broadcast now. Thank you for watching.